Sports, and tomorrow the Springboks could lift the Rugby Championship consecutive years for the first time ever as they look to beat a Argentina side which have made some interesting changes. Some big injuries has meant a new halfback pairing and a 6-2 split, trying to counteract the finish that the Boks had last week down in Durban, which was pretty amazing. And to be honest, and the good news is the conditions in England are looking pretty good tomorrow. So hopefully we will see running rugby at Twickenham, and hopefully we will see the Boks putting the kind of performance that we've been seeing recently. And we could, one performance like that is impressive. When you do back to back, it starts to become a trend. You do 3 times, for example, all the other teams will have to really look and say, how do we start to counteract this? And all of a sudden, I think you'd basically be throwing a gauntlet down to the likes of a France and the likes of an Ireland at the end of the year to say, listen, this is how we're playing. Can you stop it? But it's going to be interesting to see how the game goes. And the main thing is, the Boks cannot get ahead of themselves. They cannot sit there and think that they've already won the Rugby Championship and start to take Argentina for granted. Because an Argentina side that still has a lot of world-class players, like a Santiago Chocobares, for example, like a Santiago Carreras, like a Marcus Kremer, like a Pablo Matera, it's still a very good side. And they've very deliberately put on some big players on the bench to try and make sure that they don't fade off and that they manage to put in a bit of an 80-minute performance. Because the reality is they were in the game at halftime. The game was in the balance, especially if the Boks hadn't scored that try to counteract the try that Argentina had just scored. We also did give them a try, but that's not the point. The point is they were in the game, and then the game just completely ran away with them, or ran away with the Boks rather, in the second half. So that is what they need to try and focus on counteracting. And in terms of the team they've selected, we'll start with Springboks side and then have a look at the Argentina side. So not many changes for the Boks, to be honest. Oxenchair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas Toy, Evan Etzebeth, Ruan Nokia, Sierk Lisi, Piers Jeff the Toy, Jasper Visa. The only change in that entire pack is Oxenchair, who was supposed to start last weekend and then had that late niggle, which they said they probably could have played him, but they didn't want to risk him. But he is back and fully fit, which is really positive. So that pack has only gotten better from last week. Bone Fender dropping out, Oxenchair coming back in. It is a strengthen of the pack there. And we then look at the back line, and no changes. So we're expecting more of the same, really, when it comes to the back line. Damon Delendi, Kane Moody, that centre pairing will start to grow, hopefully. Sasha, the big question is now, when you put a performance like last weekend and you go and score, 37 points by himself, what can you follow it up with? Can you go and repeat that kind of performance? Can you start to bring the consistency to start getting into conversations of being one of the best fly halves in the world at the moment? And I think that the performance last week was an all-timer. And so you suddenly put yourself in the hat next to the likes of a Finn Russell, for example, next to a Bowden Barrett, a Romain Intermac, a Marcus Smith, the likes of those sort of players in and around the world. And if he backs up tomorrow, then all of a sudden you have to continue sort of keeping him in those conversations. So it's a very important game for Sasha to be able to back up. Because the problem is at young players is consistency. That's always where they struggle, to be able to produce those sort of performances week in, week out. And that is going to be his sort of goal, really, is to try and bring that kind of consistency. But nobody's asking to play that kind of a game every week, but be able to bring a high-level performance every week is the big thing. Then on the bench, a couple of tweaks. Bongi Manambi, big opportunity for him to stake a bit of a claim back on that number 16 jersey, the number 2 jersey, a place in the squad, and remind people what he's about. I mean, we're talking about a double World Cup winner here. He's a world-class player. He hasn't been at his best recently, though. He hasn't had many opportunities to play for the Boks this year as he would have liked. And he will know and be very serious about the fact that he needs to remind people, especially the coaching staff, more than anybody else, that he's not going anywhere and that he still has the goods to be able to produce that kind of level of performance. So it's a big opportunity for him. Jan Vessels in the number 17 jersey, Vilcolo in the 18 jersey. The only other 2 changes in the entire 23 is Grant Williams is fit and comes in at the expense of Morne Vandenberg, and Jesse Creel will get an opportunity off the bench. Malieva being backed again as well is a huge reward for the form he showed. And once again, we talk about Sasha having to repeat that. Similarly to Mani, he's now gone 2 good back-to-back games. If he comes on tomorrow and has another good game, then all of a sudden he really starts to elevate his profile. I mean, a month ago, people were talking about the fact it might be a bit of a last gun saloon, which I don't think was ever the case, but that's kind of what some people felt is with regards to looking at Abdullah Bok. But now all of a sudden people are saying, well, maybe he's actually an integral part of this, the way we want to play, and he's a big part of the future of this Boks side. And a big performance tomorrow at Twickenham will go a long way towards adding to that narrative as well. Then in terms of the Argentina side, this is what has happened. So some big players out, and as mentioned, a brand new halfback pairing. So in the front row, it is Michael Vivas, Julian Montoya, and Joel Slavi who will try to contain that Springbok front row. My prediction is that they're not going to be able to. I think Oxen Chair coming in just makes it so much harder to try and contain. But that is that is their job, is to try and make something happen. You then got Guido Petty and Pedro Rubiolo in that second row. It's a good lock pairing. I just don't think they've got the tight five to really match the Boks at the moment. I think that's a massive issue for Argentina. When that tight five starts to really up the ante and play, I think they're world-class players across the rest of the team. I think that's where sometimes they do fall down a little bit. You look at the back row there, Pablo Matera, Mox Kramer, and Santiago Grandona gets an opportunity. And that in itself is quite interesting, given the fact that, Jean-Marc Gonzalez and Jacques Oviedo are in the 23, but they've been left on the bench. And once again, I think they're looking for that impact off the bench. A brand new halfback pairing, we'll see Simon Benitez Cruz and Geronimo Priscantelli starting. And Priscantelli is a nice player. Obviously watched a lot of him in the URC. They are going to miss Thomas Albanose, I think. Santo Carreras has done a really good job in his absence, but he's now had to shift to fullback. Priscantelli coming in at 10, big opportunity for him, but a bit of a pressure game, really, I think, to try and come in the back of that performance last week from the Springboks, and to then try and overturn that kind of performance and then try and get Argentina back to where they were against the All Blacks and against Australia and the likes of that, and that has been competitive. So Jean-Cruz Malia has gone to the wing in a quite interesting change, and Bautista Dalgi on the other wing. So those sort of selections are quite interesting because they've obviously done this very deliberately, and I think the big thing that they want is they need a bit more aerial dominance. They need somebody like a Jean-Cruz Malia who can play competitive in the air and can get up and can take it, being a full-back. That, I think, is the big thing. They're trying to diffuse those up and unders. They're trying to make sure they can cope with the kicking game. And they've maybe sacrificed a bit of raw pace to bring in players with maybe better skill sets and definitely better aerial threat as well. Second pairing of Chantel Chocobaras and Justo Picardo. I mean, I'm a massive Lucio Cinti fan, so I think they'll miss him. But interesting to see sort of how those two go. Chocobaras is a phenomenal player, wonderful player. And when he's having a good game, he's very difficult to contain. And then Santo Carreras at full-back. It'll be interesting to see how often he actually goes to first receiver, which I think will be quite often. And then off the bench for the Argentines, it is Ignacio Ruiz, Boris Wenger, and Marchetti Correa. You then got Franco Molina, and Jean-Martin Gonzalez, Jacques Oviedo, Agustin Moyano, and Rodrigo Isgro coming in that impact side. So I think a big thing for them is to be able to bring on a Jean-Martin Gonzalez, bring on a Jacques Oviedo, probably in about the 45-minute will be my guess, and to let them just have a go and try and really bring up the energy. My score prediction is still Boks by about 15, I think. 15-20 is what I'm hoping to see. What are your score predictions? What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
David, can I kindly ask you, this morning, World Rugby informed us that it's exactly 2 years to the day when the showpiece starts in Australia. So can I ask you, for you individually as a player, do you guys anyhow speak about what's going to happen in 2 years' time, or are you guys solely focused on the assignment that awaits this weekend at Twickenham? And Thomas, kan ek vir jou dan vra, in Afrikaans asseblief, Thomas, is die taak wat die naweek voor lê, is dit belangrik as 'n deel van julle stappe wat julle neem op pad na Australië in 2027? Is sukses belangrik vir julle die naweek?
Ja, ek sal sommer eers gaan ja, sukses is natuurlik baie belangrik. Ek dink om te wen sal die belangrikste ding bly vir die Springbokke en ja, ek kan nie vir jou sê ons het regtig 'n oog daarop nie. Is definitief iets wat ons aan die agterkant van ons koppe bly. Maar 2 jaar vooruit dink ek nie is ons 'n groot fokus daarop nie. ons weet hoe belangrik dit is in die world rankings om daar so te wees waar ons wil wees. Maar vir hierdie oomblik gaan dit belangrik wees vir ons om hierdie naweek, hierdie week hierdie kompetisie in sy eie blok te sit en dit as die belangrikste te ag vir nou. En ek dink wanneer die tyd kom, dan kan 'n mens daai gesprekke hê, maar vir nou is hierdie naweek die belangrikste naweek.
Please, Damien.
Yeah, Percy, I can't speak that great Afrikaans, but I know exactly what Tommy said. And I agree with everything that he said. We can't look too far ahead. We have to take it week by week. This game that we're playing this weekend is the most important game of the year so far. It will be a final for us. So we'll make sure we put 100% focus into that. And then a few of us have a couple of weeks off before end of year tour. But yeah, I agree with what Thomas said. We can't look 2 years ahead into the future without focusing on now, which is more important, and yeah, just keeping our heads on the ground here now and making sure that we're ready for Saturday.
Ken?
Thanks, Gina. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Damien.
Hello.
A question for you, Thomas. You've been obviously a very key man for your club, someone Bath really rely on. You've led the way for them. How much have you enjoyed being at the Springboks and playing for, say, 50 minutes, knowing that you can give your absolute all in that time, and then you've got a Watchalong to come onto the field and replace you? Has it been a bit different for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've always understood my role in the team, having it be off the field, on the field, from the bench or starting. So for me, it's been an incredible journey. Really awesome to have been part of the last couple of weeks and matches and in that starting position. And like you say, it's such a pleasure knowing that the guy who's going to come on is so destructive at scrum time and really carries himself well around the field. So yeah, for me, knowing my purpose, knowing my ability for the first 45-50 minutes, however long it might be, it's brilliant for me. I'm loving my role in the team, and I'm very grateful for the guys around me that also pull their part and make me feel comfortable in this team and in this position that I'm in at the moment.
Morgan?
Thanks, Z. How's it, Thomas? How's it, Damien? I hope you guys are well. Damien, just back to you. You guys are obviously playing at one of the most iconic venues in World Rugby this week, with it being Twickenham. And, regardless of whether you guys were going to play for the title or not, if it wasn't at Twickenham, it would have been in Argentina. Is it easier playing in London this week and having that as your home base as opposed to going to Twickenham or one of those kind of Salta or one of those kind of places?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a lot easier. I think the traveling was a lot easier, and obviously fighting it, there's obviously no jet lag, so we had nothing to fight with that part. But yeah, it's a neutral ground. We have played here quite a lot and against different opposition in the past, so we are quite familiar with it. But yeah, within saying that, Argentina has also played here quite a lot against England. So yeah, I don't think there's advantage for them or advantage for us. It is a neutral ground. And I think, I don't know, I think there's already been 60,000 tickets sold. So I think the atmosphere in the stadiums will be incredible. We're all looking forward to that. But yeah, I don't see any one of us have an advantage. I think they also traveled on Sunday, so we've been here for about the same amount of time. So yeah, obviously we don't. I think if we were going to Argentina, it would be a bit tough to beat the jet lag. But like I said, we don't have to beat anything like that now. So we just fall back straight into our normal routine, sleeping routines, and making sure that we just recover well, train well, and get well prepared for Saturday.
Nick?
Damien, one for you. All three fly-halves in the squad kind of bring something different, but as an inside centre, what's it like playing with a 10 like Sasha, who's got such a bag of tricks and so many threats in his armory that maybe even you don't know what's going to happen next?
Yeah, I think it's it's incredible. I don't think Sasha knows what happens next sometimes, which is also a good thing. But yeah, for me, I just I'll try and I do try and help him on the field and try and chat to him and tell him where the space is. But yeah, I think sometimes he sees the space before anyone else, and I think it's just important for not just me but the guys around him to let him flourish and not take his time and space away. I think he can create a lot by himself. We must just make sure that we're there to support him when things aren't going that well, because they're not always going to work out. But yeah, it is nice to watch. It was incredible to watch him on Saturday. But within saying that, I think he took those opportunities flipping well to score those tries. But the work we did as a team to get into those positions was incredible. And I think Sasha knows that, and we must never forget that I know there might be some incredible individual performances going forward into the near future still. Maybe still from Sasha, maybe from other players, but we just know as a team that we're going to make each other look better and just get ourselves into the best positions to make our teammates look better. So.
Okay, cool. Guys, unfortunately, we've run out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports and a bit of a squad update for the Springboks, who touched down in the UK earlier today. There has been a slight tweak to the squad, and Luat Diaga has been called up after recovering from his niggle, which kept him out of the initial squad for the two Argentina games, as well as the matchday 23 against Argentina over the weekend. And he has come in for Franco Mostert, who has unfortunately suffered a family bereavement and as such has remained in South Africa and will not travel with the side. We expect to actually see a bit of a reduced squad, to be honest. There were talks last week that, the 33-man squad that had been announced would probably be trimmed down to about a 30-man squad to actually then go over to Twickenham for the final match of the Rugby Championship and hopefully the winning match for the Springboks, because all we have to do is win on Saturday unless the All Blacks beat Australia by over 100 points. And we don't get a bonus point, for example. So as long as we win this weekend, we wrap up the Rugby Championship, and we'll know exactly what the situation is, because obviously we've got the Bledisloe 2 test happening earlier on Saturday. So by the time we kick off at about 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, it is a bit of an earlier kickoff than we're used to, but yeah, we'll know what we're dealing with. The Bledisloe 2 starts at, I think, 11:45. So it's in Australia, which means it'll probably start about 12:15 because they've never been able to get a schedule right in their life. And then literally just before kickoff, we'll know exactly what that we have to do. But basically a win. That's quite simple. A win is a win. And what's quite interesting is the fact that we didn't drop down that squad. And I think we might see a little bit of rotation, but I also think we need to start keeping certain combinations together. So this is now the up-to-date squad. Now, as far as you understand, Oxenchair did travel and is expected to be fit for this weekend. It was touch and go last week. I think it sounds like one of those situations where if it were a World Cup final, for example, they might have pushed him through, but decided not to risk him and to then give Bonfento a go, who I think stood up for it, to be fair. I think it was a very weird game on Saturday. First half in particular, just trading blows, some brilliance, some awfulness, and some bizarre tries. Ches and Colby incident, so weird. But in the second half, we kicked into gear. And I think what's so exciting about the squad at the moment is the fact that we are seeing players come on and have a really, really good impact, which we maybe didn't see in the initial first few tests. And I think that sort of shows you how much we are growing as a side, that now we've kind of got the understanding of how to deploy these forwards, how to sort of set things up in gear, and how to maybe grind down teams as the game goes on. And the fact that we are able to do that and then to really put them to the sword later on in the match is really encouraging. It's what the great All Black sides used to do. And I think it's what the best sides do, where they basically grind you down for 50, 60 minutes. And then when the other opposition team is so tired and they can't really cope, they then just completely flood you. And and all of a sudden you can end up fetching many points, and we saw that over the weekend. I mean, we've hit over 40 points in the last 2 games, which is really, really exciting. But I think this weekend will be interesting to see what the total squad will look like. I did think that we saw some big performances over the weekend. I mean, how do you not start Sasha, for example, with the confidence he's gained? But Maliba came on and played really, really well once again. You've got players like a Jasper Wiese, who's been absolutely tremendous since coming back. But also, you've got players like a Bongi Manambi. He's not featured in the Rugby Championship so far. Vincent Cock not featured in the Rugby Championship so far. Marcin Merva hasn't really got that many opportunities so far. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting team selection. I do think we've got a little bit more leeway with regards to the fact that we don't need a bonus point win, for example. We just need a victory. You don't want to consider that as complacence, and you don't want to maybe sort of sit there and say, okay, well, because we only need just a win, we don't have to necessarily play our best side, because that's a dangerous road to go by. But it's an important thing to factor in. We're not having to go and beat them by 20, 30, 40 points like we've had to previously when it comes to Rugby Championship final days. We just have to get the win, whether it's 5 points, 10 points. We should retain the Rugby Championship for the first time ever, actually. Fun fact. But I also think that at the same time, you've got players who are playing so well, a team playing so well, that there must be a sort of a temptation to just release that similar sort of team again. Because really, this is probably the last time you're going to see that kind of our best inverted commas or our current form team before we go against France. And I also think that at the moment, what's going to be quite interesting is we talked about the fact that we kind of now starting to take a horses for courses route. And this whole idea that there isn't a best team inverted commas. I always maintain that there's still going to be kind of if it's a World Cup final tomorrow, who you're selecting. And I do think that there are certain selections at the moment which do depend on the opposition and always going to. But I also think that there are players who are just the number one choice at the moment in their position. And I think that that's becoming quite interesting with regards to Kane Moody versus a JC Creel, because Kane Moody is playing so well at 13. For example, Sasha the man of the match performance. I mean, we've had Sasha the man of the match performance so far in the Rugby Championship. We've had Andre Pollard with the man of the match performance in the Rugby Championship, and we've had two really good back-to-back games from Mani Liebach as well. So it's really encouraging to see that, and I'm very excited for what's to come. In terms of where I potentially would change, is I think that I'd like to see Marcin Merva get an opportunity, for example, and I think that somebody like a Vincent Koch or Bongi Manambi, if they're going to be in around the squad, we kind of need to see what their role is, and are they going to continue playing? Because I just don't really see the point if they're going to be around and never ever get any game time. Is there opportunity to bring different players in, for example? I think at the moment, loose tight head's a very interesting position. But yeah, in terms of the team prediction, we're going to obviously do our team prediction tomorrow, and we'll really kind of get into the grips as to exactly what's cooking with regards to that. But I think that I predict a 5-3 split, for example. I'm predicting quite a similar team to a certain degree. But also the one thing we know about Russia's is you can't predict much. But I do think we are seeing a bit of a changing of the guard. And the fact is that, a lot of the younger players, your Kane Moody, Sashas, Damien Willemses, for example, the way Andre Esterhuizen is playing, and Jesper Wiese, a lot of these players are playing so well, Ruan Nokia in particular, that they're becoming undroppable. So yes, we want to rotate and we want to try different combinations and we want to try to make sure everyone's getting a run out. But at the same time, the people are playing so well that you kind of also just sitting there saying, we've got to give as many games to them as possible. You want to make sure that Sasha's got 20, 30 games going into the next World Cup. Same as the Kane Moody, who is a World Cup winner, but you want to give him as many opportunities as possible. So it's that continued balance. And I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see tomorrow. And that's the biggest thing when it comes to Rassie Erasmus. We never really know where he's going to go with his team selections. We could see Adrian Vessel start at loose head, start at hooker, cover loose head on the bench, cover hooker. We're going to see Markov start and covering hooker once again. How are we going to sort of really change things up? Maybe 6-2 split for shits and gigs. So what do you think? Let me know your predictions for the team down in the comments below. We will be doing a team predicting video tomorrow morning, a live stream in the morning, and we'll basically build our side, and obviously then we get to compare it in the afternoon. So yeah, make sure you go onto mypicks.app and go and predict your team. We're going to put it in the pinned comment as well as on the community tab. I want you guys all going predicting your starting 15s and letting me know what you think Rassie is going to do. I'm going to put on my team a bit later, and then we'll be able to maybe compare us and see where everybody's at. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to Forever Sports for a lunchtime show. Unfortunately, we couldn't do the show this morning. As such, we are live at lunchtime and hopefully we'll still have as many people jumping into the comments and as many people discussing. And the big thing I want to discuss today is the long-term sort of future for some of the players and whether we're kind of getting to a stage of kind of a bit of a, almost like a last gun salute type of a situation for some of the older players who are struggling to find game time in this very new look Springbok side, which is doing the business. And I think that's very exciting. But it also kind of spells the end of an era to a certain degree. And that's what I kind of want to chat about today is which sort of players are we seeing being kind of sort of phased out and, you know, what point do we make those decisions? You know, at what point might we start seeing players announcing their retirements, for example? What point might we see, you know, players starting to step away? And you know, because you don't want to be a player that just never gets selected again. You know, you kind of want to be able to say, right, I'm retiring, get a last game kind of thing, guard on top, and be able to sort of make a retirement rather than just not be selected ever again, and then you kind of just sort of fade out of the game. Because there's a lot of players who I think deserve their flowers and deserve a bit of a send-off and deserve, you know, to have people, well, deserve the opportunity to have people appreciate what they've done. And some of those players even involved this weekend, for example, the likes of Bongi Manambi, who has not played a lot this year. And if he's going to start moving away from sort of the international stage a little bit, he's a player with, I mean, a double World Cup winner, for example, played over 50 tests for the Boks. He's a player that deserves the opportunity to go out on his terms, type of thing. And I think, you know, it's an interesting situation where a lot of players are having to think really hard about where they are, what their future is. And I think that some of them, for example, are in a bit of a situation where they might think to themselves, yeah, listen, this is kind of, you know, the end for me, and I'm starting to get into the side, for example. You know, the younger players are really playing well. But at the same time, it's a bit of a catch-22 or double-edged sword, because you don't want to basically put your hand up and say, right, that's me, I'm done. The new players are in. I'm going to say that I'm going to step away. I'm going to go out on my terms, for example, and there it is. And then all of a sudden, there's a positional crisis, for example, and you know, you're going to sit there saying, oh, hang on, I could have actually played. So there's always the continuous sort of catch-22, and I think that very few players get the opportunity to kind of always go out on their terms and be able to play a final game. You know, I mean, some of the All Blacks players, for example, retired, or Dwayne Vermeulen. I mean, not everybody gets the Dwayne Vermeulen fairy tale ending. Francois Lowe as well, where they play in a World Cup final, beat Tawera, and they win the World Cup, and that's their final game. That is the stuff of miracles, of, you know, of legends, really, to be able to go out on top. And I'm not saying that all these players need to start retiring either. I think that's. I mean, for example, I mentioned Bongi Manambi, and he gets an opportunity this weekend, but he's somebody who's sort of falling down the ranks a little bit with regards to our first choice, second choice, third choice hooker. And I think he's probably sort of competing for really about third or fourth choice, to be honest. I do think that at this stage, we are tending to play Jan Wessels and Amanus van der Merwe ahead of him. Whether that might change, you know, whether we had a World Cup final tomorrow, they might back him. But I mean, we're talking about a player who's played 87 times for the Springboks. He's 13 away from the 100th. This will be 88 when he gets on this weekend. And it's a big opportunity for him to try and maybe make a push for 100 caps. But he's only 34 years old, you know, and that I think is quite important in terms of he's still got a couple of years in him. So the World Cup is not out of his reach by any stretch of the imagination from an age point of view. So I don't think we're going to see him, for example, step away. You know, at the end of the day, he's going to keep fighting for his opportunity. He turns 35 come January. He will be 36 going to the next World Cup. He's still kind of in the selection frame. So we're not going to, for example, see him put his hand up and say, right, I'm done. Akubas Reinach, for example, also, you know, he's not going to put up his hand and say, right, now he's done, when he's busy starting for the Springboks, and he's moving back to South Africa to play against, or play for the Stormers rather, and keep himself in the mix. But he's a player who turns 36 in January, will be 37 at the next World Cup. So right now, you're looking at him thinking, well, he's still playing some really good rugby. He's still getting selected for the Boks. Why would he step away? But for me, it's players like a Vincent Koch, for example. Now, Vincent Koch is, and a Billy Leroux. We're talking about now the real senior statesman. Vincent Koch is 35 years, will be 36 next year, will be 37 in the next World Cup. And the reason I mentioned Vincent Koch is if we look at his 2024-25 season, he has played a sum total of 2 matches for the Boks. He's played 36 and 33 matches. So he's basically played less than 70 matches for the Boks this season. He played against Italy, he played against Georgia, and that's been it. He has not played in any of the 5 Rugby Championship games and will not take part in the Rugby Championship. This despite the fact that Asnatin Tlabakanye has had to step away from the Boks whilst he sorts out his case, for example. So, it's not just because there's just so many tight heads. I think tight head's still a bit of a question mark position, but he's not played. And I'm trying to find a way of almost saying we didn't miss him without sounding really mean, but, we've coped. Vilkolo and Thomas Toy are doing a job. You've got a Netling Bashir who's a bit younger. You've got an Asnatin Tlabakanye who they predict as the future. We have to wait and see what happens, whether he's going to be available come the new year. And I really hope they manage to get that case sorted. But I think something like a Vincent Koch, it now comes to a situation where do you now start to think, and not even just on your terms, he now will probably play for the Boks once again this year. Maybe he doesn't, but I think he probably will. And I think the main point which sort of was what I'm saying is all of these players, it's now or never. They have got to prove in the next 6 to 8 months, really. I think going into the New Zealand series next year, we kind of need to almost know. They've basically got a year, maybe, at a push to prove that they can get to the next World Cup and that they are going to be good enough to get into the next World Cup. And good enough to be considered, I think, even that. Some of them, for example, might not make the next World Cup. And they might really, really try and just not get the selection. And if that's the case, then fair play. But they've got to now show in the next year that they should still be in the selection frame. So when Vincent Koch goes back to the Sharks, for example, and I imagine he'll go back after this weekend and play for them a couple of times for the end-of-year tour, he needs to start making some big opportunities count. Akubus Ranach, for example, I think every time he goes out at the moment, as a 35-year-old, he has to keep reminding the Bok management that he is still at this level. And I think he has with some of his performances so far this year. But when you get to that age, you've got to keep reminding them because there's other players who already take that jersey. And this is the interesting thing. You've got a Kanan Moody. Now, he's fighting neck and neck now with JC Creel for that jersey. JC Creel is not a player who's going to be too old in the next World Cup. But he now needs to show that he can still boss the number 13 channel and that he is, as good, if not a better option than a Kanan Moody for certain games. And it's a really exciting position to be in. The fact that you've got older players who for years, no one has really challenged them. I think Jesse Creel, for example, got benched for the Kanya. He had to really work on himself and he came through and nobody could touch him in the 2023 World Cup. Now he's being challenged once again, but this time by Kanan Moody. So, he's a player that's been challenged before and he's had to sometimes be dropped down, come back. But all of a sudden, we are seeing players challenge our older guard and challenge our really legendary players for their positions. We're seeing that with Ruan Nokia. He's come in and said to Frank Moster and Lut Yoga, I'm here, and I'm a genuine option. In fact, maybe I'm the best option. We're seeing a Sash Famigomazulu come in and say, unlucky Libok, unlucky Andre, I'm in the mix now, and I can play here, and I'm going to do a job here. Ethan Hooker, I think, has done that at 11 as well. He's now sort of sent a bit of a warning to a Kurtley Orenser, to a Maxwell Pimpi, somebody else who might be sort of considering it, that he's here and he's not going anywhere. So it's a really cool situation to be in because it speaks to the depth that we have. The fact that we are talking about double World Cup winners here, British and Irish Lions Series winners, being pushed and having their jerseys almost, dragged away from them. And we always talk about the fact that there is no A or B side. But at the end of the day, come the next World Cup, we can only take 33 players, I think it is. Could even be 32. And which of the players are going to be in that mix? Which of the players are going to make that trip? Which of the players right now, because I'm pretty sure you probably find the Bok management will kind of have a bit of a skeleton squad. And we're going to be doing that, especially after the Rugby Championship. We're going to review kind of our World Cup squad barometer and sort of see who's kind of in the mix, assuming everyone's fit. And I think there's certain players based past the Rugby Championship who have put their names firmly in that selection hat. The likes of a Sash Famigomazulu has shown that I think he's going to be ready for the next World Cup. I think Mani Liebach is a player who maybe post the Australia game, or according to some people, maybe wasn't quite, might have been in kind of almost like the orange, or maybe, pencil, the question mark. The last couple of games he's had has put them right back in there saying, actually, hang on, this is players here to stay. And I think that a lot of these players, even the injured players, they're not necessarily going to be worried in terms of, like, Curtly Arnston's not sitting at home thinking he's not going to play for the Boks again. But he's now watching Ethan Hooker take that opportunity and put in those performances. And that means that it's a warning that if he comes back, he has to hit his best straps. Because if he's not performing and if he has a lull, there's players who's ready to take the jersey. And I think it's that competition for jersey, that pride in trying to keep your jersey and get and fight for every single test appearance you get. That's going to bring out the best in players. Going into some of the comments, K3A, one of our loyal members says, how's it something I've been thinking about recently? Do we have the depth in SA Rugby to have two completely separate squads? One for the Rugby Championship and one for hypothetical Seven Nations? If not, where are we lacking? Well, the problem is, from a Six Nations point of view, is will we play availability, I suppose, to a certain degree? In theory, there's a Southern Hemisphere and a Northern Hemisphere window. So, in terms of when players are allowed to be released, that's kind of governed by World Rugby. And in theory, if you're South African qualified, you fall into the Southern Hemisphere test windows, which means you wouldn't actually get released if you're playing for a Premiership club, for example. If you're playing for a top 14 club, if you're playing for any club really, they wouldn't be forced to release you during the Seven Nations if you were to play as Seven Nations. So that's a logistical issue you'd have. Same thing with Japan, for example. In terms of having the depth available, I mean, you could. Obviously, you could put together two squads. Whether we'd be able to compete on both fronts, probably not. I think you'd probably have to choose a strongest inverted commas squad. But if you think that right now we've got a 33-man squad and you've got Amali Ibar, Kasash Famagama, and Andre Pollard, if you are creating a different squad, and maybe even if you release one of them, who's the backup? Now you're going Jordan Hendrickson, a decent player, but maybe not playing the best rugby of his career so far. And I think in certain positions, you certainly can. If you go look at our wing stocks, for example, and you say, right, we need 3 wings in the main squad, or 4 wings in the main squad, and you've got Kurt Lawrence, Cheslin Colby, Edel van der Merwe, and a Ethan Hooker, for the sake of it. You still then got a Makazoma Pimpy, for example. Let's say, I think 3 wings is probably enough, to be honest, but so you can go Kirtley, Cheslin, Edville. Let's just go with those 3, for example. Then in the second squad, you could have a Mapimpi, an Ethan Hooker, and who can we look at? Who are some of the wings that are already on form? You could take a Caden, for example, if you don't look at outside centre. So I think that we could formulate a reasonable squad. Maybe, I don't think it would necessarily come last in the Six Nations. I don't think we necessarily compete. I think, for example, positions like outside centre would be a problem for us. We've kind of got Jesse Creel and Kanan Moody, but if Likanyam gets back to fit, as Henko and Bake stays fit, then you might have those sort of options. So I think at certain positions you're right, other positions you might struggle. If we had everybody fit, if you waved a magic wand and everybody was fit, which is almost impossible to do, it's then you're probably okay. I mean, you look at lock stocks, for example, Jean-Claude, Archer, Eben, Franco, Ruan Okia, Sal Murad, Kurbis Visa. I'm missing somebody as well. But I mean, that's 7 locks, and that's not even looking at a Ruben van Heerden or, the likes of that. So you could probably find enough locks in a squad. If you look at scrum halves, we've got scrum halves. I mean, Jaden Hendrick's not even part of the squad, for example. He's a World Cup winner. Grant Hirsch-Yankees went to France. He's a World Cup winner, not even involved in the squad for the last how many years. You still got a Nico Stain, for example, who's on the fringes. You got a Harsh and P coming through. So scrum halves, happy days. But I think there's certain positions where you might struggle with that regard. Opening is Harold Foster still there for the Bulls. Now Jan Surfertain is back, as far as I understand he is. Carlos says, I was hoping Fife would replace Kurbis for this game to give him some time to prove himself too. Albert says, I predict Jan Hendricks Essels will become our most valuable forward by 2027. As Double Up says, Vitsukak last played a game on the 19th of July versus Georgia and will not play again until November at this stage, despite having been fit for pretty much all those games. Albert says, as much as I like Jesse, it doesn't seem like he has the X factor that Moody does. And he says, unfair on Creel, unlike some of the older players, he still played really good until recently. And I think that's the really good part, is the fact that we've got players who haven't played badly, but there's other players who are playing better. And you look at, for example, a Stuart McCloskey for Ireland. Really, really good centre, would make most international squads. But he's now competing with Bandiaki, Gary Ringrose, Robbie Henshaw, and the embarrassment of riches at centre for Ireland. Whereas I think if you look at Ireland post Johnny Sexton, their number 10s are a problem. I think Sam Prendergast's talented, but I don't think he's quite the finished product. Jack Crowley had a really nice first season, but there's just, not quite something there. You look at the Byrne brothers. So some positions are really hotly contested. In other positions, I think there's just not as much depth. AJS says Kirtley Arendse has the 11 jersey locked in. Albert says Kirtley is in trouble because Hooker gives Rusty something different, especially in wet weather. Campo says, will we see Ed van der Merwe in the team again, or will he only be called up because of injuries? I'm really hoping he'll travel at the end of the year. He's such a good player. I mean, he played that first game for the Sharks and just continued to show. So it's an embarrassment of riches, really, from a wing point of view. I would have him in London right now ahead of Maxwell Mapimpi. Personally, I think it would make more sense. I think he's in better form. I think he's a better age profile, and that's what I would have. And I think we'll see that at the end of the year. I hope we'll see that at the end of the year because he's a phenomenal player. AJS said, I would never take Kirtley out of a match day 15. Even if Hooker wins man of the match against Argentina, Arendse can always break open a game, very solid to the high ball and on defense. And then saying, are you relieved we don't have to play against DuPont in November? No, I'm disappointed, actually. I'm quite bleak we're not playing against him. Because, we talk about all the tribalism and all these big conversations and the big debates, and we're talking about best player in the world and the likes of that. I want to play against DuPont, and I want to beat them. That's what you want to do, when you have these big debates, because, that whole French game, lots of people sit there saying, oh, but the referee was this, and he was coming back injured. You want to be able to play against the best in the world and see where they can do it against you. Anton DuPont's barely played against the Springboks. If he's played 3 games, I'd be surprised. Against the Boks, and I want to see him do what he does against other teams to the Boks, and I'm not going to sit there and say he's not the best player in the world. I think he's incredibly talented. I think he's probably one of the most complete players that's ever played the game. But at the same time, I want to see him play against the Boks and do those things. I always say the best players do it against the best teams, and he's done it time and time again against some of the best teams in the world. But I want to see him do it against the Boks. I really want to see him do it against a team right now who's playing really, really good rugby, and that we're not going to get to see that is sad. It's sad, So the last time, he played them in 2023, I think it was 2022, when we lost to France 12-11. In the Autumn Nation Series. That was obviously was that 2022, ahead of the World Cup, the year before the World Cup, and then obviously lost against South Africa before that. Has he played? I don't think when was the last time he played France? Back in 2018-19, and I don't think he was playing. So he's played us twice. There we go. South Africa lost. He came on as a sub for 13 minutes back in 2018. And I think that should probably be it. I feel like we haven't played France a lot in ages. So he's played 2 matches against. There we go. South Africa lost 24 minutes back in 2017. So he's played against South Africa and he's only beaten the Boks once. Four out of. So he's got 25% win rate. So again, I'd love to see him play against us and change that and go and put in a man of the match performance against currently the best team in the world. So I'm sad we're not playing against them. I always want to play against the best teams. If it's a World Cup, you sit there going, oh, I'm sad, but you're thinking this is a big opportunity for us. In November, I think it's a big grudge match. We're going over there to prove that we are better than France. That it wasn't a fluke World Cup victory. And if you go and beat France in France at the same place where you knocked them out, it's a massive statement. So I'd really, really like us to go and do that. And I would very sad he's not playing. Tokolosh asking, why was Morne van den Berg not selected? It's a very good question. I would have liked to have seen him. I can't give you an answer. Obviously, Kubas Ryan with the Sasha comments is what they're going with. But before we go to more comments, people, we are doing a 1 member per day push. And if we do that, we get to over 300 members by the end of the year. We got our member yesterday. So there must be someone currently watching, and the 100 people watching. There's a lot of you guys that aren't members. There must be our 1 new member for the day. And if you would like to become a member, please go and click the link in the pinned comment. It's a very small nominal amount. It's less than a can of Coke at a restaurant. It is that small, but it makes a huge difference for us. So if you are Because I'd like to become a member, you get a very cool little animation that goes on the screen with your name on it and the whole thing. Please do go and get a link and join the members club. And if you'd like to feature in the Master's Coach's Corner over here, go and drop a hot take and with a super chat, and you can go into that box over there. Mike says Edward 13. I think that's a good idea. So Albert saying I want to see what Sasha FM can do against France end of year tour. Yeah, I think that's going to be quite a cool thing. Double Up says, can you think on a squad versus Japan? Off the top of my head, who I'd like to see against Japan? Well, let's say we want to try and rest the bulk of our players for that France game. So, number 1, Jan-Hendrik Wessels. Number 2, or Bone Fenter. Let's go Bone Fenter, number 1. Number 2, Marnus van der Merwe. Number 3, let's go... Let's go Volkolo, number 3. And he can be on the bench the week after. Number 4, 5, I would go with Arches Neyman and Ruan Nokia or Leo Diaga, either way, depending on their fit. 6, 7, 8, I would go Marco Verstappen. I would go Paddy Pierce the toy, because I think he's a player that enjoys playing rugby and he won't play anything from now until the end. He actually hasn't played that much rugby this year, as much as people keep saying he needs a rest. And 8th man, I would go with... Jasper Wiese actually hasn't played that much, so I'll start with Jasper Wiese. 9, I would go Morne van den Berg. 10, I would go Marnie Liebach. 11, I would probably go, if he's fit, I'd go Kurt Lawrence. 14, I'd go Edward van der Merwe. My centre pairing would be Damien Willemse and Kaden Moody. And my 15 would be Fussy. That's probably off the top of my head what I can just think of in terms of a bit of rotation. That's kind of what I'd like to see off the bench. A Jan-Hendrik Wessels, maybe a Netley Bashir, a Gerard Steenekamp. That's a nice one that can come back and at loose head. You can have a Franco Mostert on the bench. You could have a Quacker Smith continues to always play, so you could have him on the bench, or a Marco van Staden coming in. You could have a Faf de Klerk as an impact player, or you could start him, have Morney on the bench. You could have Andre Pollard to give him a run ahead of the France game. You can go a 6-2 split because you got Sasha, you got David Williams playing there, so you could go with Andre Esterhazen. That's kind of probably the sort of the way I'd like to see it. Kenneth says, it hurts me to say, but I don't know if Jesse has the wheels required for the style we seem to move to. Look, Jesse's rapid, eh? Jesse is rapid. Don't maybe always see it, but I remember that try he scored against Wales 2 years ago, 2023, before the World Cup. That man is proper quick. So I think he'd be okay. I think it's just the way he plays, for example. I think if you give him a space. Mike Laos, how does become a member work? So basically, it's a small monthly amount. You get some perks, for example. You get a whole bunch of new emojis. You get a little badge next to your name, which changes depending on how long you've been a member. Some of the training stuff that we do a bit of exclusive content. Some of the content we do is members first, for example, so you get to see it. And then 2 weeks later, for example, we then open up for public, so you get access to a whole bunch of different perks within the members club as well. We are also looking at doing a members club only prediction leagues, for example, with exclusive prizes. We also get box tickets away to members as well, and we're going to be doing that next year as well. So box tickets, potential giveaways exclusive to our members club. So those are some of the perks, to name a few. Antti says Ulrich Lowe next 8. AJ says France is the only team as a Bok fan, and I'm nervous to play. Kids Kills. I doubt any player will retire from international rugby only while they're still playing club rugby, like we see cricket, for example. We do see it. Not maybe as common, but we do see it sometimes. We often see it. Obviously, a lot of the All Black players do that because as soon as they leave, they kind of then become ineligible, and a lot of players do that. They kind of make the decision to go abroad and hang their boots up. Sometimes we do then see them come back, for example. So I get your point. It's not like cricket, for example, which is so franchise driven. Even football, in fairness, a lot of players do hang up their international career boots and just sort of focus on club. Not quite the same in rugby. I do think we might see it more in rugby, to be honest. I think you might see players go and say, well, you know what, I can go earn big money in the Japan second league, and I'm going to go do that or I can go join a franchise or a Prem team, for example. I might not start. I might not get as much game time as I want, but at the end of the day, they still offer me more money than what I'm earning, and I'm happy to go and be a bit part player, earn a big packet, and sort of set up my family over there. And if that means I don't play for the Boks, that means I don't play for the Boks. So there is far more isolated circumstances than there is cricket, where a lot of people do. Heinrich Klaassen, for example, Quinton de Kock coming back. So I get your point. It's a very good point, actually. But I do think there are still some people who might do that. Also, I think it's a certain amount of even the idea of sort of putting family first, you know. So if you play for Alliance, for example, you're going to go away for more than a week, 6 or 7 weeks in a calendar year, for example. You know, so you're going to go on this tour now for 3 weeks, and you're going to have Select Champions Cup, and you might be away for maybe 9 to 10 weeks in total over the year. And that's one of the big reasons that Jacques spoke about the fact that he didn't want to come back to international rugby. Because if you play for the Boks, you are in camp, which is not necessarily where you live, by the way. You are in camp, I think it's 17, 18 weeks of a year. I mean, they've been in camp almost consecutively since the end of June. So that's the entire July, the entire August, the entire September, and the entire November. That's basically 4 months that you could be away from home if you play international rugby. So, for example, you look at a Vincent Koch, who's got a family and a young family. He might sit there, and his family, I imagine, is based in Durban. He might sit there and say, I've been away from my family for 3 months so far this year, and I've played less than 80 minutes of rugby. Is that worth it? And for some people it is, and some people they say it's great, but some people say, you know what, I'm happy with what I've done. I've done everything I can in my career. I actually want to be there with my children. I want to grow up. I want to see them grow up. I want to be at home. And that's the decision they make. That's often a decision a lot of these players do make, is the fact that they basically step back and say, I want to be with my family. And that's what I kind of want to focus on. Albert says, the problem with France is they have the forward pack to match us. Double Up says, 7, Vincent Tuka. Oh, yeah, no, he's talk dirty. Speak my language. Yeah, get my boy Vincent in. I really hope that he does go at the end of your tour. Torlish says, hey, Steve, what is your obsession with Marnus? I just think he's such a good all-round player. I mean, I think that he is... I mean, I just watched his games for the Scarlets, and I just think that hooker is a position that we have struggled with in 2023, with the injury to Malcolm Marx, then the injury to Bongi Manambi. And I think that we haven't really had a specialist hooker. We've kind of made do with Dion Ferreira, made do with Mark Van Staden. Even a Jan Hendrik Vessels is more of an out-and-out hooker than the others. But he's also inverted commas as a new hybrid player. And I look at Marnus van der Merwe, packs a decent punch, you know, over 100 kgs, 28 years of age. He'll be 30 years at the next World Cup. I think he's pretty solid from his line-out work, for example, and he's a phenomenal jackler. I think he was in the top 10 most turnovers across all club leagues in this last season. So I think we get that Malcolm Marx alternative as a fetcher, and we saw it in that the Wellington game. He had a very important turnover. So I just like to see more of him, to see if he can produce what I've seen at club level and international level. So, because I just think that right now, you know, I look at Bongi Manambi's form, I look at Marnus van der Merwe, and I'd like to see him get that opportunity to stake a claim. Because if Malcolm Marx goes down, I don't want to go into a World Cup where Jan Hendrik Vessels, you know, has played half his games at hooker, I mean, at prop, and he's our number one hooker. Mark Van Staden's on the bench, or Marnus van der Merwe is playing his 5th game. I'd like to see us really bring in 2 new hookers and give them those opportunities and build that genuine depth at hooker. And I just think that he's a great player and should be part of that. Mikey Larry says, what is the All Blacks doing wrong? I feel Razor's trying to win every match, not devote younger talent is like playing part every single game. I do think there should have been more rotation with that All Black side. I do think that there's not been enough experimentation or bringing in some new players. They are lacking experience. And I think they are lacking leadership in that team. I think that I think he's got the captaincy wrong. I think it should be Artie Savia. I think he's a heart and sleeve type player, an inspirational type player. And I think he should be the leading. I think that they miss having enough experience at scrum half. I think that Burden Brad's a phenomenal player. I'm not sure he suits what Razor wants to try and do at flower half. And I think that there are some big selection calls. I think at the end of the day, I think their front row has got talent, but I just don't think it's really good enough. I've said it for a while. And they just started to get better last year, and everybody told me that, you know, that All Black front row is brilliant and you know, like they can match the Bok front row. And I said I wasn't convinced. They probably had the worst scrum this year so far. This year, where we literally put the ball they had the ball put under their feet, and within half a second it was under Quacker Smith's feet. So I think that their front row is not good enough, and I think that that's not being paid enough attention to. Even the tight 5 itself, they're really missing a Birdie Retallick. They're really missing a Sam Whitelock. I think they are missing a Sam Kane. I think they are missing Aaron Smith. I think they just need a bit more experience and a bit more. Not even continuity, because that's the problem. There's almost been too much continuity, but I think they miss having a new squad with enough fresh players. I mean, I think Ruben Ludd's a phenomenal player. We've barely seen him. And I think that Cam Roygaard's a great player, but I do think they're missing a lot of experience at scrum half. And I think that's the big thing. They're missing experience in key positions. And I just don't think he even begins to know what his top team is and what his different types of teams are. Who's his best center combination? I think that's also a big problem. He doesn't understand what's his best loose trio, what's his best lock pairing. And it's not even about, who's our best pairing, but what are my best combinations? If I play a Geordie Barrett at 12, who's the best 13? If Geordie Barrett's not going to play at 12, who should be playing at 13? Or if I want my 13 to be this player, who's a better 12 for them? If I'm going to play this 9-10 combination, what do my centers have to look like? Because I think that's where the Springboks are. I think if they're going, we're going to play a Sasha at 10 or Kobus Reinach at 9, we can then go with a Damon Delende 12-13, for example. You've got Moe Liebach at 10. He's a distributor. So you then want to make sure that your 12, 13s, and even your 4 are really attacking nature players that can get into space and can read and can anticipate where Marty wants to go, because he's that kind of player. That's why I think Andre Esthuizen really suits a Moe Liebach, because I think he understands a bit more kind of what Marty wants and long pass and holding out wide, whereas Damien Bedelende prefers to be closer to the action, closer to the ball. And again, some combinations. Who's the good lock combination? Who's a good number 5 and number 2 combination? Also something that people don't think about. Hooker and your number 5. Your number 5 ran the line out. So you want to make sure that your number 5 is in track with your hooker. So even those are combinations. Rugby for me is all about combinations. Your 1-3 combination, your 4-5, your loose trio, your 9-10s, 12-13s, your back 3 as a combination. Those are all the different combinations you see. As I said, your 2 and your 5 from a line-out point of view. You talk about combinations like defensively, your generals on defense. Frans Maheu was a big communicator on defense. Wayne Vermeulen was a big communicator on defense. Your outside center is a very important player with regards to how the defensive structures of your backline works. And you've got to make sure you've got the right boxes being ticked, because that's the problem. You've got this big shopping list almost, or tick box checklist of things you need in a rugby team. And it's not just 1 to 15. I need a loose head prop. I need a hooker. I need because they've all got roles. And I think what the Boks have done so intelligently is they go and draw up a list of everything they need. Goal kicker, X-factor wing with finishing, jackler, player who can get over the advantage line, line-out threat, high ball threat, those type of things. And they basically go through and say, right, these are all the different things we need. Now, where do we fill them? So if we pick Ox, that gives us our proper scrummager. Whereas if we pick a Yannick Vessels, we maybe lose the scrummager, but we've got a really big, we've got a really good ball carrier and a really quick player around the park. Okay, cool. So what does that tick? If you pick a Manus van der Merwe versus Bongi Manambi, or Manus van der Merwe, you get the jackal option. Bongi Manambi probably a bit more physical, and they kind of look at it as, how can we tick all the boxes we need within our team to be able to implement our game plan? So if we pick Andre Pollard, we now got goal kicking ticked, for example. You've got a good defender at 10 ticked, and you've got a potential ball carrier. But you need a distributor. So then they say, right, so because we've got him, we now have to pick a Willie Leroux, for example, because he's a good distributor, or even Damien Willemse. And I think that's maybe where the All Blacks are falling a bit short, is I think that there are certain departments or roles that aren't being filled with some of the selections. And I think that is potentially an aspect that Razor needs to look at, is understanding what are they missing, not in terms of who they're missing, what are they missing? Are they missing a brute force number 4 enforcer like Brodie Retallick was when he won the World Player of the Year? Okay, so we're missing an enforcer. Are there any number 4 locks, for example, that can do that role? Or else do we need to find a number 8 that can do that role? I think Wallace Titi is a phenomenal player, but I think, they've gone Tupa Vai in the number 6 series to try and add physicality. Is he the right player? Or other players out there? Simon Parker's come through, and I think he looks pretty promising. But I do think that that's something that I think the All Blacks are sometimes are missing a little bit, is they don't tick all the different departments all the time. And unfortunately, then you can find chinks in the armor, because you're only as strong as your weakest point. And if your weakest point is exploitable, then teams will exploit that. K3A says the Bulls players with the Boks are joining the Bulls in Europe and then staying in Europe until November test. That's a long shift. I think some of them will come back. Ruan Nokia, I don't expect to see him play for the Bulls. I think he'll come back. Stephen Ford says, agree long-term, Albert, he should be the next number 7, but until PSF the toy retires, where does he slot into a full-strength team? 5-3 split, only leave space for Archie and Kwaka. 6-2 box, usually take and lock. Double Up says, my squad versus Japan is 1 Jan Vessels, 2 Miles van der Merwe, 3 Volko Low, 4 Kobus Visa, 5 Arceus Neyman, 6 Marco van Staden, 7 Vincent Tuka, Ulrich Low, number 8. Unfortunately, will only be back next year. Then going Morne Vandenberg, Mani Bach on the 9-10, Mapimpi, Edville, Hendricks, Jordan Hendricks at 15 is an interesting shout, and then Ethan Hooker and Jessica as centre combination. Not a terrible. Heath Curry says, would you agree the following Boks have fallen into the fringe category? Bongi, Mapimpi, Koch, Mostert, Luert, Faf, Villy. Yeah, definitely. I think Luert's the only one who's probably maybe not as much in that category. I think that they still view him as a proper option. But I think Bongi's in the fringes. I think Mapimpi's in the fringes. Koch's in the fringes. Mostert. I'm surprised Moster's in the fringes because I thought the last game he played against Australia, he played really well. He sorted out the breakdown issue. He got around the park. He made a lot of tackles. So I'm almost surprised that we went from there to just not see him again. I would be interested to see if we had seen him this weekend, if he hadn't stayed behind with the family bereavement. But yeah, I think you pretty much bang on over there in terms of the lads who just seem to kind of almost be falling into the fringes, falling into kind of the peripheries. Mike Larry says, who takes the number 6 and 7 jersey post-World Cup, looking at our players we have right now? Cameron Honeycomb, Vincent Tuka, Jasper Visa. That would be my post-World Cup back 3. Right now, as it stands. That would be my both. Ruan Fenter as well. Get Ruan Fenter involved. I think Ruan Fenter and Vincent Tuka are going to compete for that jersey. Ruan Fenter's just barbaric, isn't he, with the way he plays. Vincent Tuka's probably a better soft skills type of player. Ruan Fenter's got so much power. He's a phenomenal player, and I think that Ulrich Low will contest for them. I think Ulrich Low is looking really good off the bench. I think he's really enjoying that bomb squad role he had last year. Be interested to see what his role will be when he is back. Kieran says, who can beat the Boks at the World Cup? In my opinion, only France or Australia since they are at home. We don't know what the All Blacks could look like come the next World Cup. AJS says, you're forgetting about Cameron Honeycomb and Batabile Hlakani. Yeah, talking about the fact that Steven spoke about Ulrich, Vincent, Ben Jason Dixon, Khaleesi, Kwaka Age for start isn't world class. Yeah, I think Cameron Honeycomb for me should be a 6 project. I think he's got everything he needs to play in the number 6 jersey. He's a good jackler over the ball. He's got the engine. He's got the work rate. He can play at 8 or 6, and I think 6 is kind of more where we need more players to come through and do a role. Rudy says, I don't think Franco is a bench player. He's a workhorse more than an impact player, and at the moment, Rowan is filling that niche for us, just not for him at the moment, sadly. Yeah, but to be fair, again, you know, Ronald Kidd gets injured, all of a sudden you draft Franco Mossa and happy days. So it's a good situation to be in. It's a nice situation to be in, and we're very lucky to have the kind of depth that we are speaking about. People, before we wrap up, anybody going to become our 1 member for the day? You can obviously do it afterwards and retrospectively. So if you are watching retrospectively, please do consider becoming our member for the day. Look, I mean, ideally, you can get 2 or 3 members and give us a bit of a buffer. Otherwise, we're going to have to try, at this stage, we're going to have to try and catch up a few on Saturday, which hopefully, and sometimes we do. But if you would like to, please do consider becoming a member. We will keep track of that and see if we can keep getting our 1 member per day for the rest of the year. Maybe we'll have a bit of a countdown and look at the days we haven't and how many days behind we are when it comes to our members. But please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live back tomorrow morning. Hoppers 9. See you there. Keep safe, keep well. And let me know what you think of the players who are on the fringes. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has officially named his team to take on Argentina in the final Rugby Championship clash of the tournament, and hopefully the clash that will see the Springboks crowned Rugby Championship winners for the 2nd year in a running. And the good news is it is consistency. We have only seen a couple of changes to the starting lineup and a small tweak to the bench, and the big thing is, for a change, it's actually injury returns, really, and big boost for the side. What we are starting to see is really the next generation and really an idea of what this team is going to look like moving forward, because players are getting backed continuously now. And I think players who have put their hands up and putting in big performances are keeping their spots. We're not seeing the rotation for the sake of rotation, for example. Yes, for example, somebody like a Bongi Manambi onto the bench this weekend, getting an opportunity, but players are being backed. And it's a huge difference to what we're seeing in selection in the last month, basically, to what we saw in the first month. I think that's very important because we are seeing progression. You know, the first 4 games, you had games against Italy, you had games against Georgia, even games against the Wallabies, where you kind of thought, well, we're trying to sort of rotate it around and kind of see what's happening. Then we threw the dice a little bit for the second test against the All Blacks. And from that result, because it was so good, we've then basically backed what has more or less been the same sort of 23 moving forward, because they keep producing the goods. And this weekend is absolutely no exception. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is what we're looking like this weekend. In the front row, Oxenchair is fit and returns and will start in the number 1 jersey. He'll be next to Malcolm Marx, and whilst there were a couple of injury queries and question marks around the fitness of Thomas du Toit, he is evidently fit and ready to go in the tight-head jersey. And I think that our scrums will be probably a bit more dominant. I don't think they were terrible over the weekend. I think we got a couple of scrum penalties, but maybe not quite the sort of dominance we thought we would get and we wanted to get. But Oxenchair will bring that, you know, and that's no criticism to Bo and Fenter. At the end of the day, Oxenchair is arguably the best scrummaging loosehead in the world. So having him back is always going to be a huge boost. Even Etzebeth Ruanok here in the second row. It's quite a combination to have your most capped Springbok of all time, and then probably the most exciting younger player in terms of consistency throughout the season we've had in a Ruanok here, who could be one of the most underrated players in World Rugby, is one of the comments we had on our live show today. And I tend to agree. He's just been so consistent. But obviously, being a number 5 lock never really gets the appreciation that maybe he deserves. It's an unchanged back row, and there's just so much experience, power, you know, and the likes of that in Sirklisi, Peter Steph du Toit, Jasper Wiese. I mean, Peter Steph du Toit is an all-timer again last week, always makes meters, deceptively fast, such a hard worker. Jasper Wiese, the physicality he's on display is mental, and he just loves that part of it. You know, you can just see he walks on. And, you know, like they used to call Bongi a top dog. He's kind of got that top dog mentality of, I'm the most physical player on the pitch. I'm going to run over you. I'm going to impose myself and be pretty much unstoppable. That's the kind of attitude Jasper Wiese has. And he's been such a big addition to this pack in the last two tests. He's made a huge impact. And I think what's gone under the radar are his soft skills. Yes, he runs over players. Yes, he's physical. But you know, he's also got really good soft skills, and his awareness and his positioning, for example, has come a long way. His ability under the high ball has come a long way. He's becoming an all-round, absolute world-class number 8. We talk about combinations. Well, there he is. Kobus Reinach, Sasha Fine Zulu, very much becoming a combination for the Boks, and even Grant Williams being fit, but only being included on the bench. To partner Mari Liebach, again, we talk about combinations. I think this Reinach Sasha one's a good one. And I think Stormers fans, get you ready for, because that's going to be your 9-10 combination come the rest of the URC after November. So I think it's 2 players that they're really starting to understand each other and starting to produce the magic, as is a centre pairing of Damien Delende and Kanan Moody, who are now playing, I think, their 3rd or 4th test together as a combination. Also something that they're going to continue getting better, and also important that we build depth within combinations. It's not just about playing Sasha 20-30 games, making sure he's played 10 games with the Kobus Reinach, 10 games with the Faf de Klerk, games with Moy van den Berg, and you start to understand how these different players play. Because that's where the experience comes in. It's that ability to understand how the players next to them are going to respond and be able to then get the best out of them as well as the best out of you. In terms of the back 3, Ethan Hooker, Cheslin Colby and Damian Willemse are all fit and ready to go after a couple of injury scares amongst them. Damian Willemse, you know, we assumed he was all right when they didn't call in a fullback, given the fact that he's the only real out-and-out fullback in the squad. Yes, Sasha can go there like we saw last week, but that's not his preferred position, and very much is Damian Willemse's jersey at the moment while Fassi is injured. And when he comes back, that's going to be a bit of a dogfight really for that number 15 jersey. So the only change to the entire 23 is Oxenchair into it. So that in itself, again, it's an injury boost. So we've only gotten better. Then off the bench, Bongi Manami gets an opportunity. Again, I feel for Marnus van der Merwe. I find it weird he hasn't got those chances. But obviously the coaching staff knows something that we don't. Big opportunities for Bongi. It's I wouldn't say it's now or never, but we're seeing with somebody like a Sasha being backed and Andre not getting many games, even a Jesse Creel not getting games and Kanan being backed. If Bongi Manambi does not pitch up this weekend, if he does not put in a really big showing, I think he does start to slip down in the order. And the likes of Jan Hendrik Wessels as an option, and Marnus van der Merwe as an option, become far more of a real thing. Whereas if Bongi Manambi comes off the bench and puts in a really big impact, then you can say, no, actually, we still got him. And that's what he needs to do. He needs to remind everybody what he's all about. And I think he's the type of character that will try and do exactly that. Jan Vessel's in at the reserve. Lou said, it's amazing how come rain, snow, sunshine, wet, Jan Vessels has become one of the actual most constant players in the match day 23, whether that's hooker, prop, starting, bench, he's become indispensable. And I think especially off the bench, he's becoming such an important impact player for the Boks, as is Wilco Low, in terms of coming off the bench and being able to absolutely decimate scrums towards the end of the game. And then the OG bomb squad impact players of Arches Name and Kwaka Smith continue to make their impact off the bench. It might not be a 6-2, it might not be a 7-1, but I'll tell you what, the bomb squad mentality is still very much in there. And I think we're starting to find a 5-3 split that can have similar sorts of impact. And the way we finished games in the last two tests very much are testament to that. Grant Williams back from injury starts starts on the bench, but gets an opportunity back in the side. Maniba continuing to be back because he has been so good off the bench. Jesse Creel comes in. I'll be interested to see if that's maybe because he can also potentially cover a wing as an option, given the fact that, or at least he can cover an outside centre, for example, given that we've got inside centre options at a Sasha, for example, or a Damien Willemse. But Andre Esthuizen covers most positions but doesn't really cover wing, and maybe that might be a thinking there, given the fact that there were potential niggles to Cheslin Colby, Ethan Hooker, Damien Willemse, and the likes of that. It's a very good 23 at the end of the day. It is arguably a stronger 23 to last week. Some people might flip a coin on Andre Esthuizen or Jesse Creel. Andre Esthuizen in really good form, but Jesse Creel, we know what he can bring. And then you bring Grant Williams into the side, you bring Oxenchair into the side, and it's a really scary prospect if you're Argentina, who have lost some key players like Thomas Albanose, like Gonzalo Garcia, and that'll be big impact for them. What do you think of the side? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has named his side, ladies and gentlemen, and I tell you what, get ready for the show. Get ready for the show. That is my biggest reaction to this side, because goodness me, is it a proper side. And I tell you what, I don't think we can get much stronger, to be honest. I genuinely think in the squad we currently have, the way we want to play, all the various different things coming into it, I don't think we really get stronger than what I'm looking at in front of me, because we've actually brought better players back in to a team that already put 60 points on Argentina. And it is looking like good conditions at Twickenham as well, which means that hopefully we're in for some really good running rugby on Saturday. Right, people? You're now looking at the team. And I want you to know very simply, are you happy with this side? Are you happy with this Springbok team? What are we saying? Simple yes or no, people. Simple yes and no. And in a little bit, we're going to have a look at the team we picked this morning and how close we were. I think we're pretty much missing... I think we're actually bang on. I think we are actually bang on to what we might have actually got a full 15 points, well, 32 points. So we'll look at that very shortly. Like, people, get in the comments, drop it. What are we saying? What are we saying? You know, 93% people saying they are happy, 7% people saying that they are not happy. And we're going to go through what Rassie had to say, for example, and what some of the thinking is for some of these selections, and give you a bit of insight into exactly what the kind of the chat is, really. And I'm very interested to see what everybody has to say about the side as well, because I think that if you don't like the team, for example, I'm very interested to see where you can find potential issues, because I just think it's a phenomenal team. Let's go have a look at exactly what he had to say, though, shall we? And kind of get an idea of where Rassie Erasmus's mind is at. And let's go to some of the comments, shall we? He said as follows. He said, this match is a final for us, and we know how dangerous Argentina can be. So we selected combinations we feel will be best suited to this game. I mean, that's a really, really long-winded way of saying that this team is the best team we've got, I think. Yes, they've looked at Argentina, for example, and they've made those assessments, but at the end of the day, I think in the current squad, on form and combinations and the way we want to play, for example, I don't think we get any better. I truly, truly don't think we get any better, and it's proper. He said there are minimal personnel change, with the bulk of the team having done the job for us last week against Pumas in Durban and our other Castle Lager Rugby Championship matches. Ox and Grant could have played last week if we really needed them, but Bone and Mornay did really well, while Jesse was rotated in the last 2 matches and is raring to go. Funny enough, somebody actually spoke about... the fact that Jesse looked really upset in the stands, for example, like he really wanted to be on the side, and they're saying basically he was itching to go into it, and I think you're probably quite right, to be honest. I think every player who is not involved at the moment, especially in those kind of games, you want to be involved in these record. The last time he played, they lost, so there's definitely a lot of people, a lot of players who are desperate to go and get involved in what has been such a positive few games and want to be part of potentially historic type of scores. He said, but in terms of speaking about the rest, he says the same applies to Bongi, who last played against Australia and is excited for this opportunity. He spoke about the fact that their experience combined with the younger players in the team makes this an exciting squad, which is exactly what we need in a match that will essentially be the Rugby Championship decider. He said last week they were in the running to win the title, and they'll be determined to make up for that result regarding the Pumas. He said, so we're expecting them to throw everything at us on Saturday. He said they may be out of the title race, but they have beaten the All Blacks, Wallabies, and British and Irish Lions this season, and it will be a big target for them to defeat us as well. So it's going to be another hard grind. I think he's very right about that, in terms of the fact that they can't win the Rugby Championship, but their biggest scalp right now would be to beat the Boks. And I think that with the Rugby Championship not being accessible or winnable anymore, it doesn't get any bigger, I personally don't think, than beating the Boks. So it's definitely a lot of incentive for them. Without a doubt, there's a lot of incentive to try and win this weekend. But obviously, we've got more incentive than anybody because we want to go win the Rugby Championship. Before we start breaking down the team itself and looking at the combination, the likes of that, please do smash a like. We've got over 600 people watching, less than 50 likes. Those ratios don't work for me, people. We've got to pump them up. Let's go on a bit of a like train. Let's go on a subscribe train. We're on 96,412 subscribers as I speak about this now. Let's see. 96,436. Got a few since this morning. As we speak, let's go see if we can get up to, I don't know, 96,500 or something. Let's get those likes up. And also, we spoke this morning about the fact that we're now going to start a bit of a push. We want to try and get a new member every day, because that will take us to 300 members by the end of the year. So please, if you consider becoming a member, it is the pinned comment. We are trying to get one a day. We haven't had our one for today. So you could become that person. You get a very cool little animation when it comes up on the screen with your name on it. I mean, come on. I mean, take my money, quite literally. And then if you would like to feature in the Rusty's Coaches Corner over there, like Pan over the weekend, who's a big supporter of the channel, send a super chat. Get it in there. Get your hot takes. And people talking about Kobus Reinach, put your hot take in the comments and see what you got to say, because that's what we want to talk about. Let's go through some of the comments, shall we? Whilst you guys all, get ready and get ready to join members clubs and the likes of that. K3A, who's one of our members, says, inject that team straight into my veins. Inject it. Yeah, no, I agree. Ultimate says, basically the same team from last week. Heinrich says, already saw the team. Rusty going for consistency. Matthew earlier saying, breaking. Due to the number of prop injuries, Rusty has also run to come out of retirement. He's got the next best thing, really. Well, potentially the better thing. And that is Ox in shares. One of our other members earlier said, Anya says, I told you Bongi will be on the bench. Well, there we go. And did you get that locked into my picks? Because don't tell me. Go put into my picks. And then we can go and see if you did do it. Eric reckons second half moved to win Creel at 13. Kid Cynical said, I've missed my boy Bongi. Jean asking what my thoughts about Grant. I think he's exactly where he needs to be. I've always said, I think he's so good. He's so good at bringing impact off the bench that I think that this is... I think that's where he is. I really do. I think that is the best place for him. Josh says, I low-key think with Vilko coming from the bench, there's still a future for Mal Herbert to come back. Tommy says has to be the best time. Contender says Bongi is back, but no Pollard. Correct. Short says, I think we need Andre in the 23 jersey. Then we'll be the strongest team. Mike says Kubas Ranak was a little chatty with the ref last week. David said this team is tops. Very happy with this team. And Heinrich then saying maybe just Andre Estesen for Jesse. Rugby Championship winning team, says Lydia B. Christian says would have liked to see him Faf or Mornay. Yeah, I also wouldn't mind seeing him interviewing. But let's get into it, shall we? What are some other comments saying? K. Jules said chose Rassi as the coach this morning, so I get a bonus point for that being correct as well. Nice try. Yeah, we'll go and have a look at how many people got it right, to be honest. But let's go into the team, shall we? So the big change in the front row is obviously Oxenchair back for Bowen Fenter. I don't think Bowen Fenter played badly last week. I truly don't. I think he scrummed reasonably well. I think he could have got a bit more reward for scrums, really. But yeah, I think that was a big step in the right direction. I'm a big fan of him. But I think bringing back Oxenchair, you've now brought back arguably the best loose head in the world. And that is only going to be a big thing. In terms of scrum penalties, getting scrum penalties, this is the player you want to bring in. So we've gotten a bit better there in the front row. And I mean, this pack, if everybody was fit, if absolutely everybody was fit right now, the only change you might consider making is maybe a Frans Maherber in the number 3 jersey. Probably, for me. I don't think there's any other change, if everybody was fit right now, that you would make to this 8. I think that, and even then, we don't actually know what kind of form Frans Maherber is in. So I think this is pretty much our strongest pack we've ever had this year so far. And I think this is probably, if it was a World Cup final tomorrow, I think this pack would be very much close to what we would love to select. And I think that is the big thing. So TJ Hendricks says, geez, this bench. And he says, Rassi is messing around with some players. Paul and others could have played URC last week instead of hanging around Bok Camp knowing you are not playing. Yeah, I don't think it's that simple, in all honesty. I think it's a case, you can't just send players back for URC because they're not going to be involved, because you don't know they're going to be involved. There could be an injury tomorrow, for example. Yes, maybe we could have taken a smaller squad. Morning van den Berg playing for the Lions, for example. I mean, I tell you what, I would love to see, they might even do that. I would love to see him get released tomorrow and say to the Lions, well, would you want to use him? Would he be an option? And if so, then send him across to Italy and get him involved over there. But, I mean, I think Andre Pollard will probably, I'd be surprised if he plays much for the Bulls even after this, to be honest. TJ Hendricks says, 100k subs loading. We're getting there, people. We're getting there. But I can't get there by myself. I can't go and create 3,000 profiles. So I need you guys to drive the subs. So, as I said, share it with your nan. Share it with your grandfather. Share it with your neighbor. Share it with your dog. Share it with your enemies. I mean, come on, people. There's people out there with thousands of friends. Get them all to subscribe. Let's become the first South African rugby community to get to 100,000 subscribers. That is the chat. Eric says, just glad for Bull's sake, Rassi did not call up Stennekamp and Kurt Lawrence said they need game time in the URC. Vernon now saying, the only thing I would change is starting with Grant at 9, put Mornay on the bench, basically drop Kubas at 9. James Parker says, top team, let's hope we get the job done. Yeah, let's talk about the 9-10 combination. Now, I think that we're talking about the 9-10 as a combination very deliberately, or I am at least, because I think that we're seeing a very good relationship between Kubas Ranak and Sasha, and it makes me very depressed to think that is the Stormers combination. because they get to go from here to go and play for the Stormers in the same combination, which is mental for John Dobson and the likes. It's huge. So in terms of that, it's going to be really cool to see what they're going to do when they go back to the Stormers. I think that's probably why they're gone with in terms of a combination. Look, I think Kobus Ryan's been playing well. You know, I think that he's really. I mean, and I've been critiquing him the last couple of years, but I think that he's actually been really, really good. So I don't have an issue with him playing at all. And I'm a big Morne van den Berg fan, for example, and I think he is potentially the future. But right now, I think Kobus is playing some great rugby, and I think he's really partnering well with Sash, and I think they've got a combination there. And I really also don't mind Grant Williams on the bench. I think that's where he's best, in all honesty. I genuinely think that Grant Williams is best off the bench. I think he brings so much impact. I think he really ups the ante in the second half, and he really helps us put teams to the sword, much like Amari Leibach's been doing at the moment. So I don't mind that at all as well. So I don't mind that. I think moving forward, interesting to see if maybe a Morne starts with Grant coming off the bench. Saw Morne coming off the bench, played really well actually off the bench over the weekend. So he may have made a bit of a stake of a claim with regards to being an option off the bench if you want to go with a Grant Williams starting. Christian says, I'll take Steenekamp over Bowen. Daniel was saying, what a great set of forwards for Sash Famagomazulu to play behind. Could he break 40 points? He would have to score a few tries to do that. But you never know. You do never know. And then in terms of the rest of the backline, well, it's unchanged. And I suppose if it's not broken, why fix it, is as far as I'm concerned. And the thing is, it's not like you're not giving players a chance. It's not like, we're just... Because if you want to rotate, you're kind of almost giving the older players a chance these days. You'd be rotating to give a Makazole Mapimpi a chance. You'd be rotating to give if Jess Peel started, a Creel start. So this very much is a bit of a new age team as well. Yes, Damien Dale-Lendi is there, so you could argue Andre Esterhuizen plays. But to be honest, Andre Esterhuizen has been playing probably more games than any. I mean, he must have at least 7 caps so far this year. Because he's been such a constant in the number 23 jersey, in the number 12, moving around. So if we look over here, so far, he has been involved, and from a Springbok point of view, Barbarians, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, Argentina. So 6 games so far. So what's he missed? He's missed 1 Italy test, missed the Georgia test, and he missed the other Argentina games. Yes, he's only had 2 starts, but I think that's quite significant in the fact that he has been playing a lot off the bench to really good effect. And even if you look at his minutes, for example, he played 2 full 80s. He played 36 minutes against Barbarians, got 43 minutes against New Zealand. So he's been a big part of the Boks this season. He's probably played more minutes, I reckon, than maybe Damien Dale-Lendi has, in all honesty. So even that's not we talk about rotation. I think it's healthy rotation. Angus says, Villy should start. Villy's on the squad, so it wouldn't have been the case this weekend. And Liza Fitness says, I hope Pumas keep their discipline again this weekend. They can play dirty sometimes. Dwayne says, I would have swapped Van den Berg with Reinek and leave Dale-Lendi for Esterhuizen. Muff says, what about Steenekamp, who was the starter in front of Ox? I don't think, no, he's never been the starter in front of Ox, and he will never, and I mean, how many games? I don't think he's ever played ahead of Ox in the number 1. I mean, let's see, how many games did he play for the Boks? Okay, played Autumn Nations, he was off the bench, he played... If we go back before then, Argentina off the bench. Yeah, I mean, Gerard Steenekamp's never started a game for South Africa. So, I mean, I think that probably shows you that that's not the case. He's always been he's been, since he started playing, he's been the backup, but 11 games and he's never started. So he's never been the number 1 ahead of Oxen Chair. Just not the case. But I do think that, we talk about our strongest 23. Yeah, tell you what, Jan Ninja Vessels is making a strong case. I must say, I'm a big Gerard Steenekamp fan, but I think he's making a strong case. I really do. If you look at the back 3, I think obviously Curtly Aronson can come back into the mix. You've got Napoli Fasi to potentially come back into the mix. But right now, Ethan Hooker's sitting there saying, well, look what I offer. So I think we are maybe 2-3 players away from being as strong as we possibly can be, in all honesty. And I think that is very, very important. Contender says, if we see Willemse go off like what we saw on Saturday, Sasha will move to 15. Creel come on for Dukes, Hooker to 12, Creel 13, Moody to wing, or we have Creel 14, Colby 11. Dwayne van der Merwe says, would have left Bongi for Manus van der Merwe, the namesake. In terms of the vice captain, it's a good question. They don't really tell us usually in the press release itself. But let's go to some of the stats, by the way, before we go to some of the other comments. Springboks have won now 11 of their last 30 matches against the Pumas, going back to 2018. They've only played in London once, and that was the bronze final of the 2015 Rugby World Cup, where we beat them 24 points to 13 at the Olympic Stadium. Siya Kolisi will play his 98th test, leaving him only 2 games short of becoming the 9th Springbok Centurion in the history of the game. And I think that he'll probably reach that. My guess is potentially Dublin. That will be my guess in terms of what they're looking to do. I think he'll start against France. I don't think he should start against Japan. Probably won't start against Italy, and then he'll start against Ireland and Dublin. That, for me, will be my guess. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go on the tour at all, for example. So I'm predicting Dublin as his 100th test. And what a cool place to play your 100th test. And what a big match to also make your 100th appearance. Evan Etzebeth will extend his record as the most caps Springboks to 138. Sash Famigomazoo and Jesse Creel have both scored 95 test points and require only 5 to make it to the 100 in the green and gold. The total test caps in the starting lineup are 797. There are 264 caps in the back line, 533 caps among the forwards, and the bench, there are further 343, which means the average caps per player in the back line is 38. The forwards, 67. Players on the bench average 43. So it's incredibly experienced, and yet it's not that old. It's not that old. Yes, there are older players, but I don't think there's anybody in this 23, with the exception of maybe Kobus Reinach, maybe Siya Kolisi, where there are question marks about whether they're going to make the next World Cup. How exciting is that? Maybe Bongi Mbonambi as well. So Bongi Mbonambi, Sasha, and I think Siya, more from an injury point of view, to be honest, than an age profile point of view. I worry about his knee. But that's it. Everybody else from an age profile here can get to the next World Cup. So this could be a World Cup final team, for example. And that is what I think was one of the most exciting parts of this entire selection, is the fact that this is very much what we could see in 2027. Yes, there's still players to come back, and there's some younger players to come back. And I played a Fassi, for example, who, I mean, it's much the same age as Damien Willemse, but you know, and Morne van den Berg starts ahead of Kobus Reinach. The age profile drops a bit. You've got a Cameron Hanekom who can potentially come into the side. You've got a Elric Lowe who can come into the side, younger player. So I think that that's one of the biggest parts of this entire team, is that this is not a team that is completely aging out. We've brought in younger players in the forms of a Jan-Hendrik Wessels, a Caden Moody, Dave Willemse is young, Sasha's young, Jasper Wiese is in a great age profile, Ruan Nokia is one of the younger players. So we have brought in new players. I mean, for example, players that didn't play in the 2023 World Cup final, who are in this side, which we're talking about as one of our strongest sides, include Thomas Tutoy, Ruan Nokia, Kobus Reinach, Sasha Famigomazulu, Ethan Hooker, Caden Moody, Jan-Hendrik Wessels, Wilco Lowe, Grant Williams, Monty Liebach. That's 10. 10 of the 23 did not play in the World Cup final. Did I say Thomas Tutoy? Oh, Malcolm Marks also didn't. So 20 to that's 11. So it's about 11, around 11. I might have to recount it, but about 11. Almost half of this team did not play in the World Cup final, but are involved here. So I think that is really, really cool to see, because we are seeing a new generation coming through. And that's what the worry is, that it's an aging team. But even in the players who are aged that we've mentioned is are players who are really, really there's a lot of competition for that position. So Anti's saying Delende and Creel also a bit old. You're not wrong. Esther Hazen's in a nice age profile. Kanan Moody's in a phenomenal age profile. I mean, he's early 20s. I mean, what, 21, 22? Damien Willemse, option at 12 as well. So there's other younger options there. Kobus Reinach, for example, one of the older players, but you got Morne van den Berg, who's there, came on last week. You talk about Sia Khaleesi, but you got Marco Vistard who's in a really good age profile. So I think Eric might have said it. Eighth man, Eric B over there saying, I think he made a comment about the eighth man stocks. We do need to definitely strengthen those. There is a bit of an injury crisis at 8. And I think that there are lots of players who can step in and really fill that gap. But Cameron Hanekom, the big one, Ulrich Lowe, those are genuinely a good option as well to look at. So I just think we're in such a good position. I think that's the main thing. I'm just so excited and buzzing looking at this team because I just think we are in such a strong position. And it's so exciting to see that. Because we were very negative a couple of weeks ago after that Australia loss. And I said we had to be cautious. I said we had to be careful about getting too negative. I said we need to understand that there are some inconsistencies, for example, that there are maybe just a bit of worries, but it's about how we answer them and how we respond to them. And I think that we have answered and responded to them so well. Piatti is the referee this weekend. Andrea Piatti, who I don't think had the greatest time last week when he refereed New Zealand versus Australia. So hoping for a stronger game from him. And he will be assisted by Nika Amashikeli, very good referee, and Ewan Cross. Ian Tempest is the TMO, and your bunker is Matteo Leperini. In terms of some other comments out here, Marcus here, what happens if comes back with his old form back, that form that turned him to a Springbok? Well, then we celebrate, we have beers, and we chuckle at the disgusting amount of depth at outside centre we have, not even including the likes of a Lorenzo Julius and a Henko van Wyk, who I think are both primed to be pretty world-class. That is what happens if Lakanya starts banging the door down once again. It can only be a good thing. It can only be a good thing. The Aristocrat Utensil says, we have Hanekom and Visa at 8. We're all right at 8. As I said, plus an Ulrich Lowe, I think is more of an 8 for the Boks than a 7 in terms of the way he thinks. I do think number 7 is a position we could work on a bit of depth, but you got a JL Dupree. He hasn't played much, but I think Vincent Tuka, I saw enough there to be really excited about him. So there is that option as well. The Aristocrat Utensil says, Paul isn't needed. He's all right. Elias says, we need to get his form back ASAP. Well, I think we'd like him to have it. I mean, need in terms of there's nobody else. I mean, is maybe not quite the case, but obviously we'd want to have that kind of selection headache. And I look forward to having that selection headache. Mrs. Max says, you gain experience by just being part of the team, even if you are not playing. Aluta says, how many caps is Reinach on? I can tell you that. Kubus Reinach is on 45 caps. So your milestones in waiting. Peter Steph the Toy, 92 caps. Damien Delendi, 92 caps. They will be set for 100 caps probably next year. Sia Khaleesi getting very close to that 100 caps. Malcolm Marks, 83 caps, also potential. I mean, it's interesting that 9 Springboks have reached the 100 mark before. And now we've got, and one of those is Willie LaRue, just by the way, and one of those is the Eben Etzebeth, who's currently in the squad. But in the next couple of years, we could very well have Springboks insurance in the forms of Damien Delendi, Peter Steph the Toy, Malcolm Marks, Sia Khaleesi. I don't think Bong's going to get there, sadly enough. He's 80 caps. Will he get another 20? Maybe. I mean, Jesse Quill's at 83. I think he probably gets there as well. So you've probably got about 4 or 5 players who are potentially going to get to the next few years. And after that, it's going to get interesting because, you know, Damien Willemse, 44 caps, surely has to get to 100. He's still so young. Ches and Colby, 45 caps, probably doesn't get there. You know, Sash at 14 caps at his age, he could get there. Kanan Moody has already got 19 caps. He definitely gets there if he continues his form for the next, you know, decade. Ethan Hooker, for example, is one of those longer looking, you know, potentially he could get a cap. Janija Vessels, I think, is a potential Centurion in making. I don't think Kwaka gets there. He's got 58 caps. Well, that's a lot to go. But it's quite cool to see how many of those, and that sort of shows you how generational the Springbok side is. You know, the fact that so many players of this team, this generation, could become Springbok Centurions because we've got such a strong squad at the moment. Edgy Bro says, Moody is class, but I missed 2019. He was the best in the world back then. You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. Eric says, Sasha FM to open up a game, Pollard to close it. Victor Swart said, no Pollard, no happy me. The day will come when we lose a So we lose by a kick. But, I mean, Sasha wasn't 8 from 9 last weekend. Marnie, actually, ironically, has been kicking very well in the last few games. The risk carrier test is my biggest worry, honestly, is at 5 and 2. So, I mean, I think at 5, obviously, Lua Tiaga still remains an option. I think Ruan Nokia has really put his hand up. Long term, obviously, in terms of Arke Statement's obviously also an option at 5. I think that in terms of hooker, well, for me, a lot of it depends on where Jan Ninja Vessels kind of settles, whether he ever does settle, which is also a question mark in itself. You know, is he genuinely going to sort of settle in the number 2, or is he just going to continue doing what he's doing, and off he goes? But I really do rate Marius van der Merwe. I think he's a class player. I do think that we need to see a bit more from our younger hookers, the likes of Andre Hugo Venter, a JJ Kotzer, a Johan Kobela, for example. You know, the likes of Pheasant Barter, players who have all kind of been in the box here before. I think we need to see a bit more from them in terms of banging that door down. I think Marius van der Merwe was banging the door down, but over for Scarlets, and I'd love to see him doing that down in South Africa. Joando says, do you also feel the new guys force the flashy style, big passes, risky plays, low percentage chances? Feels like they chase the wow factor, but that's when knock-ons and silly mistakes creep in, risky. No, look, I don't think it's necessarily even a South African problem, to be honest. I do think younger players have got more developed skill sets because the game is progressing like that. We look at how mobile forwards have become. You look at Jan Ninja Vessels is a loose head prop in theory, and he plays the game like a loose forward, which we've seen in like the form. I mean, we see evolutionary players. If you think of what not Dan Cole's his name's completely escaped me, but the way he played. It'll come to me. But there's certain players, for example, that really change the way that you look at it. I think Andre Estes is kind of becoming a bit like that. The fact that he covers now 7 at center and, really does genuinely cover center and 7. So I think that younger players are really becoming versatile and love the skill sets the likes of that. So I think in terms of, are they forcing a flashy style? I think we're having to adapt to a new style because that's kind of how things are starting to go that way. How rugby's starting to go that way. You look at the kind of rugby that Ireland's playing, for example, ball in hand. The All Blacks kind of played that rugby for a long time. But I don't think that it's a case of necessarily low risk or for example, us having to adapt to the players. I think it's just we've kind of decided this is how we want to play. We want to play this the next World Cup, and these are the players that suit the game. And I also think they've been given a bit more license. I don't think, and I think that several things can be true at the same time. I think that Damon De Allende has the capacity to. I mean, Tony Brown described him as the best passer in the Springbok backline, which is a wild shot because Marnie Liebach for me is the best passer in that side by a long way. But for many years, his role was auxiliary flank and run over players and the likes of that. And I think all of a sudden we're starting to see a game plan which allows more license from these players to express themselves, which is good. And so I think it's a bit of a both. I think you've got the younger players who like to be a bit more ball playing. You look at like a Jan Vessels, he's a baller. Man's a baller. You look at a Ruan Nokia, man's a baller. And these guys have all got a Rocky Statement. I mean, the type of skill set he's got. But I also think that we are at the same time as where these more younger players who enjoy the flair are coming through, we're trying to play that kind of brand of rugby, and it kind of also starting to align at the same times. Dean Adams says, future trio is Albert Lowe, Augustus, and Hanekom. Yeah, you could then put Augustus at 8, Albert Lowe at 7, Hanekom at 6. I would love to genuinely think that Cameron Hanekom is our solution at 6. Nothing against Marco Verstappen. I think he's currently our backup. But I think that long-term, Cameron Hanekom settles at 6. And I think that's the right position for him. Because I think if you're Cameron Hanekom coming off the bench for example, for Sia. And, you know, you could go with a 6-2 split with a Cameron Harnicorn, a Arches Neyman, and a Quagga Smith. And you could have Quagga Smith coming on at 8th man, for example. And you can have a Cameron Harnicorn covering 6, 8, probably potentially cover 7 as well. Ruan O'Keefe can cover 7 as well. And so, you know, we've got lots of other options there. The Evil Jabberwocky says Dale Linde was a 7 for a bit against Argentina. David Watson says JJ Van der Mesh, go watch his highlights. Could be a good impact player. Made his debut for Northampton this past weekend with the long hair. Huge, absolute unit. I think there was a video that I'm sure it's Northampton, and they did a video basically of him holding a ball, and the whole point was to try and get the ball off him, and nobody could. And he's just so strong, and I think his biggest issue has always been his fitness, and he's had to really embrace that. And I think that he'll get a lot fitter being in the Prem. Top 14 there, you can get away with that sort of really big, bulky. I mean, you look at some of the massive locks that they've got, the Samoans, the Tongans, the Georgians. You can get away with being that side. I think in the Prem, you might slim down a little bit. I'd love to see him go to Japan for a bit, actually. But I think he's a very, very talented player. He's kind of been lost a little bit over the years. Tahir Rahim says, think of who isn't playing too. Asanati, Manus, Lurt, Harnicorn, Chatuka, Ruiz, Pollard, Mornay van den Berg, Kurt Lawrence, Edel van der Merwe. The list goes on and on. And Just Me says, Ruan O'Keefe is a well-deserved Bok. Used to watch him play at the Bulls, and he had an incredible work rate, accompanied by sheer discipline. Good for him. Well, I mean, we always said that he was the next Franco Mostert, isn't it? And he's really, I think he's turned into exactly that. And I mean, I think Franco Mostert will go down as arguably the most underrated Springbok of all time. You talk about somebody who I would love to see get to 100 caps, and that's Franco Mostert. And he should have gotten to 100 caps. It's actually going to be an injustice that he won't, because he wasn't picked for years where he deserved to be picked. And he's sitting on 81 caps, and he's somebody who I would love to get to 100 caps. Sos is, I still think he's probably our most underrated player of all time. He's just never... He never complains. He doesn't look for the limelight, for example. But his work rate is second to none. I mean, he didn't miss a tackle the entire World Cup playoffs. You know, quarterfinal, semi-final, final. Did not miss a single tackle. And yet we never really gave him his flowers, to be honest. So the fact that Ruan O'Keefe is now being called the next Franco Mostert is an incredible compliment for Ruan O'Keefe. And I love the fact that we're now starting to call him the next Franco Mostert, because you don't tell people, really, when you name somebody after a player, it's because that player is so good. And you're thinking, goodness me, we've got this next version of a really cool player. And I love the fact that we're now comparing Ruan O'Keefe to Franco Mostert, because we're giving Franco Mostert the appreciation he deserves. And we're giving Ruan O'Keefe the credit for being that exciting of a talent. Mike says, I wonder if Reinach's cut kicks actually worked, or if Sasha only kicked into gear once Reinach was removed. It's a bit harsh. Mike Corley says, I'll be at the game. We'll enjoy it. Mike Corley will have a man there. Good old Dan on the ground. Just Me says, I agree with your take on Franco. He's an OG. Hopefully gets to 100. Neville Chapman says, Piatti will be the ref. Oh my God. Worst ref. How is he getting international games? He single-handedly effed up the URC. April Bloom records, Kane Moody will definitely be the most capped. KB says, Franco Mostert was the dark horse in the 2019 World Cup. Yeah, I'm glad everyone's starting to see the Franco Mostert that the Lions fans obviously saw and really liked and backed, because he deserved that. He deserved all the plaudits he was getting. And right, people, I want to look at our My Picks ratings, by the way. Hey, there's our member for the day. And just like that, he's also gifted Favorite Sports membership. So thanks, shout out to Tahirim, who has been gifted a membership to Timbalani. And that is what happens when you gift a membership, or you get a membership. Your name comes up on the screen with a number, 1 to 15. Maybe you should include 23. You don't get to pick your number, unfortunately. It is automatically generated. But there we go. We've got our member for the day. 1 down, 90 odd, 95, I think, to go. Unless somebody else wants to become a member, in which case then we've got 2 down for the week. But let's go have a look at our team prediction, shall we? And see what we got, because we missed 2 players apparently from the looks of it. So I'm going to bring that up on the screen very, very shortly. And if you did predict, by the way, if you're one of the 52 people, by the way, that's our early record. 52 people predicted the Springbok team on my picks, which is really, really cool to see. End of year tour, we're going to push. I want to get to a team that's been predicted over 100 times. That's where I'd like to get to. But this is what we predicted this morning in terms of our... so the team, as you can see, the team has been announced over there, lineup announced. 26 points, 13 correct players, and 30 correct positions. Where did we go wrong? We went with Grant Williams starting, and Kobus Varanek started. We went with Andre Esterhuizen starting, and Damien de Allende started. So there were our mistakes. So interesting. I mean, and you know what? One day maybe as a community we'll get this right, but I always think that trying to predict Rassi's team is... Somebody did it last week. We actually showed it. But it's like mission impossible. It really is. To try and predict what's going on in the mad doctor's head is something quite impressive. I think in the last few games it's obviously been easier because we've kept it, but in that sense it's been so strange to a certain degree that we've kept it the same. That in itself has been quite surprising. And that's why he always keeps us on his toes, because we never know, is he going to go, change it, or is he going to keep it the same, which he hasn't often been doing recently, up until the last couple of weeks. But then we've sort of seen a far more consistent selection. So, yeah, who knows? Who bloody knows when it comes to good old Rassi? We have to just keep guessing. But let me know how many points do you guys get? Let me know down in the comments. Which guys did you get? Did anybody get 32 out of 32? We'll go and find it and check to see if you did. Timbalani shouting out to Tahir, who gifted him a membership. Hope you enjoy the membership, Timbalani. You got to show us what you get. You got to drop some of the exclusive emojis you get by becoming a member. So drop some of those emojis and maybe convince somebody else to jump in there with you. Yassine Baker says, clear, we don't need the oldies anymore. 7 points is better than 3. And earlier on, Dale Watson saying, Franco is just a bit smaller, but he put his body on the line. Nokia looks promising and probably a bit bigger. Elias saying, bring him a pimpy for Ethan. Ethan is still a bit inexperienced. They shouldn't rush the boy. Nah, rush him. Rush him. By all means, rush him. He's coping at the moment. And cool experience for him to go and play at Twickenham and have another go and potentially lift that rugby championship. Did you guys see that clip when we were lifting the Freedom Cup? And they gripped him immediately and said, no, come lift it. And I think we forget how young he is and how inexperienced he is, even at a professional level, for example. So that's been really, really cool to see. Dagan Martin says, mine doesn't seem to save. Sadly, didn't get them all right anyway, like last week, unfortunately. There it is. There's our man who got 32 out of 32. Sad that it didn't lock in, but we'll have another more opportunities to go. And there we go. Tim Malone is dropping the exclusive... emojis that you get as part of the membership there, the Ian with the glasses, the Sir Khaleesi laughing. We've got a whole bunch of new ones as well that we're going to be rolling out for the end of year tour, which is going to be a lot of fun. So people, thank you for joining me. It's been a lot of fun. We've been going through all the different things. Well done on getting 26 points. We will be having a look at exactly who got what, and we'll post later maybe the top predictors on the community chat. And we will then obviously be live tomorrow morning. Once again, or tomorrow afternoon, actually, might do a lunchtime show for you guys tomorrow to have another look at the side that we've got. But until then, going to drop a few World Cup trophies in the comments. If you'd like to get some of those emojis, stuff like that, and really contribute some of those emojis to the chat, then please do become a member. Shout out to Timbalani, who is gifted a membership and is now part of the members club. Remember, we said 1 per day until the end of the year gets us to 300. So please feel free to become a big part of that. Become a member or gift a few memberships. And let's keep building our phenomenal, wait for it, phenomenal community. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel on the route to 100,000 subscribers, and I will see you guys.
Morgan?
Thanks, Z. How's it here? How's it, Stocker? I hope you guys are doing well. There's a lot has been spoken about the magnitude of this test this weekend. It's Argentina again, and it's always a thrilling encounter. But this one's got quite big significance where history is in the cards. You guys are going for back-to-back rugby championship titles. How much of a motivating factor is this for you guys?
Yeah, of course, it's a big thing, but we still got to play the test match. I think that's where our focus is. We know
Where's the sound? Where's the sound?
Jeez, yo.
The answers here at school, I think that go.
Yeah, as we know, last week was tough. We only were able to pull through on the 60th minute. So our focus is just making sure that we stay focused in the moment and exactly what's in front of us. We can't control the result, so we're just gonna make sure that we play as hard as we can, and the magnitude of the game doesn't change the way we play, doesn't change the way we approach the game. We know exactly what we want to do. So we're just looking forward to the battle, and what comes after, we'll see after that.
Annemie?
Thanks, Zina. Morgan actually touched on exactly what I wanted to ask, but I'm still going to ask it anyway. I mean, we know it's a big moment. I just wanted to ask, how big it would be if you look back on your career one day to say that you've won this, back to back with Coach Rassie. You've done everything else there is to win. How big would that be for you, both of you?
I think from my side, personally, like Sia said, the main focus for us now is to make sure that we focus on Argentina and make sure we go for good performance. I'm talking about 80 minutes, and what happened also last week, I think it's all in the past at the moment. There are a couple of things that we have to learn from last week, because if you remember again, halftime score against Argentina last week, we were leading probably by 1 or 2 points, and so they are a good side, but regarding the breaking the records, and then we'll probably focus on that. Hopefully after the game, if we win, then we can celebrate those records. But once again, I think the key thing for us is to make sure that we keep on improving. That was our main goal for the season. We started slow, and you could see now.
Mute up. So,
Julian.
So what do I do now? Mute it again?
Julian, mute. I say, thanks, boss. You see, so Mrs. Besta, and so that's the thing. Yeah, I think for us is as long as we keep improving, we still got a tough end of the tour, So yes, it's nice to break records. It's nice to have silverware. It's nice to win competitions. But I think the key thing for this week for us is to make sure that we get a good performance tomorrow against Argentina.
Yeah, I think we're playing, of course, like for the guys, there's a couple of guys that are playing that haven't been able to win a rugby championship. So that's also in the back of our mind. So but there's a lot of things that we were excited about, but like putting on the Springbok jersey and we just want to make sure that we honor that in every single way that we do. And to think about all these records now is not the time. I think we just want to focus on the performance. But I think, we'll take time to think when the job is done, but I can't be thinking that far yet. But it's obviously something that we think about as a group. But the more important thing is to make sure we do the job tomorrow.
Ken?
Thanks, Ina. Hi, Zondile. For you, Coach, you mentioned an 80-minute performance. How do you go about getting that out of the players? What have you been doing this week?
Ken, we understand how we want to play the game. We understand our pressure points when we want to put Argentina under pressure, And even if you look last week, the first half we had against them in Devon, it was a lot of turning points that were happening in the first half, where we score, they score straight after, and then also a few things disciplinary-wise when it comes to allowing them to stay in the game. The penalties that we gave them in the first half last thing, it was a soft penalties, talking about offside, So we want to clean up those things and make sure that we control them, And once again, like I always say, is that if you look at how Argentina have been going throughout the season, they've lost against the All Blacks. A week later on, they came back as a better team. They beat the All Blacks. Same thing against Australia. So if we don't learn from those games, if we don't learn from the other teams, I think we'll be mistaken also, not to, and stupid not to learn from those situations. So the key thing for us is to make sure that we pitch up mentally in the good space. And I think the key thing, I know Argentina, that they'll be desperate, and they've got a lot of pride on how they do things as a nation. So they're going to come back hard. They're tough side. They've got good players. If you see now how they selected their team, having guys like Deilgi, Bautista at wing back in the team, Cruz Malia is still there. So those are all world-class players, So on a good day, if you don't switch on and you give them opportunities, they will punish you. They showed us last week, in that first half, it was pound to pound, So that's a key thing for us, is to make sure that the things that we want to achieve in the game, talking about set piece, we need a good foundation when it comes to how we want to attack. We need a strong, balanced kicking game, and if we keep improving there, I think we'll be in a better chance also to win the game. But I know it's going to be a tough and a different game for us.
Lloyd?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Trust you are both well. Sia, my question is for you. How much of an advantage is it that this game is in London and not at, Santiago or Mendoza or somewhere, It's obviously the fond memories of Twickenham as well recently for you guys, 2023, and then also, the fact that the crowd will be largely, you would expect, South African.
Well, it's only an advantage if we make use of it. I don't know if it will be, because I know Argentinians are all around the world, and it doesn't matter how many numbers they have, but you will definitely hear them the whole game. And we can't think too much of what happened last year. It's a whole new year now. We got to make sure that we create new good memories on Saturday. But we're looking forward to seeing South Africans. Hopefully they do come out in numbers. And we've been blessed. Wherever we've been, all around the world, South African have come out and supported us. So I'm looking, hopefully this weekend, it will be the same. And for us as a team to do the job on the field.
Tim?
Did you say me, Zina?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. My question is for Coach. Coach, you've mentioned some of the changes that they've made, but obviously there's one or two sort of less familiar faces in terms of the changes they've made, maybe to us. How well do you know, say, the two halfbacks and one of the Lucies in terms of what they bring?
Yeah, we went through their profiles, between 9 and 10 partnership. I think one of them has got 1 or 2 test matches, and then the other one has got 4 test matches. We went through their profiles, we've seen their game, and like most of the Argentinian players, majority of them, their background, they come from the sevens background, almost probably the whole backline. They've got a sevens background, so we know their profiles very well. We know what is their strengths. We know their weaknesses, where we can probably also target them, but once again, like I said to you, is that those guys, they're very, very, very good players. If we're not at our best on a day, chances it will be a tough day at the office for us also. So the key thing for us is to make sure that we implement the things that we want to do in the game properly, and make sure that we pitch up properly mentally in a good space. It's going to be a grinder. It's going to be a tough one. They still got experienced players around them. If you look at the Cruz Malias are still there. Choco Barres, the way he's been playing, probably one of the best inside centers currently, the way he's playing. And yeah, you look at their forwards, there's a bit of continuity also in their selection there. So it's going to be a tough one. But once again, yes, the 9 and the 10 combination, I think it's opportunity for them. You saw also with our players, when they got opportunities, the likes of Sasha, they've also grabbed them. So we also expect the same thing. They'll also be keen and hungry to perform in this game.
Ken?
Thank you.
Thanks, Sina. Zandile, for you again. Given that what happened last week, do you expect Argentina to play differently maybe this week? And are you expecting some sort of response to? I mean, obviously they don't want Sasha to run riot again. But if they target him, does that maybe provide you with opportunities elsewhere?
Yeah, Ken, you know what? I can't really think much about how they're going to approach the game. But one thing that I know for sure, mentally and emotionally, they're going to pitch up. You know, Argentinians, like I said earlier on, it's a nation with a lot of pride how they do things, and they probably going to have supporters also. It's a home game. You know, they're going to have supporters here at Twickenham, and unfortunately, I can't tell how they're going to approach the game. Talking about rugby-wise, you know, but I know mentally and physically, those guys will pitch up tomorrow, and you know how they put their emotions and pride in how they do things. But regarding the rugby game, you know, we know it's a team where you as an opposition, if you don't pitch up, we've seen it. Do you understand? Against British and Irish Lions, these guys, they've beat them. Against New Zealand, if you're not at your best on the day, they've got world-class players that can punish you. And that's one thing. If you also, we as a Springboks, we're gonna be too loose in the game. You know, that is where these guys they can live. You know, they like to live off the scraps. They like to live off the loose moments. You know, where what happened to us last year in Santiago del Estero, where a passage of 20 minutes, you know, where we're just not at our best, and they've capitalized and punished us in that 20 minutes, and we lost the game. You know, so that's a nature of the Argentinian team. You know, on a good day, they can punish you.
Julia? Julia? Okay, Lloyd?
Coach Stocker, my questions for you this time. It is effectively a...
Damon, can I kindly ask you, this morning, World Rugby informed us that it's exactly 2 years to the day when the showpiece starts in Australia, sir. Can I ask you, for you individually as a player, do you guys anyhow speak about what's going to happen in 2 years' time, or are you guys solely focused on the assignment that awaits this weekend at Twickenham? En Thomas, kan ek vir jou dan vra, in Afrikaans asseblief, Thomas, is die taak wat die naweek voor lê, is dit belangrik as 'n deel van julle stappe wat julle neem op pad na Australië in 2027? Is sukses belangrik vir julle die naweek?
Ja, ek sal sommer eers gaan ja, sukses is natuurlik baie belangrik. Ek dink om te wen sal die belangrikste ding bly vir die Springbokke en ja, ek kan nie vir jou sê ons het regtig 'n oog daarop nie. Is definitief iets wat ons aan die agterkant van ons koppe bly. Maar 2 jaar vooruit dink ek nie is ons 'n groot fokus daarop nie. Ons weet hoe belangrik dit is in die world rankings om daarso te wees waar ons wil wees. Maar vir hierdie oomblik gaan dit belangrik wees vir ons om hierdie naweek, hierdie week hierdie kompetisie in sy eie blok te sit en dit as die belangrikste te ag vir nou. En ek dink wanneer die tyd kom dan kan 'n mens daai gesprekke hê, maar vir nou is hierdie naweek die belangrikste naweek.
Please, Damon.
Yeah, Percy, I can't speak that great Afrikaans, but I know exactly what Tommy said, and I agree with everything that he said. We can't look too far ahead. We have to take it week by week. This game that we play this weekend is the most important game of the year so far. It will be a final for us, so we'll make sure we put 100% focus into that, and then a few of us have a couple of weeks off before end of year tour. But yeah, I agree with what Tommy said. We can't look 2 years ahead into the future without focusing on now, which is more important, and yeah, just keeping our heads on the ground here now and making sure that we're ready for Saturday.
Ken?
Thanks, Sina. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Damien.
Hello.
A question for you, Thomas. You've been obviously a very key man for your club, someone Bath really rely on. You've led the way for them. How much have you enjoyed being at the Springboks and playing for, say, 50 minutes, knowing that you can give your absolute all in that time, and then you've got a Wilco to come onto the field and replace you? Has it been a bit different for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've always understood my role in the team, having it be off the field, on the field, from the bench or starting. So for me, it's been an incredible journey. Really awesome to have been part of the last couple of weeks and matches and in that starting position. And like you say, it's such a pleasure knowing that the guy who's going to come on is so destructive at scrum time and really carries himself well around the field. So yeah, for me, knowing my purpose, knowing my ability for the first 45-50 minutes, however long it might be, it's brilliant for me. I'm loving my role in the team, and I'm very grateful for the guys around me that also pull their part and make me feel comfortable in this team and in this position that I'm in at the moment.
Morgan?
Thanks, Z. How's it, Jonas? How's it, Damien? I hope you guys are well. Damien, just back to you. You guys are obviously playing at one of the most iconic venues in World Rugby this week, with it being Twickenham. And, regardless of whether you guys were going to play for the title or not, if it wasn't at Twickenham, it would have been in Argentina. Is it easier playing in London this week and having that as your home base as opposed to going to Twickenham or one of those kind of Salta or one of those kind of places?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a lot easier. I think the traveling was a lot easier, and obviously fighting it, there's obviously no jet lag, so we had nothing to fight with that part. But yeah, it's a neutral ground. We have played here quite a lot and against different opposition in the past, so we are quite familiar with it. But yeah, within saying that, Argentina has also played here quite a lot against England. So yeah, I don't think there's advantage for them or advantage for us. It is a neutral ground. And I think, I don't know, I think there's already been 60,000 tickets sold. So I think the atmosphere in the stadiums will be incredible. We're all looking forward to that. But yeah, I don't see any one of us have an advantage. I think they also traveled on Sunday, so we've been here for about the same amount of time. So yeah, obviously we don't. I think if we were going to Argentina, it would be a bit tough to beat the jet lag. But like I said, we don't have to beat anything like that now. So we just fall back straight into our normal routine, sleeping routines, and making sure that we just recover well, train well, and get well prepared for Saturday.
Nick?
Damien, one for you. All three fly halves in the squad kind of bring something different, but as an inside centre, what's it like playing with a 10 like Sasha, who's got such a bag of tricks and so many threats in his armory that's maybe even you don't know what's going to happen next?
Yeah, I think it's incredible. I don't think Sasha knows what happens next sometimes, which is also a good thing. But yeah, for me, I do try and help him on the field and try and chat to him and tell him where the space is. But yeah, I think sometimes he sees the space before anyone else, and I think it's just important for not just me but the guys around him to let him flourish and not take his time and space away. I think he can create a lot by himself. We must just make sure that we're there to support him when things aren't going that well, because they're not always going to work out. But yeah, it is nice to watch. It was incredible to watch him on Saturday. But within saying that, I think he took those opportunities flipping well to score those tries. But the work we did as a team to get into those positions was incredible. And I think Sasha knows that, and we must never forget that I know there might be some incredible individual performances going forward into the near future still. Maybe still from Sasha, maybe from other players, but we just know as a team that we're going to make each other look better and just get ourselves into the best positions to make our teammates look better. So.
Okay, cool. Guys, unfortunately, we've run out. Morgan.
Thanks, Z. How's it here? How's it, Stocker? I hope you guys are doing well. Sia, there's a lot has been spoken about the magnitude of this test this weekend. It's Argentina again, and it's always a thrilling encounter. But this one's got quite big significance where history is in the cards. You guys are going for back-to-back rugby championship titles. How much of a motivating factor is this for you guys?
Yeah, of course, it's a big thing, but we still got to play the test match. I think that's where our focus is. We know
Where's the sound? Where's the
crowd.
Jeez, yo.
The answers here at school, I think that go.
Yeah, as we know, last week was tough. We only were able to pull through on the 60th minute. So yeah, our focus is just making sure that we stay focused in the moment and exactly what's in front of us. Yeah, we can't control the result, so we're just gonna make sure that we play as hard as we can, and the magnitude of the game doesn't change the way we play, doesn't change the way we approach the game. We know exactly what we want to do, so we're just looking forward to the battle, and what comes after, we'll see after that.
Anami?
Thanks, Zina. Morgan actually touched on exactly what I wanted to ask, but I'm still going to ask it anyway. I mean, we know it's historically, it's a big moment. I just wanted to ask, how big it would be if you look back on your career one day to say that you've won this, back-to-back with Coach Rassie. You've done everything else there is to win. How big would that be for you, both of you?
I think from my side, personally, like Sia said, the main focus for us now is to make sure that we focus on Argentina and make sure we go for good performance. I'm talking about 80 minutes, and what happened also last week, I think it's all in the past at the moment. There are a couple of things that we have to learn from last week, because if you remember again, halftime score against Argentina last week, we were leading probably by 1 or 2 points, and so they are a good side, but regarding the breaking the records, and then we'll probably focus on that. Hopefully after the game, if we win, then we can celebrate those records. But once again, I think the key thing for us is to make sure that we keep on improving. That was our main goal for the season. We started slow, and you could see now.
Mute up. So,
Julian.
So what do I do now? Mute it again?
Julian, mute. I say, thanks, boss. You see, so Mrs. Besta, and so that's the thing. Yeah, I think for us is as long as we keep improving, we still got a tough end of the year tour, So yes, it's nice to break records. It's nice to have silverware. It's nice to win competitions. But I think the key thing for this week for us is to make sure that we get a good performance tomorrow against Argentina. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we're playing, of course, like for the guys, there's a couple of guys that are playing that haven't been able to win a rugby championship, so that's also in the back of our mind. So, but there's a lot of things that we were excited about, but like putting on the Springbok jersey, and yeah, we just want to make sure that we honor that in every single way that we do, and to think about all these records now is not the time. I think we just want to focus on the performance, but I think. Yeah, we'll take time to think when the job is done, but I can't be thinking that far yet. But it's obviously something that we think about as a group. But the more important thing is to make sure we do the job tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks, Ina. Hasia Zondile. For you, Coach, you mentioned an 80-minute performance. How do you go about getting that out of the players? What have you been doing this week?
Ken, we understand how we want to play the game. We understand our pressure points when we want to put Argentina under pressure, And even if you look last week, the first half we had against them in Durban, it was a lot of turning points that were happening in the first half, where we score, they score straight after, and then also a few things disciplinary-wise when it comes to allowing them to stay in the game. The penalties that we gave them in the first half last thing, it was a soft penalties, talking about offside, So we want to clean up those things and make sure that we control them, And once again, like I always say, is that if you look at how Argentina have been going throughout the season, they've lost against the All Blacks. A week later on, they came back as a better team. They beat the All Blacks. Same thing against Australia. So if we don't learn from those games, if we don't learn from the other teams, I think we'll be mistaken also, not to, and stupid not to learn from those situations. So the key thing for us is to make sure that we pitch up mentally in the good space. And I think the key thing, I know Argentina, that they'll be desperate, and they've got a lot of pride on how they do things as a nation. So they're going to come back hard. They're tough side. They've got good players. If you see now how they selected their team, having guys like Deilgi Bautista at wing back in the team, Cruz Malia is still there. So those are all world-class players, So on a good day, if you don't switch on and you give them opportunities, they will punish you. They showed us last week, in that first half, it was pound to pound, So that's a key thing for us, is to make sure that the things that we want to achieve in the game, talking about set piece, we need a good foundation when it comes to how we want to attack. We need a strong balanced kicking game, and if we keep improving there, I think we'll be in a better chance also to win the game. But I know it's going to be a tough and a different game for us.
Lloyd?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Trust you are both well. Sia, my question is for you. How much of an advantage is it that this game is in London and not at, Santiago or Mendoza or somewhere, It's obviously the fond memories of Twickenham as well recently for you guys, 2023, and then also, the fact that the crowd will be largely, you would expect, South African.
It's only an advantage if we make use of it. I don't know if it will be, because I know Argentinians are all around the world, and it doesn't matter how many numbers they have, but you will definitely hear them the whole game. And we can't think too much of what happened last year. It's a whole new year now. We got to make sure that we create new good memories on Saturday. But we're looking forward to seeing South Africans. Hopefully they do come out in numbers. And we've been blessed. Wherever we've been, all around the world, South African have come out and supported us. So I'm looking on, hopefully this weekend it will be the same, and for us as a team to do the job on the field.
Sim? Sim?
Did you say me, Zina?
Sim Nikiwek Babanisa?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. My question is for Coach. Coach, you've mentioned some of the changes that they've made, but obviously there's one or two sort of less familiar faces in terms of the changes they've made, maybe to us. How well do you know, say, the two halfbacks and one of the Lucies in terms of what they bring?
Yeah, we went through their profiles, between 9 and 10 partnership. I think one of them has got 1 or 2 test matches, and then the other one has got 4 test matches. We went through their profiles, we've seen their game, and like most of the Argentinian players, majority of them, their background, they come from the sevens background, almost probably the whole backline. They've got a sevens background, so we know their profiles very well. We know what is their strengths. We know their weaknesses, where we can probably also target them. But once again, like I said to you, is that those guys, they're very, very, very good players. If we're not at our best on a day, chances it will be a tough day at the office for us also. So the key thing for us is to make sure that we implement the things that we want to do in the game properly, and make sure that we pitch up properly mentally in a good space. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be a tough one. They still got experienced players around them. If you look at the Cruz Malias are still there. Chocobares, the way he's been playing, probably one of the best inside centers currently, the way he's playing. And yeah, you look at their forwards, there's a bit of continuity also in their selection there. So it's going to be a tough one. But once again, yes, the 9 and the 10 combination, I think it's opportunity for them. You saw also with our players, when they got opportunities, the likes of Sasha, they've also grabbed them. So we also expect the same thing. They'll also be keen and hungry to perform in this game.
Ken?
Thank you.
Thanks, Sina. Zondile, for you again. Given that what happened last week, do you expect Argentina to play differently maybe this week? And are you expecting some sort of response to? I mean, obviously they don't want Sasha to run riot again, but if they target him, does that maybe provide you with opportunities elsewhere?
Yeah, Ken, you know what? I can't really think much about how they're going to approach the game. But one thing that I know for sure, mentally and emotionally, they're going to pitch up. You know, Argentinians, like I said earlier on, it's a nation with a lot of pride how they do things, and they probably going to have supporters also. It's a home game. You know, they're going to have supporters here at Twickenham, and unfortunately, I can't tell how they're going to approach the game. Talking about rugby-wise, you know, but I know mentally and physically, those guys will pitch up tomorrow, and you know how they put their emotions and pride in how they do things. But regarding the rugby game, you know, we know it's a team where you as an opposition, if you don't pitch up, we've seen it. Do you understand? Against British and Irish Lions, these guys, they've beat them. Against New Zealand, if you're not at your best on the day, they've got world-class players that can punish you. And that's one thing. If you also, we as a Springboks, we're gonna be too loose in the game. You know, that is where these guys they can live. You know, they like to live off the scraps. They like to live off the loose moments. You know, where what happened to us last year in Santiago del Estero, where a passage of 20 minutes, you know, where we're just not at our best, and they've capitalized and punished us in that 20 minutes, and we lost the game. You know, so that's a nature of the Argentinian team. You know, on a good day, they can punish you.
Julia? Julia? Okay, Lloyd?
Coach Stocker, my questions for you this time. It is effectively a final, and I'm just wondering, you know, having a guy Bongi and Bonambi back in the group, who's been there before in situations like this. Last weekend was a bit makeshift, potentially at hooker, and now you've got the kind of two old veterans reunited. How big is it having a guy like Bongi back in the squad in a week like this?
Yeah, Lloyd, it's very big, especially also if you look now, we've got also Oaks who missed out on last week, and then he's back in the team now. And then having Bongi, you know, and last week, Marco van Staden as a cover for the hooker, you know, now you're getting Bongi, who's world-class hooker, one of the best. And Jesse Krill also on the bench, you know, with his experience, you know, and his leadership skills. Grant Williams also coming back from the injury. I think those guys will surely add the value in the team and bring some good energy. That's one thing that I enjoy about those guys, you know, the energy they bring. It's very, very nice, and what we need for this week. And on the other side, I think one thing we've been fortunate with was since Eden Park against the All Blacks, when we lost that game, you know, I'm talking about now, after losing that game, probably for us to stay in the competition, we had to make sure that we win all the games. So our mindset since then, it's been in the, how can I put it, more like in that World Cup mindset of playoffs, you know. So we had to make sure in Wellington we perform well. We had to make sure that we win to give ourselves a chance to win the competition. And it was the same thing also last week in Durban. If we didn't get the good results, New Zealand or Australia, they had the potential to pull away from us, you know, but we've managed to stay in the fight and be able to get it done. Yeah. I'm not done yet. Yeah, so our mindset for the past probably 2-3 weeks, I think it's been in a playoff mindset, and I think probably that's something that probably can help us also tomorrow. Like I said, again, there's for sure there's going to be a big change from Argentina. There's going to be a new energy because they've got new players that also want to prove the coach that they've got what it takes to be in the match 23. So it's going to be a tough challenge for us, but yeah, we'll do everything in our powers to make sure also that we keep making our people back at home proud. And the nice thing now, the kickoff for them, it will be 3 o'clock. So they should be able to enjoy the game if things go well with the cold one. And unlike the previous games against New Zealand where it was 9 o'clock, they can only enjoy with a cough.
All right, guys. Is there any close-up questions?
Yeah, I've got one, Zeno.
Julian, you've been swearing and everything. Okay, but go.
It's not Julian, it's Nico.
No, I was saying I'll have. But Julian can go if he can hear anyone.
Yeah, just a quick one for Sia. What's impressed you about the Argentinian team in your games against them?
I think it's the fight. It's a it's a fight, and also compared to the years before, the discipline that they have and how consistent they are in the way they play, and they haven't taken away the Argentinian flair. At any moment of the game, when it's broken, they take the opportunities. And I watched them against New Zealand and against Australia, where they can turn from their own goal line, the way they can attack you and go score down the post. So you always have to be alert at all times. But the professionalism as well of them, the way that they didn't take the break where they normally take the break, they came straight to South Africa and played, because a lot of the players play overseas and they enjoy going back home and seeing their families and being at home because they really love being in their country. Yeah, so that's really been a big part of it. And also, like on the field as well, you can just see how connected and how united they are as a team in everything that happens, every facet of the play. If there's a scuffle, they're there together as a group. So yeah, that's been very impressive of them.
Right, one comment each in Kosa. Sim, did you have one?
Yep. Manene, kwezi matches zintathu zokugqibela phantse nidlala iqela elinye. Into esingasayiqhelanga thina xa uthetha ngocoach Rasi, yaqonda. So ndicela ubuza uba sifunde ntoni kuba nidlala iqela eliyi-one. Nibethwa kuba mhlawumbi ixesha le-tournament uba obviously knockout, okanye nifumene le team benifuna idlale ngale ndlela nidlala ngayo.
Sim, I think that abesenditshilo ngiphathi bendithiyo ngesingesi earlier on. After i-match esayiluzayo e-Eden Park, for us ukuze sikwazi ukuhlala kwi-competition sibe ne-chance owina, we had to basically make sure uba si-approach i-games with the mindset of ingathi indebe yehlabathi ki-playoffs, yabona. So since then sasiqala be-Wellington, futhi hayi ngathi sihlala i-quarter final indlela esahlala ngayo pha, i-approach yethu. And last week at Durban, uzukhumbula if bangabe sidrophe one of the two games asaphumelela kuzo, yabona tata besizawunika i-opportunity iqela elifana ne-New Zealand or i-Australia to babaphulisha away with the log points. So i-approach yethu phaya besikwindebe yehlabathi tata. So yeyona ndisincedo leyo. So that's why ubona ke unako when it comes to i-selection ye-teams, sizama ukuthini i-continuity xa indlela selecta ngayo, yabona, because of once again sithetha nge-youngsters abafana abane-energy, yabona. If iyajonga indlela abadlala ngayo ngoko uKenan Modi, yabona, ndayazi abantu bathetha ngoSasha, uGaza ufumene opportunity yakhe, and abantu abaninzi bayalibala uGaza is still 27, so usemtsha kancinci naye, noko usene-energy. So yeyona ndisinadileyo kule veki suka kuyo uba sikwazi nokumixa kahle with the experienced players around, yabona. Eyona ndisincedayo i-foundation yethu yasiyayifumana ke-forwards zethu kakuhle, enendlela abayicontrola ngayo. If uyajonga umfana njengosasha noCobus, you know, I think i-combination yabo baya-understandana indlela efuna udlala ngayo. So bekubalulekile ukuthi tata if angaba i-approach yethu it's World Cup playoffs, sikwazi to make sure uba sithi there's a continuity indlela esiselecta ngayo iqela.
Morgan?
Thanks, Z. How's Rossi? How's Evan? Nice shine you've got going there, Evan. Rossi, how easy was it to go with consistency for this week, which you guys are labeling as a final?
No, not easy. We would have liked to, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 changes in the team, and probably a guy like Ox had missed out last week, and Bongi was away with some family illness there, Grant was injured, and yeah, Jesse was probably a change with what Argentina brings in terms of the backline and the speed and the way they really open up the game. So would love to give Andre a chance, and obviously Franco is not here, and same with Faf, same with Mapimpi. So yeah, we would have loved to do that, but we thought, you know, only 2 days of training, maybe just 2 training sessions, you can't change too much. So I guess that played a big role. But we tend to think we're a squad of 40 players, and we can interchange. But with just 2 days of training, that wasn't too easy to do.
Kaniso?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. It is match day, people, and we are 24 minutes away from kickoff. It is the official watch along here on Forever Sports. My name is DVP, and I'm with you guys for this afternoon. And hopefully, we are going to be talking about a Springbok Rugby Championship title in a few hours' time. If you're new to the stream, please make sure you smash like on the video. Over 1,000 people watching, less than 100 likes. Let's get those numbers up, people. Let's get involved. Let's start smashing the like button right now. Let's start subscribing as well on the journey to 100,000 subscribers. As you can see on one of on some of the screens over here, we are already starting to up the subscriber base. And it's all thanks to you guys, the community. Right, people? This is the question I'm asking you. We need to get score predictions in, because we're going to lock our prediction in on my picks. So please make sure right now, I'm asking you right now, go onto mypicks.app and get your score prediction in. I'm going to drop it in the comments. Go follow that link and get your score prediction in, because it's going to aggregate out a score prediction that basically represents you guys, the community. And I want to see what you guys are saying over here. I'm going to lock in my score prediction as well, and we're going to kind of see what everybody has to say with regards to the different scores and kind of how everyone's feeling ahead of the match itself. Coming up, we're going to be listening to a press conference from Bongi Mbonambi, one of the big players who I think is under a bit of pressure this afternoon. We're also going to be having a look at the Boks team itself and kind of where that's how that's sort of shaping up, and what is going to happen with regards to how we're going to deploy the team. For example, a 5-3 split, no Andre Estes, no hybrid players. So quite a traditional team in that respect over here. But right now, people, as we always do, whenever we go start a watch along, I need you guys to let me know in the comments below, where are you watching the game from? Let's do a bit of a check-in. Let's do our worldwide bingo and try and tick off all the different countries from around the world that people are watching at. Let me know what cities you're watching. Let me know who you're supporting as well. We've got a poll running asking who you're supporting. At the moment, 94% of people in the poll of almost 1,000 votes supporting the Boks, 6% supporting Argentina. So welcome to the Argentina's fans who are in the chat, because, you know, it's a big worldwide rugby community here, and we welcome everybody. You know, you might be in the minority, but we're going to keep it fair. We're going to keep it so we're going to keep it PG, and we're going to have a bit of a laugh at each other as the game goes on. But the big thing is we want to see good rugby, and we want to see a nice rugby community. So let's start dropping in the predictions. And Mark Burgess saying home doesn't help you. I don't know where you live, people. A bit weird if I did. So let me know where you guys are watching, and let's try and tick off the 5 continents as quickly as possible. We always do. We always do. We've always got someone in South America. Maybe Argentina fans can help us out there. You know, we usually tick off Europe pretty quickly. We chip off Asia, for example. There we go. Tanya saying from a South African in Italy, La Spezia. And Old School saying, watching from Eindhoven here. So you see what I mean? See what I'm saying? So Europe is ticked off already. Surely you've got people joining us from South America. Surely you've got people joining us from North America. Surely you've got people joining us from the likes of Australia and Asia and the rest. So let me know where you're watching from. Let's get going in the comments. Gareth coming from Cape Town. And get your score predictions over there. So I'm going to go with Boks 35, I reckon. And I'm going to go with the Los Pumas 16. That's going to be I think it's going to be a slight... I'm hoping not. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's slightly closer than last week. I think, you know, we've never put in that kind of performance 3 weeks in a row where you go and beat and win by 30, 40 points. So in that respect, I'm going to go a little bit more cautious, maybe add an extra 2 points. Should we say 37-16? I think that's kind of more where I'm at. I think that Argentina will score points. I think they know how to score points, and I think that our defense... we've had some games where we've been very, very solid defensively. We've also had some games where we're not maybe as solid defensively. So I'm going to lock in those picks over there. I need you guys to go onto the website and lock in your picks and see. Because at the moment, the average score is Boks 39, Los Pumas 18. So let's go and get those. Nobody's predicted a Los Pumas win so far. Nobody's predicted a draw either. So go and get those predictions on my picks. We'll be using the same platform for the player ratings after the show. But without any further ado, we're going to have a look at a press conference from Bongi Mbonambi. Now, we talk about some of the players that are under pressure, and we'll look at the team in a little bit towards the close to the game. But I think that Bongi Mbonambi's got a really, really big game this afternoon to try and show us what he's all about. And that, I think, is going to be a very big part of this game. So in terms of the team lineup, I think he's probably the player that I'm one of the most intrigued about this afternoon, because it's a big opportunity for him to remind us what he's all about. Looking at some of the comments over here, Tara's ticked off Asia saying supporting the Springboks from China. And we've got a couple of score predictions coming, some big ones over there. Craig's down the road in Edenvale. Where else are we all from? Yeah, Sean watching from Kenya. And Malcolm says, in the middle of Mozambique Channel, sailing to the Seychelles. Oh, what a place to be watching the stream from and getting involved there. So keep dropping those in the comments below. And in the meantime, let's go have a look at exactly what Bongi Benambi had to say about not taking the Springbok jersey for granted and the fact that you've got to continue trying to grab with both hands. And I think we're going to see a very hungry Bongi Benambi when he comes off the bench later today.
Good afternoon, gents. Bongi, a question for you. Yeah, just being, you know, you haven't played for a couple of games and you see all these younger guys coming through, and just what are your thoughts about being involved again and how difficult it is to be not involved, and how important it is for you to like really put up your hand this week?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's obviously, it will always stay an honor and a privilege, and to be involved in the Springbok setup. Just being here is really special. You do miss it a lot when you're not here. So I just been given an opportunity to be here first of all, and obviously playing this weekend. It's a massive honor representing South Africa on any stage. And in terms of the competition, we love it. We love the competition. We push each other here. If you're the best and you're fit enough to play, I'm sure the coaches will pick you. But I think for us players, it's simple. You just go out there, train hard, make sure that you buy into the plan. And if you get your opportunity, you're really honored. But obviously, you know that you have a job to do on Saturday.
Stephen?
Thank you very much, G. Bongi, obviously, you guys, I think for any team, it would be difficult to top that performance from last weekend. I mean, 67 points against Argentina. What for you guys would be an improvement on that? Is there any sort of thought around that and areas that you think you might be able to improve still?
Yeah, obviously, if you watch the game, it wasn't that easy. The scoreline might say. We know that Argentina is quite a passionate team. They pride themselves as a nation, and they're quite tough. And I mean, it wasn't easy in Durban. It's not going to be easy here also in Twickenham this weekend. So I think for us, we know that the game is in the past now. We have to prepare for the following weekend. In rugby, a lot can happen in a week. So we just have to focus on ourselves, focus on our plan, make sure that all the players buy into the plan and we're all aligned. And Saturday, we just have to go out there and execute the plan.
Hendrik?
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, top table, good afternoon. Bongi, this one's for you. Just tell me more about what you've seen and how you've been with the development of players like Marlon van der Merwe and Jan Reversals in what is a very important yet development-wise for the Springboks.
Yeah, obviously, as I said earlier, we enjoy the competition in this team. There has to be competition in order to become a better player. So obviously seeing their growth and the development into the side has been really great. They bring a lot of energy, and also they enjoy being here. So it's obviously tough out there on the field. We do push each other, but I think we all align onto one plan. And obviously we want to see the Springboks succeed at the end of the day. So it's really good having the young guys come in and see how they grow and how they develop, and just to make sure that we work together to get a good result.
Guys, our time is limited.
Zino, thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My question is for Bongi Benambi. Bongi, can I kindly ask you, is it fair to say that the world champions will head into Twickenham Stadium as the favourites on Saturday? You guys are on top of the log at the moment. Is it just a case of collecting the 5 points on Saturday, or and are the Pumas, are they down and out, or are you guys expecting a backlash from the Pumas on Saturday?
No, for us, we don't really focus on that. We just have to we take it day by day, session by session. A lot can happen in a week in a sport like rugby. Once you think you're at the top, you can quickly get humbled. So I mean, you can never count the Pumas, the Argentinian team. You can never count them out. There will be something disrespectful to do, and we never disrespect our opponents. We have a lot of respect for them, the way they play rugby, the way they train. Their coaches are excellent. you can see that they have a game plan they want to execute. So yeah, this weekend we are expecting a proper retaliation from them. And I mean, as Petey said, we had a short week, so we had to be smart in making sure that we'll be fresh for Saturday, and we know that they're going to come out firing. So yeah, it's something that we have to prepare for, and we're looking forward to the game.
Right, so we got opportunity for Bongi Manambi this afternoon, and I tell you what, there are now a big shift in conversations regarding to what this team in 2027 is going to look like, and I think certain players are very much kind of now or never. Not so much the young players, ironically. You know, we sort of talked about the fact that some players have to kind of prove that they're good enough to be back for 2027 World Cup, and now we're starting to see a lot of our usuals and kind of the all-stars almost have to prove that they're worth keeping around and worth staying in the squad because the youngsters are just playing so well. And that's a really positive place to be in. You know, we did our live show on, I think it was about my show yesterday, or my video yesterday. And we spoke about the fact that just the depth is just in such a good place at the moment. And a year ago, we were talking about how good our depth was. We lost a couple of games. Everybody starts to panic a little bit. But the depth is there. It is very much there. And we're seeing that with some performances that we saw against the likes of the All Blacks. And that. So we're going to go through the anthems very shortly as the teams come out over here. But before that, let's have a look at the team itself for this afternoon. And after that, we'll go into the anthems. And after that, we will have kickoff. Right, anthems done, and we are ready for kickoff over at Twickenham, and it is Santiago Carreras with ball in hand, playing the number 15 jersey today, not at fly half, with Prishkantelli getting his first taste in the starting number 10 jersey. And the man in the middle, Andrew Piardi, had a bit of a tough game last week, I felt, in that Bledisloe Cup. Let's hope that he has a good game today and we don't end up speaking too much. A big welcome to Philip Fenter, the latest member of the First Sports Members Club. We're trying to get one member a day from now until the end of the year. And you can just see that that will give us to 300 subscribers. If you'd like to feature in Rusty's Coach's Corner, please do send a super chat and get yourself featured over there. It will be the Boks with kickoff. Sorry, Argentina rather with kickoff, and we do have kickoff as Santiago Carreras decides to go down that right-hand side, and an early touch of the ball for, if we ever manage to zoom in, Damien Delendi, who takes it well and takes it up just past the 22, so lost safety of the 22. Kumas right, shaping to go to the box kick, and lifts it high in the air. A couple of players will give chase. And Ethan Hooker gives chase, but it is secured by Argentina. Good first take up front there. To the right-hand side now. Good hands here from Argentina. Prishkantelli. Ball over the top and Carreras on the bounce as Damien Vincent shoots up, but a bit of space out wide. Chisholm Colbert to get across. Kenan Moody completes the tackle. Good work this by Argentina, but a good scramble defense from the box. To the right-hand side now. There goes Guido Petty, the experienced man. Nice carry there coming from Francisco Carroy Machete. Getting his first start in the number 3, I think, in the Rugby Championship, if I'm not mistaken. Bouncing off Chizokoy, brought down by Jasper Visa. Big tackle coming there, but nothing illegal, says the referee. To the right-hand side, this is good work from Argentina, though. Good face play coming from the home side, inverted commas. Now a bit of space out wide, bit of traffic to get through. And eventually he does Justo Bicotto in the number 13 jersey. Replacing Lucio Cindy. Now Prishkantelli sees a bit of space in behind. Puts the kick in behind. Damien Williams is going to marshal this and just watch this run. And he's going to go down. He's going to run dead. In fact, almost a bit quartered it was Damien Williams. And he says that went ran dead. So they're going to go back for the scrum back towards the halfway line. Should be the call here. So having a TMO check to see what is. I'm not sure if that means that there's foul play or something. Not entirely sure what we're going to have a look at, but Andrew Piardi wants to have a second look at something. Not sure if we're looking to see if there was potential grounding when the player came. I think it took Carreras came through. Oh, sure, great. Well done, Kenan Moody. He's gone upright in the tackle, and that's going to be a yellow card. Fantastic. So looking at 13, Kenan Moody. So we're going to have a yellow card, but I'm actually going to pretty much prepare it, to be honest. Yeah, meeting the yellow card threshold is what Piardi's got to say. So it's going to be a yellow card, going to be a bunker check. I don't think it's going to be a red card. At least 10 minutes is the count. So congratulations, Caden. After your back-to-back really good games, into the bin he goes for 10 minutes, and they'll go back for that penalty. Joel Strange talking about how it's such a tough call to make. It's not a tough call, people. We've been through this. And this is what the problem. You can't have former pros who sit there and keep getting confused about the fact that they've said no head contact. He steps back inside. There's a bit of mitigation. There's still head-on-head contact. Kenan Moody still leads with his head. He's still upright. And it's a yellow card. And I understand how it's hard to understand for somebody like a Joel Stransky. You've been around commentating for how long? How long are you going to until you're going to understand this is how it works? Anyway, to the right-hand side, go to the Boks. I mean, to the Argentina. Good tackle there coming from Sia Khaleesi. Good carry there from Baccardo. He's been nice and busy early on. To the left-hand side, they go. Ball back. Long pass out wide. Having to scramble here as Marcus Kremer gets across there. Ibn Etzebeth makes a good tackle. Now to the right-hand side. Nice play is someone, Benitez Cruz, and he's been gravely involved. But turnover ball now on the bounce to Sasha. To Ethan Hooker. Ethan Hooker sees a bit of space. Colby puts it to the boot. And it bounces over. Pushkantelli is back. Looking for options, yes, Pushkantelli. Looking to run it himself. Good tackle coming from Thomas Toy. Ronald Kier gets himself out the way nice and quickly. Benitez Cruz to the right-hand side. It's a poor pass, though. And having to go all the way back as Chukabares to the right-hand side. Bit of space out wide here for Argentina. And there's a bit of an overlap. Comes back inside. Good tackle eventually coming from Ethan Hooker, but this is really good from Argentina. To the left-hand side now. Carreras at first receiver. Good carry there from Michael Vivas. The loose head. Now a good wave here, and a bit of space on the left-hand side. Marcus Kremer, half tackle coming from Nuno Kier. They're 5 minutes out. Now, big push from Sash Famagom Zulu, but referee says play on, and Argentina do have the ball back, but they lost a little bit of the momentum. To the right-hand side. Nice and straight goes Francisco Correa Machete. Chukabares. Pushatelli, man out wide. Colby's made the read, coming across here. Ethan Hooker needs to make a show it. And you can't stop him, and they go over. That's poor defense. It's the one-man overlap. That's Caden Moody in the bin. That's the issue. But that's the perfect start for Argentina. And that is the biggest problem. As soon as you go down to 40 men, there's always going to be space out wide, especially with our defensive system. And then you've got to make your tackles. You have to make your tackles. Comes back inside. Kubas Ryan makes a very passive half fit, and Ethan Hooker can't complete the tackle. Colby has to make that rush up because there's nobody else. But it's poor. It's poor in the end. And Sanjo Carreras, his first kick of the afternoon, right against the touchline. Looks pretty good. And it is good. Right, 7-0. We're going to have to come from behind now. Not the start we would have wanted. And again, it's just the yellow card. It's just the overlap there. But Kubashan's got to make a better tackle. Gets stepped inside far too easily. So I think that's confirmation that the yellow card's going to remain a yellow card, if I'm not mistaken. Inside, solid hits, and Thomas the Toy's there. And in the pocket goes and to beat Cruz. Good kicking behind McShinty. Now a first touch for Damien Willemser. To the right-hand side, he goes to Pacify Magomazulu. He's going to run himself for Sasha. Gets past a couple on the halfway line. Kubas Ryan goes to Ronald Kier on the left-hand side. Damien Willemser goes to the boot. And it's ball's gone loose, and Ethan Hooker's popped it up from the ground. Malcolm Marks. So turnover ball here for the Boks. Pierce the Toy fills the scrum half. And knocked forward from Damien Willemser. That's poor, but nobody wanted it. Where's the intention? Where's the desire to get in the ball? So sloppy or so far from the Boks. And they're going to go back for the scrum. It will be an Argentina scrum. Not the worst result, really, for the Boks. Damien Willemse with a knock on there. Right, first scrum of the afternoon. Pretty packed Twickenham. We haven't really got... I mean, I think it's pretty 50-50 with regards to how many supporters there are in the actual stadium from each side point of view. Big scrum there. A lot of pressure on the Argentina scrum, and he managed to get it away. Pushkanteli goes to Chukabares. Long pass side wide to Santa Carreras. And his kick has actually been charged down, and Damien Willemse picks it up to turn over ball here for the Boks. Damien Delende uses it quickly, fires it out to Ruan Nokia. He goes short to Eben Etzebeth, who leaves it behind. It was the right thing as well from Ruan Nokia. Etzebeth not expecting it. Sloppy at the moment. It's a really intelligent... he just sticks his boots out as Chaz and Colby. Stops the kick coming in behind. %87% territory so far from Argentina, but the first scrum was good, and there's another big scrum. And there he is, going to be turnover ball here from the Boks scrum. Goodness me, it's good. PSF the toy scrum off, goes to Sasha, fires out to Ethan Hooker. Out towards the 22. That scrum is an absolute Chico from the Boks at the moment. To the right-hand side now. Jasper Visa. Kubis Rana goes out to Sasha. Sasha looking for options. Steps away from Marcus Kremer. On the ball, says the referee. Ball available there for Kubis Rana. Damien Willemse sits on that first receiver. On the 22. Penalty advantage for the Boks. Kubis Rana now. Thomas de Toy. Rana pops it up to Runokia, who can't hold on to it. Loses it go back for the penalty. To the corner we go, I reckon. To the corner we go. Caden Moody, a couple of minutes left on that yellow card. He's busy warming up to come back on so we can get back to a full 15. Trying to look at the decision. I think it looks like we might be taking the points here. Right in front of the pole. Sash says no issue whatsoever. Sends that ball into the crowd. We get our points tally going for the afternoon. 7 points to 3. Sasha opens his first few points. Last week it was 37 points. So you have another 34 to go if we were to try and match that. People, please do smash a like on the video. Let's try and see if we can get up to that 300 like mark. If you'd like to get your name into the Rusty's Coaches Corner on the screen over there, then please do consider sending a super chat. And as you can see, a couple of members today trying to get to that 300 members goal. 4 members today and counting. The target for today is like 20 odds, so let's see if we can get a couple more going. That's a deep restart from Carreras, and Damien Delende's almost made a bit of a hash of it. He actually dropped it backwards, then put it to the boot. Pushkanteli takes it. An opportunity Argentina to counter-attack now. Carreras. Good tackle coming from Sia Khaleesi. Very nice tackle. And wins the penalty as well as Malcolm Marks. That's really, really good. A mistake from Damien Delende. Bailed out by Sia Khaleesi and Malcolm Marks. A good tackle from Sia Khaleesi. It's a dominant hit. And that dominant hit then allows Malcolm Marks to get over the ball and win the turnover. Good ball over the top. It was a really good kick to get us back into Argentina territory from the penalty. And now Sia Khaleesi starts out 22, goes Peter Steph the toy. Pick up and go coming from Eben Smith. Ball goes back to Kobus Reinach. Ball over the top towards Malcolm Marks, who can't hold on. It's a very ambitious pass there from Kobus Reinach. I don't think it was needed at all, to be honest. Quickly taken though from Argentina. Marcus Kremek brought down eventually. Really trying to up the ante here, Argentina. And penalty for Argentina. Eben Smith's got into early and been offside there. Right, Kennedy back on the park, so we're going to remove that yellow card. 7 points to 3. Rusty barking on instructions. Does look particularly impressed as Rusty Rasmus right now. Ball over the top from Prishkantelli. Damien Vince underneath it, takes it well. Smashed the tackle, but copes. Ethan Hooker and Chosen Colby there. Chosen Colby takes it quickly. Brought down by Benitez Cruz. Now Valenza goes to the boot. Kanan Moody goes to Carreras. Bit of pressure here. Damien Delendi there on Prishkantelli. Prishkantelli runs into Ruan Nokia, who eventually completes the tackle by the halfway line. To the left-hand side they go. Carreras now. Sits back inside as Pablo Matera, the vice captain today. Bit of space out wide here. It's a good take as well. Having to slow it. Kenny Moody makes the tackle into the 22. They go. Baptista Delgado with a bit of space, looking for a second try. Benitez Cruz on the right-hand side. Just 5 minutes out to Argentina. Kramer flings it out. To Prishkantelli goes short. Jukabaz. Good tackle there from Oxen Chair. Malcolm Marks on the ball. But it's available. Penalty advantage for Argentina as well. Carreras. Delgado goes himself. 10 meters out with penalty advantage. Malcolm Marks comes away with it. I think that was legal, but there was a penalty advantage. They go back for the penalty itself. Tell you what, Argentina have come to play here, and just a couple of missed tackles. That's always the problem here. You know, the defensive system works, but you've got to try and make the hit. And they're just finding space out wide. We're then making the recovery and getting out wide, but just then showing offside, being a little too over-eager. But at the moment, under serious amount of pressure. So decision time here for Argentina. Going to the corner, going taking the 3. Marcus Kremer is down, getting a bit of treatment. It looks like they're going to go to the corner here, Argentina. I think they've actually already popped it into the corner. A bit of a break and play. No, Prishkantelli still with the ball in hand. And go over the top goes Eben Etzebeth, but loses it forward. Almost a brilliant steal from him, and the ball is available on Argentina's side. There's Cruz, Michael Vivas there. Damon Delendi on the ball, though. Told to leave it. Ball eventually available for Benitez Cruz. And it's a bit of a poor pass. Pushkante's caught on the ball, and Ethan Hooker does release and grab it again. As very well as Pushkante, just to create that half a second to get a couple of support back. Now Vivas, the loose set. Brought down by Etzebeth. Solid defense this year from the box. And then hands in the ruck, and that's really, really silly. In fact, not running away is the call from the referee. Silly, 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 silly. Penalty right in front of the poles, and that will be an extra 3 points. I don't see why they wouldn't take the points. 10 points to 3, surely. Yeah, and they are going to take the points, yeah. No issues there from Santo Carreras, and Argentina extend their lead back to 7 points. Right, people, what are we saying here? How are we feeling after those first 20 minutes here? A little bit sketchy at the moment, to be honest. Boks haven't really kicked into gear. So I need to find a bit of a moment, a bit of a spark. Kane Moody will give chase down the middle of the park. But Carreras takes it well. See a ball in hand a little bit. To the right-hand side. Nice. And that's what you need a bit more there. Etzebeth in the oxen chair, hitting him behind the advantage line. Need a bit more of that kind of intervention there. Just slowing the momentum and trying to exert a bit of our own momentum. Now Benitez Cruz. And a bit of pressure from Etzebeth, but doesn't get his timing right. Running onto the Sasha. Good, well taken. Gets away from one. Now Sasha, bit of space. Bounces off one. Still going. Steps inside. Ball available. Kouros Reinach. Goes to Eben Etzebeth. Takes the hit, but driven backwards. Very good tackle on him, but ball still available for Kouros Reinach. Now Sikalisi's waiting and waiting. He goes into it. Nice solid carry from the captain. Bit of momentum this year from the Boks. Reinach goes to... It was Ruben O'Keefe as well taken in the end. Back to Thomas Latoy. Very good hands from him. Jasper Visa now. There it is. That's the kind of carry we need. Getting over the advantage line. Quick ball here from Reinach. Pops up to Malcolm Marks. And then pops it straight into the hands of Argentina. There's no need to throw that half up 50-50, guys. Come on. Pushkantelli. Go long, and Chesney Colby around onto this. But a bit of space to the right-hand side. Siakalisi's with them. Sees a bit of space. Puts in the kick here, does Chesney Colby. And he's going to give chase. Not a bad kick at all. Just puts it back on the 5-meter line there for Argentina. Forces them backwards. And that's a very, very intelligent kick coming from him. Right, people, the next poll is going to be... What's our next poll going to be? Who will score next? We'll do a bit more interactions there. Who will score next? South Africa or Argentina? We're going to do a couple of quick fire polls today. And get your comments in, by the way. Please do smash like on the video. I said we're up almost to 2,000 viewers, less than 200 likes. Got to get up to 300 likes by half time. And again, if you'd like to get your name into that Rusty's Coach's Corner, drop your hot take, send a super chat, or join the members club and get your name on the back of a Boks jersey, as you can see on the screen over there. It is as simple as that. Link in the pinned comment. Right, defensive line on the 6-meter line, and they go to the front. Good line at that from Argentina, but Kouros Reinach almost made the interception. And it's going to be a knock-on 5-meter scrum, which is a nice result, actually, for the Boks. Good read that from Kouros Reinach. If he takes it, it's try time. Yeah, I mean, he's so quick as Kouros Reinach. Goes straight through, makes the read, and just, if he holds on to that, Happy days. Absolute happy days. Oh, jeepers. You almost should have taken it with how quickly he managed to get through there. Very, very close. To find the score, any score. Penalty, try. What do we say? Who's gonna score the next points? South Africa or Argentina. Get your vote in. We're gonna lock that in after 24 minutes or until the next score gets. We're gonna do some quick fire polls. So if you have any ideas for a poll, who should be our fly off, who should be our scrum off, drop them in the comments and we'll do some quick fire polls throughout the stream today. Also, please do keep subscribing to the channel. There's another big scrum, but they managed to get it out. Does Santiago Grandona. Big tackle coming from Jasper Visa. Ball available for Benitez Cruz. Matera just pausing slightly before then taking contact. Good defense. There's good pressure being exerted by the Boks. Asking the questions, Peter steps away, reckoning that ball is out. Now a bit of a poor pass, push contest to get away from Eben Etzebeth, then puts it downfield. I don't think he's found touch here. He's not. Damian Willemse underneath it. Damian Willemse, what can you... Cook, Damian. Gets away from one. Still goes Damian Willemse. Still goes Damian Willemse. Still going. Wins in the tackle as well. That's 4 defenders he's beaten just in that run. Now Jasper Visa takes contact. Need more of that. Kubas Reinach, ball available. Goes back to Sasha. He goes to the boot. Oh, that's a horrible kick from him. That's gone far too far. It's behind the touchline. That's going to be marked by Santiago Carreras. It's an awful kick from Sasha. Quickly taken, though, as Carreras. And then offside is the call, and we've given away a free kick. Now I've got a bit more time. This is Carreras to find that clearance. Such a good carry from Damian Willemse. When you've got him and Sasha on the park together at the same time, the stepping in that you sometimes see is just absolutely sublime. Steps away from one, gets away from two, steps away from another one, three, and then spins in the tackle. I said 4 defenders like that. Wang, wang, wang. Taking names is Damian. Right, we're gonna lock up that poll in what I said, 24 odd minutes. So you got another 90 seconds to lock in the poll. Who you reckon's gonna score next? At the moment, 94% backing the South Africans to score next. Damien Delenda goes short to Kane Moody, short to Jasper Visa. As I said, if you have any suggestions for a poll, drop them in the comments and we can run that one the next one. Now Malcolm Marks on the halfway line, the Boks. Kubas right to the right-hand side. Damien Delenda first year, pops up to Sasha. Sasha sees a bit of space, goes himself. Sasha goes straight through. Looking for options, Sasha. Lock pass out wide. It's an awful pass to Cheslin Colby. Just too high for the wing. It's a great break from Sasha. It's close but no cigar. That is the definition of the game so far from the Boks. It's a great break. He sees the mismatch, gets away from one, and then just needs to find a better pass out wide to Cheslin Colby. Goes to the lofted pass, and it's too high for Cheslin. Sometimes feel like at times we're almost forcing the issue. Yeah, some of the fans not particularly impressed on the sidelines there with that pass from Sasha. Piardi asking for a better gap. Also, people, on the half-hour mark, we're going to have a subs train. And that means that everyone who has not subscribed to the channel is going to start subscribing. We're going to try and see if we can get up to like that 97,000 mark quickly, which we need less than 300. 250 people, and there's definitely 250 people here who are not subscribed. So once we get to that half an hour mark, we're going to go on a train over there. Benitez Cruz now at the back of the ruck. Dummies. And then goes to the box kick. Colby goes underneath it. Brilliantly taken, though, from Jean-Cruz Malia. That's the nice thing. That's one of the reasons they put him on the wing there. Come quickly as good tackle from Kane Moody, but Pushkantelli then puts them behind. And who's going to grab that? Who's going to grab that? They actually all step back and Matisse Dalgi. He's got space. Damian Willemse makes the tackle. Ball available. Good read that from Jasper Visa. Very good read. And that's just stopped a little bit of the momentum. Allowed a couple of other players to come back. But Argentina still in possession inside the 22. Benitez Cruz. Carreras the first receiver. Delays the pass. Penalty advantage. They go back for the penalty. Sloppy at the moment from the box. Sloppy. such a good take from Jean-Cruz Malia. And that was a very deliberate change that Argentina have done, is that they've put Jean-Cruz Malia out on the wing to try and counteract the aerial threat. And that take in itself kind of shows you exactly Right, going to some of the comments earlier, and Old School says, absolute joy to watch Damian Sasha in full flow as Carreras lines up the kick. And it is going to be good right in front of the poles over there. So they extend their lead to Argentina. I tell you what, there's a lot of All Blacks players that right now will be watching on thinking, is there a hope? Silver Records poll, who should be our Boks midfield pair? I like that one. We need to do a new poll over here. I am a little bit overdue. So well, we got it wrong as well, to be fair. So we all thought that the Boks going to score next. Let's do the Boks, and we can do this at well. Let's do this for the next 10 minutes. Then we'll do who will lead us at half time. Who should the Boks centers be? As Benitez Cruz looks for his clearance. Damon De Lindy plus Creel. Esterhazen plus Moody. It's a good kick that coming from Prishka and Telly. Let's do Damon De Lindy plus Moody. And then let's do Damian Willemse plus Moody. Or maybe let's do Esterhazen and Creel. Can't do more than that, unfortunately. We could have done a Damian Willemse one. Let's leave Damian Willemse out for now. So there are your center combinations. Which one would you pick right now for the Boks as we approach that half-hour mark? We'll leave that up for about 5 odd minutes, and then we'll do who's going to lead at the break. So go get involved in that poll. Good line that from the Boks. And Sasha goes to the boot. Once again, he's gone deep, though. It's just outside the 22, but in fact, it's just inside the 22. That's poor. You've got to make that contestable. There's no point lifting it to the boot and sending it high in the air if you can't make it contestable. And they're taking it quickly, and Chesney Colby's going to have to get across here. Bounce the ball, making it a bit awkward. He goes inside to David Willemse. He's going to take a bit of a time and hopefully find a good clearance. He will find touch. Not a bad kick there from Damien Willemse. Right, so that's your next poll. Who should be the Boks centers? Go, and I think it's going to be an interesting poll, actually. So shout out to... you keep breaking this whole YouTube studio. I can't scroll up. Chukobales, nice carry coming from him. Oh, I tell you what, almost a half interception. And Malcolm Marks comes away with it. Throws Benitez Cruz on the ground. Still goes Malcolm Marks. Now he goes to Kaden Moody. Kaden Moody inside, outside. Gets away from Dalga. Kaden Moody, has he got it off? He will not. Gets bundled into touch. Needs to try and get that away. Having a look over here, I think potentially looking at the knock-on from that entire thing. Yeah, Kaden Moody actually slapped it down. So going back for the knock-on after all of that. Mike Sparrow says, if the Boks win, the series is won by the Boks. The sponsor will lose too much, so Pumas have to win. Much too much to involve all these days. Such a sorry state of affair. Yeah, listen, that's absolute crap. Basically trying to intimate that the Argentina have to win because there's too much money for the sponsors to lose. So therefore, basically implying there's been a match fixing, I think is what you're going on about. So I don't know what you're on about, to be honest. Absolutely no idea. Anyway, good scrum that. And the ball comes to the left-hand side. Picardo. It's not like Picardo is the reason we're losing this game. Oops, straight into the hands of Chesney Colby, and he managed to hold on. Eben Etzebeth goes to Jasper Visa. Damien Willemse. Long pass out from Sasha straight to Damien Denendi. Finds himself on the wing. Damien Denendi cuts inside. Gets away from Chukwuemeka. Presents well for Kobus Reinach. Taking on Malcolm Marks. Been involved a lot in this first half. Damien Denendi streaming in that. It's a big hit there on Jasper Wiese. Knox and Chair scrum off. Damien Willemse. Goes short. Kenny Moody. It's a great line being run, but he loses it forward in the tackle. Oh, Kenny Moody is having a bit of a tough half so far. But they do win the penalty to the Boks. Thought we would have had the knock-on over there. But we win the penalty. Sasha thinking about taking it quickly. And Push continues getting to know Sash Famagama Zulu. The two 10s getting to know each other over there. Hello, Dean. Yeah, fine. Surviving. Saturday afternoon. How are you doing? Lucinda says, go Bokke, we need a win. And Malcolm says, there we go. Cyril Caesar Mitchell suggests the poll. Shout out to you. Sorry, I'm having troubles trying to scroll up. But people have got 5 members so far in today's stream. We've got to try and we're trying to do a member per day for the rest of the year to get to 300. We're now sitting on 214. So let's even get to 220. Shall we give ourselves a bit of room before we get to the end of year tour? So please do consider becoming a member. It is the pinned comment in the chat. It's a very nominal amount. And really doesn't break the bank, but it makes a big contribution towards us. And again, if you'd like to drop a hot take, send a super chat, get yourself into Rassi's Coach's Corner, and get your hot take out there. We do go to the corner. Malcolm Marks has got ball in hand. Important for us to try and score before half time. They're going to ruin Nokia. Looking for the rolling more here on the box. Let's go back to basics. But so far, good defense here from Los Pumas. Now short from Delendi to Moody. Reinach, quick ball here to Sasha. Sasha fires out to Colby. Colby sets back inside of one. Colby, bit of space. Michael Vivas makes a big tackle, the tight head. Now Reinach to Damien Willemse under a bit of pressure. Damien Willemse gets away from a couple. He reckons it's a high tackle. He's talking about a head-on-head contact. There's Damien Willemse. Penalty advantage comes from Piardi. They might have to go look at that one. Nah, much better from Visa. Reinach in the pocket of Sasha, looking for options. Wants to go himself to Sasha. Famagama gets over 1. 5 meters out. Very unstructured at the moment from the box. Kobus Reinach looking for options. Goes for the kick towards Colby. And is it going to sold up? It's not, but we should have a penalty advantage. We'll go back for the penalty, hopefully. Me saying, listening to this in my green and gold jersey while doing uni work, go Bokke. Welcome, Nelly October, our latest forever fan. Shout out to you, Nelly, and shout out to everybody who's become a member so far. I say I'd love to get, we've got to try and get ahead of the game here. We said 1 per day for the rest of the year gets us to 300 members. So we've now caught up from the week. Now we need to try and get a bit of credit moving for the weeks to come. Because there's no Bokke game for another month. Right, so break and play here before we get going again. And we asked earlier, who should our centre combination be? Let's see if we can get that up to 200 votes, people. At the moment, it is Damien Delende and Jesse Creel, and they are actually equal with Esther Hazen and Moody, which is quite interesting. So let's keep voting on that. We'll close that off at 200 votes. I think he's asking for the scrum here, at least. That's what I would ask for. Yeah, they are asking for the scrum. He says, where's the mark? We'll take the scrum. We've been decimating them so far in the scrum. So I like that call. It's the right call. And we have a research coming from Andrew Piatti. So let's get that up to 205 votes. Well, we can't separate it. And that just shows you how close everything is at the moment. In theory, the poll officially says, Estays and Moody does just trump Damien Delendi with 32% to 31%. That was a very cool poll. So let's get another one going. Who's going to lead at halftime? Who will lead at halftime? Question. Boks, Argentina, or evens? Well, we're going to have to score here if we're going to try and get a chance to lead. You need more than a converted try to do just that. There we go. Big second shove. Here's the penalty advantage. Pumas Reinach wants to try and get that ball out. Have another one. Have another one. Another scrum. Have another scrum. Penalty. Take the other scrum again. Cyril reckons his next contribution says, should we be looking at a new captain and who? I say yes, and it should be Sasha after Sear. Yeah, I think it's a bit early for the Sasha shot, to be honest, to go to the next World Cup. I think in the future, definitely an option. Kamania says, sitting in Table Bay, listening to you on Yacht Diversion. Gorgeous setting. Thanks for the commentary. Where's the invite? Where is the invite? I could be on a yacht right now as well. I'm in. Sign me up. I can use a holiday. Let me know where you're moving, and I'll get there. I'll make a plan. Right, Pumas Reinach, ball in hand, scrum 2.0 here. A converted try gets us to within 3 points, so Boks will have to score, go bang bang if we are to lead at half time. And there's the second shove. It's gone straight down, penalty advantage. Pumas Reinach sends it out towards Damien Delendi. Damien Delendi goes himself, just short as Damien Delendi, presents well as well. Pumas Reinach, quick ball. Jasper Visa getting involved. Now we will not care. Good tackle on him. Back down the left-hand side. Thomas the Toy. Now we're going to work our way back down the right-hand side. Pierce left the Toy. Goes to Malcolm Marks. And we will be doing our subscribe training when we score. I think that's the big thing. Jasper Visa now. Remember, we're still playing with penalty advantage here. Pierce left the Toy. Big tackle on him. Damien Delendi, pick up and go. Damien Delendi getting away from a couple. Right, back to the left-hand side. Peter left the Toy. New advantage here for the Boks. Pick up and go from Sia Khaleesi. Spinning away from the tackle. Sia Khaleesi. Wrapped up by Marcus Kremer. Reinach now goes to Pierce left the Toy once again. He's so industrious. Now Damien Willemse. He's 2 meters short. Ball available for Ruan Nokia. Pick up and go. Ruan Nokia. Could be held up. There was a penalty. You are going back for the penalty advantage. Take another scrum. Keep grinding them down. The yellow card's going to come. You take a scrum, yeah. Penalty tries on the cards. A yellow card as well. Take a bit of time, and then we'll get going again. Come on, lads. Big scrum here. Another reset, yeah. Mr. Ref, we need to get this going here. Come on, big scrum, yeah, penalty try. That's what we're looking for, yeah. D will asking, what is going on with the Boks? We're actually watching from the sidelines. There's the scrum. There's the scrum. There's the scrum. And Cobus Rana's taken it, and he's going to go through. Is he going to get grounding? He has got grounding. He has got grounding. There's the try. We backed ourselves. We backed the scrum. The ball got away from him, but he managed to pick it up and goes over Cobus Rana, and the Boks eventually get their first try of the half. Right, let's do a subscribe train on the back of that, people. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button right now. It is just below the video. Let's see. I'm gonna watch it over here. We're at 96,773. In fact, we're at 96,800. Let's see. Can we get to that 97,000 by half time? Let's hit the subscribe train, people. All aboard it. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get that going. Let's get it up. As Sasha adds the extra 2, 13 points to 10. 90 seconds to go. Can we score off kickoff and get us ourselves ahead at halftime? I mean, 57% of the 317 votes reckons we will be ahead at halftime, which means we've got to go bang bang here. Yeah, and then you got to get reward from the scrum dominance, and we actually, I mean, it was basically on the verge of a penalty try, before that's because they couldn't control because we were going forward so quickly. But yes, Vavisa was, I mean, you can't really blame him, to be honest. Good kick there from Sash Famagama-Zulu, from a brilliant kick all the way back inside, well inside Argentina half. It's actually past the 10-meter line. That's sensational from Sasha. Put them all the way back inside their own half with 30 seconds to go. Turnover ball. Let's score some points before half time, shall we? Let's make it count. Let's keep that subscribe train going because it has gone up by more than 50 subscribers since we got it going. 150 to go to get to 97,000 subscribers, and there's definitely 150 of you not subscribed. I know you guys. You can see in the stats, I think it's like 85% of people who watch our videos are unsubscribed, which means we actually should be well over 100,000. Keep that subscribe chain going as Marcus Kramer runs into Pierre Steph the Toy. See Khaleesi there. Will they just go into touch over here as the Hooter goes? I think that's going to be the case. Prish Cantelli says no, thank you very much. He launches that into the Twickenham crowd. Half-time, the Boks will not lead. But that try means we will go into half with momentum. 13 points to 10. Bit of a scrappy half, but to be honest, last week was also quite close at half-time, and then we ran away with it. So a big shout out to everyone who is on the subscribe train. Again, up over 60 subscribers since we started it. When I get back from half-time, let's see if we can get back to over that 67,000 mark. We're going to go into a short break, and the break we're going to just have a reminder of what the team looks like. And when I get back, we'll go through some of the stats and look at exactly where this game is currently being won and lost and what the Boks need to do in the second half. So don't go away. Smash like on the video, subscribe, as mentioned on that train, and see you in a bit. of Argentina. So not been the ideal start from the Boks, and hopefully we will see a much improved second half, because it took us a while to get going. In all honesty, it took us a while, and I think that, yeah, it's just a case for me of being more accurate. And we've how many times have we said that? I think that's the biggest problem. When we've played our best and we're accurate, that's when we're starting to put on the cricket scores, as they were. And today, starting to look a little bit of both. You know, we've been accurate at times in terms of like the scrums, for example, and we've been inaccurate with a couple of sketchy passes and the likes of that. So a bit frustrating. It's a bit frustrating. A big shout out to our latest member, Monique van der Walt, and who has joined the members club over there. And if you would like to feature in the rest of Coach's Corner, get your halftime super chats in. Let me know what you think of that half. But as you can see over here, didn't start well. Try from Batista Delga in the 4th minute. Santiago Carreras makes no mistake. Then Sasha adds a penalty. And then we see the 2 penalties coming from Santiago Carreras, and then a late try from Kobus Reinach, and Sasha did add the extras. So in terms of some of the stats, this is kind of what we're looking at, you know. So possession-wise, that was all towards the second half of the first half, really, in terms of us getting that possession back. You know, initially it was 87% at one stage for Argentina, and that shows you how dominant that they were. But they made more carries. They've had to make more tackles, though. 1 try apiece. They have run more meters. Our defense was a little bit shaky to begin with. Took us a while to kind of get going. But if you go look at some of the more detailed stats, you know, on attack, we're making a few clean breaks. Possession, we're getting a lot better. But for me, the worry was the early defensive part, and the fact that we missed 11 tackles earlier on. You know, as we've gone on, Argentina have actually ended up missing more. A nice part of it, though, is we were much better at a breakdown point of view. We have 1-2 turnovers, and Malcolm Marks, I think, was one of them, and it might have actually been both of them. But the turnovers are much better, and good to see us competing at the breakdown. From a set plays point of view, scrums, I mean, lineouts have been pretty flawless. Scrums have been one-way traffic at the moment, which is really good to see. So we've had 4 lineouts out of 4. Scrums, we've had 3. We've won all our scrums. We've had scrum penalties galore. We even won their scrum, which was really cool. So in terms of Campo, says the backline cohesion doesn't look fresh. Gluten says, depend what's left in the Puma tank for the second half. I hope they don't wilt. I mean, I wouldn't be massively upset if they do wilt. I wouldn't mind running in a lot of points in that second half. So, I mean, I'm all for it, really. I'm all for it. And interesting to sort of see how we deploy the bench. I think there's a couple of players coming on who are not under pressure, but want to make a point. The likes of a JC Creel, for example. I think that he's desperate to come on and really make a big impact, and to really show what he's about, and the fact that he's still in and around the side, and he still deserves to be given the opportunities. And Kempo says, how about our 7-man scrum, pushing them over the ball? Commentators didn't pick up that we had a 7-man scrum by choice. Yeah, listen, I mean, we're out here living our best lives, aren't we? Doing what we want, dominating when we want. As we kind of look at what the conversation is, Tony Brown, the man currently speaking in that Boks change room. So lots to get through there. And Westman says, why must we on the screen? Probably because, well, what else do you want on the screen? I mean, you start putting match action on here, and you have a bigger law. So I'll tell you what, if you're willing to pay for the lawsuit, then by all means. Probably cheaper to get a TV subscription, though, than to pay for the lawsuit for illegally streaming content that you don't own. But by all means, go forth and do it. Go forth and do it. Kevin says, what's going on with these spam bots? I know, it's a disaster. And we can't do anything about it. You know, we report them. We try and do all these different things that we try to stop them. It's an absolute disaster. We are trying to stop them. It's not easy, unfortunately. It would be really good if YouTube could get on top of that, because that's very frustrating. Meanwhile, by the way, we are less than 100 away from that 97,000 subscriber mark. So keep going the subscribe train going. Campus, talking about the 7-man scrum, and Dan says it is indeed half time. As you can see, we've got the halftime show over here, the halftime show featuring myself, Stevie P, and full time. We're doing player ratings, which is going to be a lot of fun. So make sure that you go and register for my picks, so that you can join our player rating show, which is going to be a lot of fun. And we've developed an entire platform to do our player rating show properly, which means that we're all going to go onto mypicks.app. We're all going to give a rating between 1 and 10. It's going to give us the average fan rating as well as our rating. And then we are going to do the man of the match. And you can also do the Argentina task, for example. It then does a combined team, actually, which is always quite cool. So what are we thinking, people? What are we saying? And what's our halftime poll going to be? What should the Bok bench split be? Should the Bok bench split be? We've basically been all on the 5-3 split recently, and so we're going to look 5-3, 6-2, 7-1. We should put in the 8-0 just for shits and gigs. So go and vote in the poll. Let me know what would you have as the Bok bench split? You know, how would you go? What sort of bench split would you go? 6-2, 5-3. What we're thinking? Go and vote in that poll. That is our poll for halftime. We'll get a new poll going when we get the second half going. But please do smash like on the video, people. There's 2,000 people watching. There are fewer than 500 likes, and we can't be doing that. We cannot be doing that. We've got to be getting 500 likes. We've got to be having at least a quarter of the viewers having liked the video. It's not hard. It's not even 4 people. Surely. Yeah, so keep voting on that poll. Let's see if we can have 200 votes before the end of half time. And maybe get your predictions. What is the full-time predictions going to be? And shout out Kevin, who's been reporting the spam bots as well. Yeah, no, we're trying. It's so appreciate you. Tammy and Fish and Chips says poll for second half. Who will have the most handling errors? We can definitely probably lock that in. And Kevin's saying, what happened last week, Stevie? Where were you? I was at a wedding. It's been wedding season. Both games I've missed this year are weddings. In fairness, it's not like I was out here, Jordan, just randomly. I was at weddings. I don't know who decides to put a Bok game on a wedding. It is a disaster, an absolute disaster. I mean, you know, if I ever get married, we've got a very small window, and that is about May between the hours of about 8 and maybe 11 in the morning, because there's sport to watch, people. Sport to watch. You could probably do a Wednesday wedding these days because Manchester United's not in the Champions League. We can't be doing Saturday weddings, especially during Boks season. It's a disaster. Can't be doing that, people. Cannot be doing that. However, wedding season is over, so that was my last wedding for the year. So I'll be with you guys for every single Bok game. The other 5 that are still coming up, as well as games like New Zealand versus Ireland, big game, France versus Australia. Some very nice games at the end of the year. I think it's England, New Zealand as well. And looking forward to the end of year tour. What are we saying, people, from a full-time prediction, people? What are we? I mean, are we going to run away with it in the second half? Is it going to be a bit closer? I don't think it was going to be closer than last week. I said, you know, we haven't really ever put together, you know, to win about 30-odd points 3 games in a row is huge. Huge. I don't necessarily foresee it happening, because it's not something that lots of teams do. You know, there's always usually one game, or for example, where you might not be at the top level. Welcome, Denzel. And as MC says, a wedding on a Bok day. 2 weddings even this year on a Bok day. I know. Look, one was Zimbabweans, you know, so fair. I mean, it's not like the Sables were playing on that day. But as a South African, having a wedding on a Bok day is criminal. Absolutely criminal. If you want to get married, people, you got to do it between January and May or mid-October. That's your only window. Or else you got to go deep into December. Nothing in July. Nothing in August, nothing in September, nothing in November. Those 4 months are blocked out. You can't be organizing weddings on Bok days. You cannot. Oh, now there's a sign of they're saying Sasha better than Messi. Imagine. As Brett says, let's go, boys. Well, they are coming out for the second half, so we are getting ready. Tammy says, shout out to your friend who held down the fort. But yeah, good old Alistair, you will see him again. He'll be involved at the end of year tour with some of the other games and the likes of that as we continue to build our team. As you can see there, Monique van der Walt became a member shortly after the halftime whistle went. surely we can get another few more members. We're trying to do a member per day from now until to the end of the year to get to 300 members. So we are now on top of that. In fact, it was slightly ahead, but I want to push forward. Let's even get maybe 10 members in the second half. 10 members gives us a nice buffer for when next we get a Bok game and the likes of that. And on cue, Carl Casson joins the Famous Sports Members Club and gets his animation on the screen over there. We do have kickoff as we go to the left-hand side. And we've won kickoff back, have we not? Thomas Toy lost it forward. We went and lock it back, but then Thomas Toy lost it forward. However, in the contest, Argentina actually lost it forward. And as a result, it will be a Springboks scrum just outside the 22. And if you could have given Rassie Erasmus a Christmas present or the likes of that early, a scrum just after half-time is exactly what he would have wanted. Because this is the perfect opportunity for the Boks to just get back to what they were doing. And that is decimating this Argentina scrum. So let's get settled in for the second half. Get your score predictions in. Welcome, Carl, to the Forever Sports Members Clubs. West Fishing and Hunting says, no jokes, a Boks by 17. Cyber says, with the utility talent currently in the Springbok squad, you'll be seeing a lot more 5-3. Gail earlier saying Saturday morning weddings and all the guests can watch the game that day. Exactly. That's what I might actually have to do. Ceremony done by like 3-4ish. You do your photos and you do a grand entrance at 4:30. Get the tunnel going, get the line up, down. Brandy's open, 5 to 7, Bok game, and then no Hollandsbraai. Sorted. Absolute sorted. Original Venom says, every wedding that I went to had a World Cup semi-final on the same day. I mean, we can't be doing this, people. We've got to be doing better as a country. We've got to, wedding venues, you've got to be closing, or at least saying that nothing happens between those hours. Here comes the scrum. It's gone down. Penalty advantage. Kubus Ryan's going to go to the left-hand side. To Kenny Moody at first up. Kenny Moody gets into the 22. Ball available. Quick ball. Rusty Visa pops up to Kubus Ryan. Goes to Damien Willemse. Does well to stay inside. Oh, long pass out from Jasper Visa. Not really his forte. Kenny Moody's going to have to clean up a little bit. We do have penalty advantage, though. To the left-hand side goes Kubus Ryan. Now Oxenshare. Damien Willemse goes flat to Sia Khaleesi. Sia Khaleesi on the angle. Can't get his hands free to Ethan Hooker. Ball is available. We're on penalty advantage still. We're in here now. Slow ball this time for Reinach. Goes short to Eben Etzebeth. Getting involved is Eben as he continues to, and then loses the ball forward though, so no advantage. Go back for the advantage at the scrum. Kick to the corner. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. Eben Etzebeth down, giving you a bit of treatment. And thanks for subscribing. A couple of new subscribers there. Welcome, Can Fish, Michael Browse, as well as Virgil Bitboy, as we continue that subscriber train, really, which we had going. We'll do another one when we score, because there's a lot of people over here who aren't subscribed and are lurking in those comments. I see you guys. But we are up to 96,927, and surely we're going to get to 97,000 by the end of this stream. Alicia, we're going to have a look at TMO here, potentially, so might be some far play. Alicia saying Boks will win with 30 points. Ballsy, I like it. Taman Fish and Chips says we will reference TMO. You're winning. Could you imagine? Are there anybody that objects and go little TMO there, little TMO bunker check to make sure everything's done? A couple of yellow cards at the reception, a couple of reds. Be good fun actually. And Clever Yannicka says wedding on Bok weekend, absolutely criminal. It is. Unless you factor in the Bok into the wedding, in which case you say that the theme is semi-formal, suit, pants, jacket, Bok ties. So we're having a look over here. It's already a penalty. We are looking at potential foul play. I don't think it's going to be anything too serious though, so I think it'll be able to get going nice and quickly here. Come on, people. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. Also, does anyone want to like sponsor me a Los Pumas jersey? They're so nice. Even their away kit's so nice. But I've always needed one of these jerseys. Make my eyes pop, apparently. We were finally going to see the actual incident. Now we cut back to Andrea Piatti. What is going on here, people? We do have a yellow card. We do have a yellow card. Right, big opportunity this now for the Boks. Marco Vivas, the loose head, will go to the bin. And we'll get that yellow card up. Number 1. So Vivas into the... I'll tell you what, he's done this basically, and it is a check. It is a bunker check from the looks of it, and that he could be in a bit of trouble there, could Marco Vivas. Right, let's get those votes on the bench split, people. At the moment, 41% for the 5-3 split, 6-2 getting 34%. Let's keep voting on those polls. Let's keep subscribing. Let's keep jumping into that members club, people. I said I'd love to get up to another 10 during this half. Carl's already, so we're actually at 9 because Carl jumped in there on cue. Going for the rolling more, but once is the call down to 14 men. Argentina now working with on the left-hand side. Marco Boks spins in the tackle. And he has got crowning. There we go. Perfect start to the half. Let's move, boys. Let's move. And he just rides the contact and then goes wham-bang. Puts that, slams that ball down. Perfect start to the half. As West Fishing and Hunting says, now we must capitalize. Yellow card was for a shoulder head on Evan Etzebeth. Marco Vivas basically just standing up in the tackle almost like this. And that is why he's gone to the bin for foul play. Right, Sasha has not missed a beat so far as we get into the lead for the first time in this game, by the way. And he's trying to inside out, and it's gone way too far. So that goes wide. It'll remain at 13 points to 15. 2 tries. A reminder, we just have to win. And we get the Rugby Championship trophy. Bit of a break here. Now Santa Carrera is eventually ready to get back underway again. Goes to the left-hand side. It'll be underneath it. Oh, deep is a bit of miscommunication, but Damon Delende does adapt very, very well. And it's a good kick there from Ryan. Nobody actually goes for it. So it actually ends up bouncing into touch. Bit of an odd one. Everybody kind of just turned around and looked and sort of went, what's going on here? Some of the comments. Lucinda Olivier says, go Boca for me for a win. We are not down a player. Argentina are down a player. Tabang says, second half is when we really dominate and show our strength. Logan Roberts says that we need a united Boca team today. Correct. Correct. A bit of a messy line out, and the ball's, who wants it? Who wants it? Eventually, we've fallen on it. And Piatti has said there's an knock-on advantage for the Boks. Nope, no, so all of a sudden, Pedro Rubiolo comes away with the ball. So the referee says, no, there's no way you should have the ball. It is a knock-on, and we'll go back for the Boks scrum. Still about 50 yards short of that 97,000 subscriber mark, people. Let's keep getting those subscribers coming. Keep them coming, boys and girls. Keep them coming. We are just over 3,000 away from that big 100,000 subscriber mark. And the big thing for us is we've never bought a subscriber. There are some channels, and you'll see they've got 95,000 subscribers or 100,000 subscribers, and you'll look at the views, and there's like 100 views in a video. So you can go buy subscribers. We never bought. So they are genuinely 97,000 people out there who have subscribed, including all of you people. So we're very proud of that fact, and we're very excited to get to that 100,000. And that's YouTube plaques going to go right over there. I don't know why I went that way. Right over there. Or maybe at the congratulations. One of those two is where our YouTube plaque's going to go. Anyway, we're getting ready for the scrum over here. Renko says, good afternoon, brother. Roman Governor from Johannesburg. And we still haven't got to that 500 likes, people. So all you guys watching, also, please do smash like on the video. And let's keep those members club entries coming in, people. Shout out to everyone who has joined the members club. Carl Casson with the latest one. You can get your name on the back of a shirt. All you got to do is go and become a member. Little trumpet comes up, a little animation. Have your moment in the members club. So the TMO came in, by the way, and it was actually an Argentina put into the scrum. And but it was not a bad scrum. They have gone away with it now. Parliamentary comes into it. Sasha's down, by the way. Looks a bit sore. And that's a great run by Samir to beat Benitez Cruz. Willemse completes the tackle, but into the 22 they go. Arsenal to the right-hand side. Chocobares. Haven't seen much of him since the early sort of parts of the game. Benitez Cruz to the left-hand side. Good carry there coming from Rubiolo. Almost through goes Marcus Kremer. Big up and go from Grandona, and Marcus on it. But then leaves it. Gets the penalty. Gets the penalty. Love the work. Malcolm Marx has been back at his best in the breakdown today. So effective. Taman says the weather here in Bloemfontein is changing like this game. Yeah, it was a bit of sun out here in Johannesburg. I'm on the cricket field tomorrow, so hopefully the sun holds. Alicia says, watching from East London. Welcome, Alicia, from good old Slummies. Roman says, awesome stuff. Thank you for your channel. We wish you all the best. Awesome show. Come on, guys. Let's get our brother to 2 million euro, bro. Let's go, Boka. Well, in fairness, 2 million what? 2 million views? 2 million this? 2 million? Yes. 2 million something. I'm all for it. Gustav says, thanks to you. The only way I know the score in the UAE. Well, happy to help. Happy to oblige. And if you are enjoying the channel, do subscribe. I said 100,000 subscribers. That's what we're going for here, people. And we're less than 40 away from 97. And then we're into the real final home straights. Leonard also watching from Bloemfontein. Roman says, yeah, Johannesburg warm but chilly. Yeah, it's the best going to have to go off. He's got a cut under his eye here. So we're going to see Archie Snyman come onto the park. I think Sash is also good to continue, although he did take quite a big knock. Yeah, Arcus Neyman comes on to rapturous applause from the fans. The referee keeps saying 6 and 8. I assume you're about to say that's Argentina, because that's now 2 big substitutes for Argentina. That is Jean-Martin Gonzalez and Jacqueline Oviedo coming onto the park. 2 big players. And this was a very deliberate selection. So Conteponi, I really rate him as a coach. So he spoke about the fact that they lost the aerial battle last week. So he moved Jean-Chris Mallier to the left wing and says, right, now we can contest aerially. We ran them down in the second half. So he said we need more impact in the second half. So he puts Jean-Martin Gonzalez and Jacqueline Oviedo on the bench, goes with a 6-2 split and says, right, that's my impact. That's how we're going to diffuse the South African bench. Is I'm going to put some of my big players on the bench, and they're going to hopefully cope with whatever South Africa throws them in the second half. The only substitution for South Africa is a blood bin, and that is Etzebeth off, Arcus Neyman on. Boris Wenger is on the park as well because of that yellow card to Michael Vivas. Remember that the Boks are still playing with 14 men as it stands. And Arcus Neyman comes on, takes a good line, and up front goes Sekolisi. Big cave coming from him. Use it as the call, Kubas Reinach. And Chesn Colby's after this. And very well taken one, Pushkan Telly, but good falling out for the Boks. Ball available for Benitez Cruz. Marcus Kremer now. Such a solid performance. Looking to try and he does what the ball does, Jasper Wiese, but then the ball gets kicked in behind. Sasha picks up really well though. Ball available for Kubas Reinach. See how quickly goes to Arcus Neyman. Ball available here. Kubas Reinach now will shape for the box kick. And he does lift it high in the air. Circling. Chesn Colby underneath. For Jasper Wiese is around there as well. It comes up and Jasper Wiese manages to hold on very well. Go Jasper! Go back for the knock on. Stopping an enemy of progress, Biardi. Jasper was off. He was off. Mark Hepton says, watching you from the UK, unfortunately not at the game. Can't stress how windy it is today. And the decision, by the way, on Miko Vifus is that it will remain a yellow card. Roman says, prediction, lol, 2 million is doable. Kombak, yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. Shout out. Well, there goes Oxen Chair. So your Yellinger vessel will come onto the park. Shane Estays and says, now Boks can show magic. Italian Fish and Chips says, what's the story with Five Mapimpi? And I haven't seen him in a while. So both props have been replaced. And on comes... Jesse Creel on for Kane and Moody. So Jesse Creel will see out the last half an hour. Yellinger Vessels and Volko Low get their first scrum of the afternoon. Immediately, we always make those subs. We always bring on the props at a scrum. And I love that about them. Welcome, Mark Hipton, latest member to the Forever Sports Club. Joins and becomes a Forever fan as we continue to... let's look at that scrum. And there's the penalty. I mean, it's just... death, taxes, and Boks winning scrum penalties. The constants in life. The guarantees in life. It's just so... It's just a given. It's just a given. You know, there are 4 things in life that you just know will happen. Death, taxes, Steve smacking a brandy and coke on a weekend, and a Boks scrum win. And they've just come onto the park. It is their first scrum, and they've just decimated Argentina. And it's Vilko. I mean, it's just the unison. There's just so much power. So welcome Mark Hepton to the Forever Sports Members Club. Just as you rocked up. Now we've got big scrums. Up to 218 members. Can we get to 230 by the end of the day? That would be so cool. Give ourselves a bit of a head start on the end of year where we want to try and get up to 300. We need 1 member per day for the rest of the year. We're now ahead of the game with regards to that. Looking for the rolling more here. Malcolm Marks, right up against touchline, comes back inside. He's got 1 try today so far as Malcolm Marks. He'd have another one, although I do think we'll see Bongi Manambi on the park pretty shortly. Damon Delendi fighting for the ball, pops up to Pierce the toy. He's got Arcus Neyman for company. Nice carry from him. Ball there for Kubas Ranak on the back of the work. Sirkalisi. 5 meters out here of the box. Now goes Ruinok here. Pierce the toy once again. He's just relentless, isn't he? Ranak shows and goes to Damon Delendi. Just short. Ranak looking for options. Goes to Jasper Visa. Good hit on him. Arcus Neyman. Lifts it up and Kubas Ranak goes to shows and goes. And Kubas Ranak has number 2 for him. And here we go. Is this the moment the Boks start putting in a big score? Kubas Ranak, the awareness from him, the offload from Arcus Neyman off the ground, just pops it up there and he says, thank you very much. And now we start cooking here, boys. Now we need to start cooking. This is what I'm here for. It's Arcus Neyman, the carry. I mean, he absorbs 2 and then just presents the ball and just holds it up. And a bit of a dummy from Kubas Ranak. Straight over he goes. And people are asking in the team announcements, you know, oh, maybe Kubas Ranak, somebody I might change. Well, he's gone and scored 2 tries today. So that's how he felt about that kind of chat. Because he definitely watches this channel, 100%. On that try, no people, we need 22 to 97,000. Let's get the subscribe chain going. Andy Swart, Warren Hayter, Stephen Carroll, Cindy Freeze, all the latest subscribers jumping into the mix. We had a member here. Can we get another member? Cornelia says, let's push to 400 members. Well, I've got to get 300 first, but I'm all for 400 members as well. Remain says, I look forward to becoming a member when I get my pension. Lol, brother, your commentary is nothing short of awesome. Shout out to you, Roman. Shout out for jumping in and joining us. All of this happens because of you guys in the chat. Alex says he's watching the streams while on the train heading to London. Sad times to miss the game. Thanks for the service. Well, thanks for joining us, people. Romain reckons that he said South Africa 45, Argentina 29. Well, we're on track at the moment, starting to sort of step things up a little bit. 22 points to 13. 25 minutes left to go. It's a good take there. Kubas Ranak now from the base of the ruck. Goes up and misses Dazarkias. Then back towards Pushkantelli. Gets it away to Mikado. Ball available for Benitez Cruz. Goes back. Long pass out wide. Ethan Hooker needs to scramble here. Chukabaras. Inside ball to Carreras. Good tackle coming from Jesse Creel. Argentina desperate to try and hit back now. Ball available. And to the left-hand side they go. Pushkantelli. And Chizukobi needs to make that tackle. Now Damon Delenda has to get across. Makes the tackle though. Does very well. Marcus Kremer now. John Cruz Malia. Good hands from Argentina. Montoya caught in the ball. Jesse Creel getting involved defensively. And we're going to stop because there is an injury. And I think it's a head injury, I assume, seeing as they're stopping it so quickly. And it is an injury to one of the Argentina players, actually. Yeah, I think it looks like a cramp over here. As he goes, also, there's going to be another change in Argentina. We'll resume with a scrum, which Argentina must be fuming about. Absolutely fuming. Dear. MJM Filming says, first time watching your stream. Very good. Well, thank you and welcome. Hope you subscribed. Hope you've smashed like on the video. Surely we can get to 50 likes. 500 likes here, people. And are we past... not quite. 6 people to 97,000 people. Surely there are 6 of you who haven't. In fact, I know there's 6 of you that haven't subscribed. Come on, you bastards, get involved. Thomas Papetti making his test debut today. The Nang tighthead. He looked like he came out of the womb yesterday. So good luck to him. You have Jan Ninja Vessels for support, and on the other side, Volkolo is taking names. But all the best for you, mate. Welcome to international rugby. Or you just pan to the side. I don't really recognize anybody there who's watching on. So I see Slash playing full back. Not in theory, unless I see somebody else come on. Jesse Creel's onto the park. Big scrum there. Huge scrum there. And Damien Willemse comes into the... We've got a very interesting defense setup when it comes to scrums, actually. Colby almost defends as full back, and Sasha's actually on the right wing there. But good hands, and that's... I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good first carry from Papetti, the debutant. Much better from Argentina on the front foot. Here goes Marcus Kremer, Ruan Nokia, stopping him. Not many options there for Pushkantelli, and that's surely a forward pass. It is a forward pass. And that's where the rush defense comes in, is that Damien Willemse shot up, and because of the pressure he's on, he throws the pass quickly, and that's where it just forward. We see it time and time again. That's the pressure the Bok defense puts on over here. But it's a nice hit there from Papetti on Malcolm Marks. He took it, to be fair. Malcolm Marks were lining up for a big hit on him, and he rode it well. He rode it well. Taboka says he's just subscribed, and Joey Wilson says, just found you doing a great job. Logan says, Bok, you need to show some forever strength. Well, there we go. Maybe we can start a protein line and call it forever strength. I'm all for it. Anybody know anything about making a protein shake? No? Fair enough. Yeah, comes the second shove there. There's the shove. There's the penalty advantage as well. Now, but it's basically going to do a long pass out wide to Ethan Hooker. We haven't seen much of Ethan Hooker today. Steps back inside. Into the 22 they go. Box on the front foot. Pops it up to Damon Delindi. Shows the dummy. Goes himself. Kobus Reinach. Long pass out wide towards Jasper Visa. Having a much more prevalent half is Jasper Visa getting involved. Big carry there from Jan Vessel, but it's a good hit on him. Sasha now steps inside. Wrapped up by Marcus Kremer. He's taking that personally. There's a penalty advantage. Pick up and go here from Jan Vessels. Pick up and go here from Sia Khaleesi. Yeah, nice carry from him. Good leg drive. Eventually gets down. Managed to present well for Jan Vessels. He fires out to Arcus Neyman. Pops up to Sasha. Long pass out from Sasha to Ethan Hooker. And he can't stay in, can Ethan Hooker. So they'll go back for the penalty. And time was, give me a conversation here with Piatti and Julian Montoya and Sia Khaleesi. Julian Montoya has the single best referee look ever. He always looks so like bewildered. Like, what are you on about? Like, what do you mean 2 penalties? Like, what are you talking about? I love it. I absolutely love it. Surely. 96,995. There it is, 97,001. Well done, people. We have gotten past the 97,000 mark. Now we're going to get to 98,000 marks, to be honest. So don't stop there. Don't stop there. Let's keep it going. Past the 97,000, we get so close to that 100,000 mark. Right, into touch we go. Come on, lads. Let's keep this up. Good contest. Goes back to Malcolm Marks. He's just short. Almost caught them unawares there. No care now. Damien Delinde in around there. Reinhardt goes to Arcus Neyman. Arcus Neyman. Just short. Boks looking for try number 4 here. And as the bonus strikes, there'll be 3 more than Argentina. Over he goes. Has he got grounding? He has got grounding. Malcolm Marks, tell you what, early running for man of the match here for Malcolm Marks. 2 turnovers. That's his second try. We have not missed a beat come the Lions. He's had some big tackles, some big hits as well. Over he goes on the left-hand side. Try number 4 for the Boks. And let's really start to step up the game. It was actually, I mean, it was a. Ironically, that's probably going to go down as a line lost. But he's got the awareness to get onto the ball once again. Couple of phases and over he goes. Such a world-class player as Malcolm Marks. Yeah, maybe he had a couple of subpar games, but just always pitches up when we really need him. Sasha now to add the extra 2. Makes no mistake. And 29 points to 13. More than double the score at the moment. And let's start to see if we might see a couple of changes. Bring on Moni. Let Moni come on and cook. Let him come and cook. Sebastian Morelos says, the Pumas, as always, they won 2 test matches and now they think they're best in the world. It's a bit hectic. Oh, dear. And Net360 says, I know Ken didn't have a good game, but he is still my favorite. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. No, there's definitely worse players to have than Ken and Moody. That's a good kick that from Kobus Ryan. Right, we want more. We want more. By the way, the yellow card is done. So I can get rid of that. 39 points to 13. Come on, let's put the bench on. Let's see Moni come and cook. Let's see Grant Williams. And that's the thing. You're now going to bring on a Quacker Smith, for example. You can bring on a Bongi Manamba. You can bring on a Mon. You know, it doesn't. It's relentless. It doesn't stop. It doth not stop from the Boks. A little break and play, a couple of applause there, which means I think we are seeing some subs. And Malcolm Marks is going to give way to Bongi Manambi. Well, I'll tell you what, I think that's a man of the match candidate. A strong man of the match candidate. He was proper today, was Malcolm Marks. Kevin T says, bring on Marnie, let's increase the lead. And Lisa Fitness says, Pumas fade badly. It looks like they just give up after 55 minutes. Gustav says, hey man, I love your humor. I appreciate it. Somebody has to at the end of the day, you know. So I'm glad I found the one. Good defense there as they get nice and quickly on to Jacques Oviedo, the number 8 in the midfield. But we've seen Bongi Manami coming on. I'm very keen to see what kind of game we're going to get from him because he's under a bit of pressure, I think. Kicking behind, coming from Argentina. Cheers and Colby's going to get across. Does very well. Presents well as well. Peter Steph, the toy is there. Kubas Ranak now arrives. Bongi Manami wants it. He has his first carry. Top dog, as he's known. Bongi Manami needs to try and assert his dominance and prove that he is still very much in the mix for the side. As Kubas Ranak shapes the box kick. Lifts it high. Jason Creel around there. Ethan Hooker goes up and it falls backwards. And Waka Smith onto the park as well. One imagines for Sia Khaleesi. Correct. Yes, we still are on PSF toys. Sia Khaleesi, another strong game from him. And now Kwaka Smith will inject a bit of pace into the game. Let Marnie cook, boys. Let's get him on. Let's get him on. Let's get him on. Brett says, looking like the double. You're correct. In fact, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I don't know where I'm going to put it is the problem. Oh, well, I know what I should be doing. Formula 1, you can wait. Because my version of the Rugby Championship trophy is going there. I don't actually know. I put it on my table if you can actually get to see it. Doesn't really work, does it? Does it work there? No, not really. We'll put it over there on the shelf. I need to give myself a couple of replicas. We're going to have a Web Ellis trophy over there. But that's you're going to be lifting it up, people. You're going to be lifting it up. I'm going to do a trophy lift later. Another big scrum here coming from the box. Ball available there. Penalty advantage. Kubas Ranach to Damien Delendi. He pops short to Sasha. Sasha got Ethan Hooker outside and goes to Ethan Hooker. He goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse tries to get around John Cruz Malia towards the 10-meter line. Pops it up to Ethan Hooker, who is arriving. Throws one to the ground. Pick up and go from Kwaka Smith. That's what he does so effective. He just adds pace to the game. Ranach, it's not a great pass from him. It's backwards is the call, and they're going to go back for the penalty. Some of the comments, Tabojo says, I'd be happier when the Bokke have 40 or above due to last week's performance. We need more tries. And Roman says, Bongi, come on now. It's time. Logan says, lack of second half here. Keegan says, I'll prefer Similani over Moody every single day. Well, Similani's actually not playing at fullback these days. At the moment, by the way, we will be a point clear of the All Blacks. Even if we don't get the bonus point, we don't have to stress because we've got over 60 points on them from a points difference point of view. Bridget saying, this is such fun from London. Love to see it. Tamin says, strange to see Rassi not in the coaching box. Yeah, we'll keep it on the shelf. We need to get a rugby. I wanted to get the Web Ellis replica. There was like there was a gold one you could buy at the last World Cup. It was like 500 euros, and I was like, maybe not. I do kind of regret not buying it, as if I could ever afford it. But we got to get a couple of replicas here. Our plaque's going to go there. That's Rusty. We've actually got a Forever Sports mascot. He's going to come and sit in one of these too. So we actually need names for him. I'm going to be dropping the link to the player ratings, by the way, in the next few minutes. You guys need to get across to the MyPicks app and just go start rating your players. Nice consecutive phases here from the box here. Chris Ryan, not too many options. Goes to Sasha. What are you doing? Nothing odd. So he's just trying to snap, hook, drop goal. Very weird decision that. Melissa says, first time watcher, now subscriber. That's what you like to see. From Arkansas, thank you for the feed. Well, welcome. As we have gotten up to 97,037 subscribers. Guys, you got to get to the 97,100. You know, we've got to get there. Says, go boys, 2 more tries, please. I agree. Long restart that from Argentina. Damien Willemse underneath it. Damien Willemse is going to kick and chase here, I think, for himself. That's what he's shaping up to do. He does. He lifts it high in the air, and off he goes, Damien Willemse. Might not quite get there. He's going to be there for the tackle. Makes a good tackle there on Carreras. And lots of pressure at the breakdown. Gets it away to Benitez Cruz. Been quite good, actually, today as the scrum off. Oviedo loses the ball, but backwards is the call. Ches and Colby wraps up and we're not here, but they do secure it. Michael Vivas, after that yellow card, back on the park. 50 minutes left on the clock. Benitez Cruz lifts it high in the air. There we go. Sasha's underneath it. Takes it well. Needs to get the offload away. Susan Colby's going to go and get involved. Hasn't had much option. Oh, that's a poor pass. Susan Colby, what are you doing? No, he's just giving it another gift. He's done it again. They're going to have to nickname Cheslin Colby the South African Father Christmas, because that's another Christmas gift of a try he's given to Argentina. He keeps doing it. What an absolute disaster. Long pass out wide to absolutely nobody. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, well, bring on the changes here. Bring on Monty. It's against, I mean, that's now 20 points, 29. We thought we were going to run away with it. And we have been. We've been all over them. Ah, Cheslin. I need another poll. Cabello says, Mark's honestly world class. Brett says, I've got a brass plaque for my granddad if you're interested in 1995 World Cup. It sounds pretty cool, actually. A plaque of what? Wasn't even born in 1995. So for those of you that think I'm old. Ah, dear. Colby. Cheslin. You know, it's Sir Nicholas's Father Christmas. Cheslin, I mean, he might be the skinniest Father Christmas around. Santa Colby. Right, and deep from Carreras with the boot. Almost a bit of a miscommunication as Sasha collides with Damian Willemse. Now he's going to go himself as Sasha lifts it high in the air. Will give chase. Hasn't got the distance he wants, but will chase it and does. No, doesn't get it back. I think that's Jacques Novier. I'll tell you what, he's had a proper impact since coming on. And it's amazing how the game's all of a sudden back on when at 29 points 13, we're thinking, how many more can we score? Good tackle there coming from Jason Creel. He's been nice and active since coming on. Has the outside centre. Goes short to Marcus Kremer. Does Benitez Cruz. Oh, it's a big hit there coming. But still going. Resting to the ground is Boris Wenger. But advantage. Schwacker Smith comes away with it as he always does. Now a bit of space on the left-hand side. Pierce the toy puts his head down. Goes to Sasha. Sasha loses it forward. And we'll go back for the penalty advantage from Quacker Smith, who is just doing Quacker Smith things. You know, winning breakdown penalties, doing the bits. Just doing the bits. Right. What's the poll? Can we go 5 from 5 wins in November? It's a big ask. I think 4 from 5 I'll be very happy with. I'll be very, very happy with 4 from 5 in November. But get your votes on that poll. Let me know if you think we can do it. Really huge if we do. Well, there goes Sasha. His game is done. And here comes the chef. Chief Chef. You know, we've got Chief Justice in this country. We've actually got Chief Chef. And his name is Marnie Bok. Because here he comes to serve us a final 13 minutes. And on with him is Grant Williams as well. Now we're going to really take it to the line. Right, people, I'm going to drop in the player ratings link. Liebok underneath it goes to Damian Willemse. Get involved. What's happened now? Is it a penalty for offside or what's the chat? Yeah, penalty for offside. That's stupid. Right, people, head over to my picks and start rating the players, or just start registering in the meantime and going and getting involved in that. I want to try and get over 100 people to do the ratings, so I need you guys to get involved over there, because it gives us an average fan rating. Now Los Pumas on the front. If they score again, all of a sudden this game goes up to the air. And I'll tell you what, if we lose the rugby championship, I will go out and drink 4,000 brandies until I can't remember what rugby is anymore. Because goodness me, that'll be a choke. Not that I'm worried about it, but goodness me. Guys, can we just wrap this up, yeah, people? Surely. We should have actually wrapped this up a long time ago. But yeah, head over to my picks, get yourself registered, and we'll do the player ratings very shortly. Ball over the top, thankfully, was not very good. But they've got a bit of momentum all of a sudden, yeah, do Los Pumas. Ball over the top to Ruan Okia, down to Grant Williams. Quokka Smith at first receiver. We need to get back into the Pumas half, to be honest. That's what we need to do. Grant Williams goes to the boot. Chesn Colby will lead the charge. Needs to make amends after that gift. And it comes forward off of Argentina. Grant Williams wants it quickly. Gets it away to Quokka Smith. Quokka Smith fighting hard. Grant Williams goes to Marnie. Marnie goes to the boot. Jesse Creel leads the charge on the left-hand side. Former fullback. But very well taken from Argentina. Carreras underneath it. Nice tackle there from Wilco Lowe. Bit of tight head action there. Ball available. Benitez Cruz goes to the right-hand side. Now shaping up for the box kick. And penalty for not rolling against Jan Hendrik Vessel. Oh dear. Please leave to live. Says, come on, Boks, let's finish up strongly. Hello, lady. Hope you're well. Gerard says, go Boks. Cabela says, I would honestly join you on those brandies if we lose. Yeah, listen, we need to almost like, if we do lose, we're going to have to just find a meeting point in Johannesburg. And we just go and we just basically say, you know, like a brandy tower, where they're just, you know, like those beer towers, and they just brandy it. We used to get them at Varsity. Yeah, that was a tough Sunday when you did that. Remain says, yes, Sasha is good, but discipline, hey, all things considered, Wade had another 2 to 3 Olympics and see that unfortunate injury. Let's get back into the game. Yeah, listen, we can't look to taking the foot off the pedal here. Need to get back to basics here. Need to earn the right to go wide. Need to earn the right to start playing rugby. I mean, at this stage, still got 9 points and less than 10 minutes left on the clock, so not panicking yet. But it's just getting far too close for comfort when we thought at one stage we're going to be pulling ahead. Augustine Moyano's on as well, by the way. That is the full Argentina bench. We've also got the full Bok bench on. So all the subs have been used as we enter the final 10 minutes. PSF the toy. It's a great steal that from Ruan Nokia. Need more things like that. Grant Williams goes back to Marnie, but he goes to the boot. Chesn Colby underneath it. And it's really well taken once again. This time Baptista Delga, but Bruno Kier trying to get over the ball. Ball available there for Argentina. Quokka Smith now going through and making a nuisance of himself. Bit of pressure there for Augustine Miliano. And now big counter rack coming from the Boks. But they do manage to get it away to Argentina. Good intensity this though on defense. Now they go to the boot to Argentina. Far more of an aerial game at the moment. And that's brilliantly taken out the air from Rodrigo Isgro. Long pass out wide, and Jesse Creel is having to shift across here. Good tackle there coming from Jasper Visa. Quokka Smith on the ball. Quokka Smith deals it, as he does. Brilliant steal from him. Jan Vessels gets his hands on the ball. Damien Williams, just slow things down. Slow things down, boys. Williams goes back to Marnie. Marnie shits it out to Damien Willemse. Willemse with a bit of space. Long pass out wide to Ethan Hooker. Ethan Hooker, chip and chase. No, puts his head down. Here's the chip and chase. And it's been charged down. And a knock-on. That'll surely be a knock-on. Will be a knock-on. That's what we need. Much better. Much better. 8 minutes to go. Set up the scrum. Penalty. Let's just keep this nice and basic here, boys. Kevin Tisa, I feel the Boks are too complacent out in the field. Dwayne Pratt says, come on, Boks, question marks over here. Well, Argentina putting in, to be fair, Contaponi very much tweaked his bench to have a second half impact. And right now it's working. They're staying in the fight, Argentina. Michael says, we really need to work on our first half performance. Third game in a row where we really rely on guns blazing in second half. What happens when we get a strong defensive opponent? 70,360 people, by the way. They didn't even open up the top tier. That's bizarre for Twickenham. I wonder why. It's very, very weird. We're playing at Wembley against Japan, and we definitely could fill Wembley if we get those ticket prices at the right price. Come, big scrum here. Scrum, penalty, corner, trial. It's easy, boys. It's easy. I've just solved it. There it is. Now we're going to have a reset. But we had the dominance there. We had the dominance. Come on, big scrum here, boys. Big scrum. Once again, it's gone down. Once again, it's gone down. Let's get this going, people. Well, whilst it goes down, let's continue the substrain. And let's continue going to MyPicks. Please let me know if you have gotten a MyPicks account. Let's check in. Who's got the MyPicks account sorted? Who's ready to make those rankings in the second half? So basically how this works, people, in 5 minutes time, we'll go directly into our player rating show, where you guys can go and rate the players between 1 and 10 on the mypicks.app website. And then we will basically, what happens, we'll start, we kind of go through the game while you guys are doing your ratings, and then we go through it all together. Big shove that coming from Argentina. They win the penalty. Well, that's very, very strange. We haven't seen, it's the first penalty they've won, and it's the tight head, young tight head, Papetti, who's come away with it. Oh dear, oh dear. Are we in for a bit of a late scramble here? I mean, we're more than a tries away, but it's not going to maybe be as convincing as we thought. And he's gotten the better of Jan Ninja Vessels. In fact, it's actually the better on Vilcolo, in fairness. So the penalty was actually won by Boris Wenger. Right, Chukabares runs into Damien De Allende and Marnie Liebach. To the right-hand side they go. Good read that from Jan Vessels on Pedro Rubiolo. Bongi Manambi goes in on the ball, but told to leave it. Moyano, ball back inside, and that's not leading with the elbow. Yeah, that's what Peter Steph-Toy had to say. Peter Steph-Toy gets involved on Chukabares. There's not that late, Mr. Ref. And they're going back for the penalty. Now, this is an interesting decision here for Argentina. Will they take the 3 points? I would like to go have a look at that leading with the elbow, to be honest. Silly for Manager Vessels. He lined up the scrum. I don't think it was actually that late. But decision time here, I think they're going to go for the points here. They are going to go for the points here. And that leaves them within a converted try of winning the game. So there are a lot of All Blacks fans who will be sitting here watching this game thinking, I mean, it's marginal. I think it's marginal. The ball's still in the air when he gets tackled. No, that's such a poor call. That's such a poor call. I mean, as I said, the ball's still in the air when he makes contact with the scrum off. He's committed. He's committed. Yes, he's lining him up. Yes, he knows he's probably going to pass before, but he's committed to the tackle. Right. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left on the clock. Carreras now to kick them within 7 points. Oh, it's going to the right. It's off the poles. But falls back into the hands of Jean-Martin Gonzalez. So this actually might work out for Argentina. Discipline now, yet need from the box. Wenger. Big tackle on him. Bongi Matambi dragging him back. To the left-hand side they go now. Big defense required from the box here. Ball's available. Discipline needed. Now discipline. Good read that from Jesse Creel. Very, very good read. It's been very good since coming on as Jesse Creel. Big hit there coming on Paulo Matera from Peter Steph to Toy. And penalty for the Boks. That's a big penalty. That's a huge moment. That's probably the game, in all honesty. That is probably the game. Less than 2 minutes to game play. I think that is very likely the game. Big penalty that, as Monty Z-Box says. Just calm things down. Calm things down. What a moment that was, though, to miss that kick. George Roanoke has been named the player of the match, and Malcolm Marks looked a little, was a little bit bewildered. I think he's quite happy that he didn't get the man of the match. He would have been my vote. It could still be my vote come the My Picks selection. But the last minute over here, the game is done. The championship has been retained. Now it's just about, can we get another try? Bongi Minambi now. Ball's come loose and been kicked back, and Jason Colby's going to have to clean up. Colby's going to go himself, gets away from a couple. And they win a penalty. Silly decision that from Jason Colby. They've got so much to the space to the left and side to go and use, or kick yourself out of danger. I don't know why he's having to keep the ball on. It's a bizarre decision. It really is. So will Argentina have the final say? The game is done. We've won the game. So we have retained the Rugby Championship, which is what we set out to do, in fairness. And I did say I think it was going to be a lot closer, which it was. I wasn't hoping it was going to be this close. Ball is out as the call. One last defensive set, and then the Boks will be Rugby Championship chanted. They go with the Boks kick. Oh, I tell you what, that is sensational. Argentina will have the final say. It won't be enough, but that is a phenomenal try to score right at the end. I mean, jeepers, the accuracy of that. Well, ironically, we spoke about the fact we didn't do enough in the first half. Well, it was almost that the patch to play after the first half, and that early in the second half, that's actually won us the game in the end, because we kind of turned off a little bit. As I said, it's not going to be enough to lose the game, but it was a much closer game than it should have been. Well, it's been a proper test match. It probably could have gone either way. I don't think we were as accurate as you would have liked to have been. But the matter of the fact is that we've retained the Rugby Championship. That was what we wanted to do. That is what we will do. And it will be a 2-point victory in the end. So, right, well, there it is, people. It's been a great game. It's been a proper test match. But the Boks do retain the Rugby Championship. That is the main thing. Final score, 27 points to 29 over at Twickenham. The Boks made hard work of it, but they do retain the Rugby Championship, and that is all that really counts. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe on the way out. We'll see you guys very shortly on the player rating show. So go and check out, go and get into the